Oi! 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 Hi hi! What do be poppin', lads? Hello, lads. What do be popping? Hello, Dylan. Hello, Medkit. Hello, Banana. Hello, Nala. Oi, 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 and all that. Yeah. Now it's on. It's on. Like Donkey Kong. What's up? I bought a Powerball ticket. I went down to my local grocery store, my bodega, if you are a New York goer. Hello, Gotcha Heat Zip Sus. That's a good name, by the way. Gotcha Heat Zip Sus. I bought a couple of Mountain Dew Voltage, and I bought a Powerball. And I want to ask you guys, what do I do if I win the? What do I do when I win the $2 billion? They take half. So when you win the lottery here in the States, the federal government immediately takes half. Boom, gone. If you win $1 billion, you get 500 million, flat. If I win the $2 billion Powerball, I get $1 billion, and then Washington State, because I'm in Washington State, they might take a slice. Let's say it's almost half, and I walk away with $500 million. Good heavens, they could take 99% of it, and I'd still walk away with $10 million. Good heavens, $10 million. Oh my goodness. Wow. What do I do with that money? What do I do when I win the lottery? Do I take a nap? I mean, that my immediate thought, because I was discussing it with my coworkers today at work. Well, what do you do with it? And my first thought was, I don't know, sleep for a day? Like, you didn't even go and get the money yet. You just have to take a nap, you know? For the amount of life-changing stress that's about to happen, you should probably, phone it in for a day. Call out of work. Be like, sorry, I'm not coming in for probably the next 80 years. Now at Suzerain, it is indeed. But I think the first thing that I do is, go to sleep. You guys ever have Mountain Dew Voltage? I'm drinking a Mountain Dew Voltage for the first time in maybe like 20 years. I'm 27 now. Yeah, the last time I had it, I was like 7. Hello, Bloody Painter. What's poppin'? Let me see. Sorry, the game keeps changing noises. Here's Suzerain. There we go. Not Roblox, indeed. Not Roblox. Not Roblox, indeed, is a not Roblox, indeed. Well, however it goes. Not Roblox in need is a not Roblox indeed. For real. But how are we doing, everybody? I'm drinking down... So it says on the Voltage bottle that this Mountain Dew flavor is raspberry with citrus flavor and ginseng. It's extremely synthetic. It tastes like it came directly from a lab. Has it been my birthday this year yet? It has, Banana. I'm a Gemini. Last June it was. Yeah, Medkit. Aw, Medkit, you remembered. Yeah, my birthday is in June. I don't think it's so foreign that I'm a Gemini. I'm an astrological gay boy, as they say. Sorry, Banana. Well, you guys need to tell me when it's your birthday so I can wish you a happy birthday. It was happy, though. What did I do during my birthday? I think I played TF2. Next year, I'm gonna have to play TF2 all day. That's what I do on my birthday. 24-hour TF2. Rain and wind. Rain and wind, Graham. Rain and wind. That's like... That's the centrifuge that's the centrifuge Roman military not salute, but the Roman military greeting. Rain and wind. Your birthday's in October, Bloody Painter? Happy last birthday, by the way, Bloody Painter. You wouldn't happen to be trying to assassinate me, would you? What do you mean happy last birthday? Alright. So, Graham, what do I do if I win that lotto? Graham, what do I do when I win the Powerball? Happy late birthday, gotcha, Bloody Painter, thank you. What should I do with all that money? All good, Bloody Painter. You went to the zoo, Medkit. Oh, very nice, very nice. Did you get to pet any of the animals? Did you feed a bird, or perhaps an alligator? Something's weird going on in your house, Medkit? I would say get like a priest to exorcise all the issues, but I gotta tell you, I was talking to my coworkers today, and I was saying stuff like, sorry to go on a tangent, but all the supplements right now are on sale at Whole Foods, and I was like, you know, with winter coming up, it's a good time to stock up on like vitamin D to fight against like scurvy and stuff like that. But then I was like, oh, you know, this year we might be scurvy posting. I might get scurvy for a fad, you know, like get some rickets going on. You know what I'm saying? So if you see a ghost, you tell him I said hi. I say let him stay. He's just a boy. You'd probably forget if you told me my birthday. Probably, Banana. As long as you tell me it was your birthday, and if you want me to wish you a happy birthday, just tell me it's your birthday, and I'll wish you a happy birthday, you know? You woke up and found your only siblings and your mom. Usually she would be downstairs and the door's locked. Hello, Lucario. Oh, I love the name. Nice model, thank you so much. Your birthday's tomorrow, Lucario. Happy birthday if I don't see you tomorrow. Happy birthday, happy birthday. You don't know what to do, Medkit? I say accept it. Live in the moment, you know? Make a friend. Hello, Quasar. Alright. So, with all that being said, lads and laddies and laddises and all that other good stuff, tonight we're playing just a smidge, just a bit of Suzerain. We're going to be continuing on our Swordland run, where we will be instituting socialism. We're going to be instituting sexism. We're going to be praying to the denuriest god. We're going to be doing all of that. We're going to be conservative. We're going to be socialist. It's just as like we're going to be the modern version of a Trotskyist. You earned some pasta from me? Aw. Thank you, Lucario. Thank you for the pasta. But I say, let's get into it. I don't remember where we are. The most important part, I think, right now is trying to survive. We have to do our best to avoid, like, all the problems. We're gonna be, like, up against the oligarchy, up against the Bloods. We don't want to empower the military too soon, or they'll try and axe my nuts off, you know? We got a lot to look forward to. Let's see if we can't figure it out. Lotto tickets are like gambling? Yeah, Graham, lotto tickets are indeed gambling. I don't usually buy a lotto ticket very often. Maybe like once a month I might be like, oh, well, I'll stop by a convenience store and buy some soda, some candy, some chips or something, and then maybe a lotto ticket. I don't drink or smoke or have very many vices, but I figured, you know, if I buy like a $2 Powerball ticket like once a month, I can sort of imagine myself winning even though I'm not. I can like pretend that I'm gonna win the lottery. And for the 2 hours that I'm sat there thinking about what I do with the money, it's effectively like smoking. Gambling, first word I hear. Hello, L Can't Animate. And a good gambling to you, too. You gonna head out, Banana? Gotcha, Banana. Have a good one. Alright, let's see where we're at. Our economy has stabilized. We're in a deficit right now. We have a little bit of wealth. Our economy is way up. We'll see if we'll hold that. We are still making our way through the constitutional reform. Let's take out the Sordish companion joint drills at Conriat Naval Base. That's right. Increase support for bloodish rights outside Bergia. The WPB condemns Supreme Court's decision. Walker's capitalism versus Devereaux's reform. Bunch of fucking nerds debating it out. Companion ships from Conriat seen together with Volkslandian Navy. Tensions keep rising in the Marcaean Sea. And that's gonna be here. We'll see which side Heliport lands on. I'm hoping Volksland takes it. But alright, let's take a look. Let's read the report. Volksland Navy active in the Marcaean Sea. The Helluland Island has been disputed territory for many years between Agnolia and Volksland. For those of you who are new to this channel, I like to play a lot of choose-your-own-adventure book-type games, like RPGs and stuff. That means that there's going to be a lot of reading. So if you're not into the reading, brace yourself. On Monday, I go to camping for some sort of school trip, and I'm going to do archery, boat riding, rock climbing, canoeing. Is that how you spell it? And I believe just hanging out and swimming. Damn, Lucario. Wow. That's going to be an active day. I usually go to work for like a 7-hour shift, and I come home after standing around for 7 hours, and I'm exhausted. So, best of luck to you. How's my insane mental state? Doing a lot better since I've been pounding away this Mountain Dew. With Swordland standing on the sideline, Volgsland increased Navy activities in the Mercaean Sea are heightening a standoff between the two nations and sharpening their rivalry for each other. Excellent. Let's take a look and rebel. The BFF threatens the Supreme Court. According to intelligence reports, several leaders of the BFF held a secret gathering in Rebel following the Supreme Court's decision to delay Ishval Erzin's case. The BFF released a statement afterwards in which they threatened to carry out attacks against the justices of the Supreme Court. Minister Graf highlighted the seriousness of the statement and raised her concerns about political escalation of violence in the country. Massive protests against court decision. According to reports, widespread protests have erupted across the city, heightening tensions between the Bloodish community and the authorities. The protesters are voicing their frustrations over the Supreme Court's decision to postpone Governor Braun's case. Many view the delay as further evidence of the government's disregard for the rights of the Bloodish people and the broader agenda of suppression. Governor Braun stated that special security forces are being deployed to the area to manage the situation. Okie doke. We love a bit of racism, don't we, folks? Gaspith, you're drinking Mountain Dew as well. I'm drinking Baja Blast Mountain Dew Tropical Lime. Dang, Lucario. Yeah, the Target that I shop at sells Baja Blast Mountain Dew, but I was never really a Baja Blast kind of guy. I was always more of a Mountain Dew Voltage kind of guy, but they took it off the shelf for a long time wherever I lived. And the one like bodega that I go to buy the Powerball tickets, they sell Voltage on. It's like the only place I've ever seen that sells Voltage on the shelf still. For all I know, these things are like 60 years old. There's no like expiration tag on it or anything, so this could have been sitting on the shelf for years, and I'd never know. Congrats on 800 subs. Thank you, Graham. I was surprised to see it when I took a break this afternoon or this morning for lunch. I was like, what am I gonna do with these? 200 more subs to go, and I'll give you a karaoke, and I'll go spelunking in some Seattleite trash cans. You're more of a Red Bull girl, to be honest. White Peach is your all-time favorite. You sound like my coworker. They make a White Beach Red Bull? That sounds kind of delicious. Getting closer to the trash tier list, exactly, Graham. Graham, I need you to remind me what I'm doing. I need to write this down in like my Discord or something, like subscriber rewards. The trash tier list. I think I'll just go to like every borough in like Greater Seattle, and then try like a tasteful trash can, you know. White Peach is the summer edition one. I see. The thing with like energy drinks though is don't get me wrong, I like the synthetic tastes of like sodas and all that other good stuff. The problem is that energy drinks, like the straight caffeine in like energy drinks tends to have like a back end taste of like medicine, and that kind of makes me Higgelschmidt, you know. CSP launches first 3 spy satellites, a leap in surveillance. We love to see it. Making a significant leap in the surveillance capabilities, the CSP has successfully launched and operationalized its first 3 spy satellites. Equipped with advanced imaging and radar technology, these satellites represent a critical step forward in the CSP's defensive preparedness and intelligence gathering prowess. The satellites, codenamed Kwajituk, Valadim, and Okni, will be operating in low Earth orbit, providing continuous and broad coverage across potential regions of interest. They are designed to deliver high-resolution images for detailed intelligence analysis and incorporate advanced radar systems capable of penetrating cloud cover or darkness. Ooh, that's our boys. We got them spy satellites. Alright, a WPBE condemns the Supreme Court. The Workers' Party has issued a strong condemnation of the Supreme Court's decision regarding Ishval Erzin. In a statement released by the party, they expressed their deep disappointment and disagreement with the Supreme Court, which they believe is actively enabling the discrimination of inequality faced by Bloodish community in the country. You don't drink it often, so you don't get a heart attack. Some dude in my old school, I believe, got a heart attack for drinking 10 Monsters in one day. That's hilarious. I mean, Lucario, if you're gonna go, you know, you might as well pound back. I mean, if you're gonna die, you might as well pound back fucking 10 Monsters in a day, you know? Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should do like an energy drink taste testing stream. Do I like ground beef or ground meat? What do you mean by that, Graham? I do enjoy ground meats. The food bank lately has been giving me like a lot of tofu though. I think you always step on the ground beef on accident. That's gross, Graham. What do you mean by that? But I have been, I don't know, I've been known to use a bit of ground beef. I think I prefer tofu, though. I've been leaning in that. Might as well, hell yeah. Free gateway to, between hell and heaven? Yeah, your heart's beating. I mean, I think your heart beats so fast that you start to, your vision starts to blur and you see both. A very confusing joke. Graham, I think I see what you were getting at, but, is that joke that's like, what do you call a cow with no legs? I mean, that's pretty good. Which they believe is actively enabling the discrimination of inequality faced by the Bloodish community. The WPB argues that the Supreme Court is further perpetrating the marginalization of Bloodish people and disregarding their legitimate demands for justice and equal rights. They call for a comprehensive review of the justice system to ensure fair treatment and equal opportunities for all citizens. No. Let's put that on the back burner for now. Because it's called ground meat. Get it? Ownership changes of major corporations. Yes! Dude, it's time. It's time for a full nationalization project on this motherfucker. Assistants took our coats and showed us into the meeting room where Simone, Edith, Gus, and Mikael were waiting. As soon as I entered, their chatter stopped and they stood up. After a few pleasantries, everyone but Simone took their seats. He opened his briefcase, a folder, and proceeded to go over some of the documents. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Ministry of Economy. Oh no. I'm gonna cry. Not the economy. Without further ado, we are here today to discuss our economic move towards nationalization. Uh-oh. My brother is sadly beginning to do dad jokes since he's a dad now, and I am now a niece of 2. One is my brother's a 6-month-old girl, the other is my sister's a 4-year-old girl. Ugh. Not the economy. That was awful. Since he's a dad now, I'm a niece of 2. Dang, Lucario. I know. I think my brother was one of those guys that had a kid in high school with like his girlfriend at the time. And I became like an uncle like when I was like 17, and I was like, what do I do with this? I don't know. Aunt of 2, I thought of niece and typed it down. Yeah. I got what you were saying, but I wonder how they're doing now. Both Mikael and Edith had their arms crossed and frowns on their faces. They were listening intently. Mr. President. That's some interesting lore. I mean, that's the thing, Quasar. There's not really anything else to do in, like, a rural, like, small town in South Texas except to fuck, you know? Except to just have kids. So you gotta be, I mean, when I was younger, I was kind of like, I was Volcel pilled, you know? I was like, yeah, I could be fucking right now, or I could be playing TF2 instead. So I just never went outside. Not to brag, but I mean, what happened to him? I think he got out of high school, he started going to college, he dropped out of college, and then he became a mailman. Would I get a lobotomy? Oh, Graham, I don't know. I guess if things took a turn for the worse, yeah, probably. I still would wanna, for all my deep discrepancies and dogmatic, like, destruction seeking of, like, the current way that society is run, I still like people, so I probably would, like, if life got too bad for me, I probably would just get, like, a brain castration, and then just turn into, like a machine. You're cool, draws you, is what I would say if you accept fan art. I don't know if you do or not. Yeah, of course, Lucario, go for it. I need to get sent to a mental asylum with people me Raya, chats. Before you arrived, certain individuals in this room were voicing their opinions against a nationalization plan. But as I understand it, your decision has already been made. Which certain individuals were those? Me and Edith, Mr. President. I am very much against a nationalization plan. And why is that? Lobotomy is like an unalive? Not quite. It is close, Quasar. You definitely turn into something else. But, I wouldn't call a fly, a non-living creature. It's simple, really. Nationalization could provide an improvement in terms of our economic development in the next 2 years. Oh god, guys, there have been I hadn't noticed this, but I know the reason why my eyes were hurting when I was playing Borderlands the other day. And not just because the colors were, like, high contrast and stuff like that, but also because, currently Washington State is having, like, a bunch of wildfires, so there's more particulate in the air. So I have to, like, blink more. I have to, like, force myself to cry to get all the, like, the ash and soot out of my eyes. I never lived in an area before that has had wildfires. South Texas didn't have wildfires. There were fires, but, like, not like we're gonna light the Pacific Coast all on fire today. So it's, like, really weird. At school today, while I was bored and done with work, I drew Jason and some girl wrote "Fine Shoddy" next to him. Should I be terrified of my class? Lucario, everybody is horny now. You've never seen a lobotomized person, Graham? Neither have I. I've never met a lobotomized person. Jason Voorhees, to be exact. I see, Lucario. I see. Hello, Arlene. Welcome back. But in the long term, you're losing people's trust. Without trust, there can be little trade, especially if the government excessively nationalizes entire industries. Besides, it will cost us a proportional amount of government budget to nationalize. Are you saying that the state of Swordland is untrustworthy? Uh-oh. Not at all, Mr. President. No, of course, it is trustworthy. That's not my point. Ms. Agnock, don't forget whom you are speaking with. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, shall we? Mr. Hall, please continue. Thank you, Mr. Gallade. Let's move on to how we can go about implementing a nationalization plan. Mr. President, he handed me and everyone else in the room 2 neat stacks of documents. Please turn to page 14. What's happening in chat, Arlene? Oh, the kids. It's the kids, man. It's the kids. My hand has a bruise from learning clarinet. It's still pretty visible on your hand. Dang, Lucario. Ooh. I wasn't a bad kid when I was in school. I was more of like a, for my electives, I took a couple of art classes. And then when I got to high school, I found, I took theater and speech. I turned to page 14, the title was Heart of Swordland. You know what? My coworker brought up an interesting point today that really, like, rocked me to my core. I work at one of the busiest grocery stores in the city. It's non-stop. It's go, 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 go. Like, all the time. And something he brought up was that he was like curious to see if like his socializing abilities were like affected by our workload, because what ends up happening is I'll talk with one of my coworkers, right? And then in the middle of talking with in the middle of like a conversation, I'll have to stop, break off the conversation immediately and then go help a customer, you know? And then come back and then pick up the conversation. And it was really interesting because one of the local stores of the same company shut down, and we got their workers, but it got shut down because it was a lot less busy store. And I was talking with them one day, and I cut off the conversation so I could go help a customer, and I came back and they were a little irked by me interrupting the conversation, which was interesting to see, because I was like, oh yeah, it's not actually normal to just stop a conversation in the middle of a conversation and go do something and go do your job. You know, I was like, oh, that's kind of affecting me in a weird way. Would I create a wildfire on purpose, Graham? All right, well, now, I don't want to get in trouble with the state, but yes, it does sound like a fun time, you know? Every time a wildfire happens, a suburb burns down, and, you know, I'm not saying that's good. I don't like it when people's lives are, exfoliatingly changed like that, but, you know, if the left revolutionary body here in the States isn't gonna do anything about it, nature will fill in for that. We do band for experience, I guess. The art teacher is super nice. I've talked to him before, but I'm doing music for 8 weeks and then possibly either gym or art class. I got you, Lucario. Yeah, I got lucky because my school had a speech program for our electives, so I got really good at speaking. Which is weird because as I listen to myself back on YouTube and stuff like that, I can tell it all completely went by the wayside. As somebody who doesn't go outside at all, so much for all the speech classes. Think about the nearly extinct birds. I hadn't considered that, Quasar. The title was The Heart of Swordland. As you can see in the document, the first corporation up for discussion is the HOS. I don't plan on... Led by the fledgling CEO, Marcel Garanti, HOS has recently observed a boost in their revenue. They control many media organizations across Swordland. It's possible to see their imprint everywhere from newspaper stands to convenience stores. In fact, they own more than half the media products in the country. We all know how much of an effort media has on politics. That is the reason I think if we are to nationalize any corporation, HOS should be our target. I must add that I myself am against fully nationalizing any of these companies on principle. However, we could partially move the ownership of HOS to the state, gaining access to their income to help end the recession and provide for our citizens. I'm inclined to agree with you from a political perspective. However, if we're going to nationalize the HOS, I think we should go all the way and fully move its ownership to the state. What would be the effects if we nationalized Heart of Swordland? That'd be disastrous, is what it would be. Thousands of assets belonging to Marcel Caronti would now belong to the state. This would scare off many investors and most likely stop new money from coming in. I'm fully against nationalizing any company, but if you insist on nationalizing something regardless, I would pick HOS. Why is that? Marcel Caronti is growing too powerful too fast. Next thing you know, he could even have control over the state newspapers. What about a minority ownership? At first glance, a minority share might make sense, however, I don't think it's a good idea. It would only serve to make Caronti angry at the state while retaining enough power to damage us. In the case of HOS, I do agree. What about a majority share? I believe this is the way to go. We would have board control over HOS and supplementary funds for the government project. It's a win-win situation. Theoretically, but we would still be making an enemy out of Marcel Caronti. He wouldn't be as powerful, of course, but I believe it's safer to move him off the chessboard entirely. Alright, let's move on to our next option. My brother just came into my room right now, and I mean right now, and gave me a Dragon Ball Z card he found outside. Excellent, Lucario, excellent. Keep it secret, keep it safe. RT Games apparently has a bachelor degree on English literature, yet he's also a streamer. That's very funny, Quasar, because isn't he also Irish? Fun fact, there's an avian called firehawks who purposely create wildfires to find more prey. Yeah, Graham, don't they do that in Australia? An English degree could help them for streaming? Yeah, Quasar, I think so. I do not need to create more? Yeah, I guess if I were a bird. Sell genetic consumption card? Delicious. Delicious. Oh, you're gonna be perfect, Lucario. Very well, please turn to page 37. I'll turn to page 37. The title was Bergia Steel. Bergia Steel, I believe, is going to be our... yeah, Walter Tusk. It's the largest private corporation in the Big Four and therefore the largest in Swordland. It has been at the helm of steel manufacturing for many years. It is led by the current CEO and Lothburg spokesman, Walter Tusk. I believe all of us in the room are familiar with him one way or the other. What can I say? They have been widely successful since their founding. They've achieved renown not only in Swordland, but worldwide. I believe we shouldn't attempt to break something that is already working. I'm against the nationalization of Bergia Steel in any capacity. Not to mention, any amount of nationalization would be disastrous for both Bergia Steel and Swordland. Much of our steel trade is reliant on their manufacturing capabilities. Any sudden change there would be like throwing a screwdriver in the working engine. No matter what, we should refrain from nationalizing them. It could result in an economic crisis. I do have so strong of an opinion, but I will say that nationalizing both steel and HOS would be quite unwise. What would be the effect if we fully nationalized the steel? Where do I start? They are quite literally the backbone of Swordland's private economy. If you do this, you will anger many powerful people. Trust me, you don't want that. Is that a threat, Mikael? But it is necessary. I don't see how this is necessary. You can simply not do it and you will achieve peace. What are your thoughts on a minority share? As I mentioned, I'm against making changes to Bergia Steel's ownership. We should leave the company as it is. I tend to agree, but only because HOS is the weaker of the two and it's less risky to deal with them as opposed to a giant like Bergia Steel. What about the outcome of taking a majority share? This is, of course, a better option than full nationalization, but that doesn't mean you would not face adversity. A majority share means Bergia Steel would experience a massive drop in status. This would surely anger a man like Walter Tusk. And if I may make an understatement, he is not a forgiving man. He is scary for sure. I would hate to make an enemy out of him. He seems to hold everyone in his pocket. Lucian looked pointedly at Mikael. I'm ready to make a decision. And of course, it's gonna be steel. So many people think I'm German or whatever because of how I look and my paleness. You're Cuban, Lucario? That's very funny. I want some Cuban pizza now, damn. That thick cheese and crust. Ah! Yeah, I think, what did I eat tonight? I had a, what did I make today? What did I just eat? I was eating something. I had a I had breakfast. I made eggs and sausage and toast. Humans try to make monstrous creatures seem cute. May as well show some pizza since I'm getting pizza tomorrow. You're eating pizza 2 days in a row? You're so brave, Lucario. Not even leftovers. Sounds good. Let's go over the document once again then. I read all of Simone's documents once more, then flipped to the last page. It was time to make some decision. HOS, we are going to fully privately own HOS. The multi-industry corporation worth tens of billions of SR. They are involved in the media industry through the ownership of Swordland Today and the Sordish Broadcasting Corporation. Michael Caranti owns a majority stake in the corporation. Bergia Steel will be fully nationalized. Bergia Steel is the largest steel manufacturer in Swordland. It operates mainly in the Bergia region and works in steel construction projects. Walter Tusk owns a majority stake in the corporation. Oh, it's gonna be scary. Uh-oh. I signed the document altering the ownership of the Big Four with a flourish. Simone leaned back in his chair. So, this is the path we're taking. This is absolutely ridiculous. Simone, please tell me you're not fine with this. Please tell me that Mr. President did not just sign this order. He just did, Mr. Avon. And there's nothing you can do about it. Mikhail turned to me. His eyes were wide open with rage. He was clenching his fist so hard that his hands turned red from exertion. What? What have you done? Mikhail, don't, please. You're making a great mistake, Mr. President. You have made your preference of Heart of Swordland, a media conglomerate, over Bergia Steel very clear. BS is the company that has spent decades defining steel manufacturing in this company. I'm sorry, no matter what I do, I can't understand your reasoning. Simple really. It was a better choice. I see. It was Caranti, wasn't it? So he bought you. Mr. Avon, I want you to think very carefully about what you're going to say next. I'm not going to say anything. We're done here. Come, Edith, we must report the outcome of this meeting. I'm not going anywhere. Mikhail turned to Edith with a sour face. His eyes were shooting daggers. Suit yourself. And Mr. President, Mr. Tusk will hear about this. You can be rest assured. He packed up his bag and started making his way for the entrance. Lucien got up from his seat and intercepted him on his way out. He put his hand on Mikhail's shoulder and spoke with a calm, soft voice. I'll be watching you. Mikhail didn't respond. He simply left. Edith leaned forward to get closer to my ear. Mr. President, I've had my fair share of experience. I understand when the cards are stacked against me. I want to assure you, you will find an ally in me. Ooh, sounds wonderful. I'm looking forward to working with you. That's great to hear. I must leave now as well. That will be it for today then. I know everyone has a very busy schedule. Thank you all for coming. Good work, good work. Yeah, let's shake hands. Good work, everybody. We didn't just anger like the strongest oligarch in like the country. I put the documents in my suitcase and left the room. Oh. Anything interesting happened, by the way, Grant? No. Every time I go into work, something interesting happens when I'm not there. I have the most boring day at work, and I can't rein any of it in because I'm never there when something interesting happens. My coworker came up to me today and was like, he was on the other side of the room at like the registers because I was on self-checkout. And he's like, yeah, a customer came up today and just F-bombed me. They swore me out, you know? And I'm like, where was I? I would help that customer swear you out, man. And then the day before, a guy came in half naked with a knife, and then he got chased outside, and then he took off all his clothes. I was like, I would have been right there with him taking off my clothes. You know, nothing ever happens when I'm around. Why did Theo choose that op? Why did I do that? Oh, Quasar. Sometimes it may not look it, but some of us are in the pockets of some oligarchs, and we gotta make a decision, you know? My economy! This live stream is my recompensation. If for some reason it feels like I'm the one who has to bring... Anytime I'm at work, sometimes, for some reason, it feels like I'm the one who has to bring, Also, Bergia Steel is really in Bergia? This is cringe, dude. I'm the one who has to bring the fire to conversations with people, instead of just interesting things happening that I can talk about. It's awful. Let's see. Results of the economic direction. Uh-oh. Unified Education Language Act. I like where this is going. The Grand National Assembly advances the Unified Education Language Act to strengthen nationality and facilitate consistent, comprehensive learning across Swordland. Section 1 of the UELA stipulates that all educational institutions in Swordland are required to conduct their teaching in the country's official language, except in the case of foreign language instruction. To offer courses in any language other than Sordish, institution must obtain explicit approval from the Ministry of Education. Any universities, technical colleges, or other educational institutions found to be non-compliant will face a temporary suspension of operations until they apply for or receive the necessary approval. Section 2 of the UELA establishes the enforcement procedures of the Act. Schools found to be in violation of these guidelines may face penalties, which may include reduction or withdrawal of funding. In severe cases or cases of persistent non-compliance, total shutdowns may be enforced. This enforcement mechanism reinforces a unified language policy, ensuring a cohesive educational experience across the nation. Lads, let's get racist. Let's get racist with it. Sign that bitch into law. Alright, let's take a look at our policies on language. We've got an Education Unification Act. Ooh. Guys, I bashed open my lip with my straw the other day, and now I have a canker sore. I'm dying. You may not know it, I may not look it, but I am actually... I'm passing away into the afterlife right now. Hello, Low Fox. What's poppin'? I joined and that's what you said? It do be like that sometimes. Alright. Let's take a look. Results of the Economic Direction, Office of the President of Swordland. They're not gonna like... Ooh, he's not gonna like what I have to say for this. Please don't bring a gun. Please don't shoot me. Remember that college stuff E. Quasar said last time? No, maybe not. With the nationalization decision made, all that was left was for Swordland's two most prominent oligarchs to sign the paperwork, and so I called them both to the palace conference room. Lucian showed Karanti and Tusk in. They sat across the table from me, leaving one empty chair between them. Marcel was watching Walter with a vile smirk on his face. Aren't you enjoying this a bit too much? Come now, Walter, no need to be a sore loser. And watch your words, you are right in front of the president. You little snake, you're just like your father. Whatever you say won't change the fact that you're done for. Your time will come. Be sure of that. That's enough, both of you. I'm not the one who put us in this position, Mr. President. Mr. Tusk, you heard the president. Now then, before this conversation is derailed any further, Lucian moved over to Walter and fanned the agreement papers out in front of him. Mr. Tusk, here's the agreement that pertains to the nationalization of Bergia Steel and the transfer of the entirety of your shares to the state. He pointed to various sections on various pages of the document. You'll need to sign here, here, and here. I won't sign anything without reading it first. He started going through the papers. When he finished, he turned back to the first page and went over the whole stack again, and again, and again. Is there a problem? Of course there is! I just took his company for a ride. Welcome to your life. Hello, shapeshifter. Apparently, Quasar chose another college, same college, different campus. He thought he got the one on this one place. Oh, Quasar. Oh, shit, Quasar, right. That's right, Quasar. You like, answered the phone, and you were at a completely different area or something like that? There's no turning back. And to make sure I understand an agreement that takes my whole life's effort away from me. He started checking his pockets. I don't have a pen. Marcel immediately produced a pen from his pocket and put it in front of Walter with a toothy grin. The pen had a large Heart of Swordland symbol on it and the name of the company engraved on it. And there you go. Walter reluctantly signed the papers after letting out a deep sigh. My pen, please. Take your damn pen. He turned to me. I will never forget what you've done to me. Your time will come too, Mr. President. Believe me. Did you just threaten the president of Swordland? That's just ridiculous. Know your place. Mr. Rain, are you just gonna stay silent in the face of these blatant threats? He needs to be punished swiftly. Sure you can't let him speak like that. You little... Mr. Tusk, I've already showed you what I'm capable of. You will stand down, or else. I think we need to arrest him. Or else what? Do you know who I am? I've been chewing up and spitting out Sordish politicians since you were in diapers. I wonder how you'll do that now that you don't have any teeth. Fuck off, Bronte. I'll see you both in hell. Walter packed his belongings and furiously exited the room, slamming the door loudly. Marcel followed shortly after. We love to see it, buddy! Get fucked, oligarchs! Oligarchs, get fucked! What did I miss? Thankfully, Quasar was offered an option to be at the place he was meant to be. That's good, Quasar. Turn your back on the Mother Nature, everybody wants to rule the world. And even offered a computer major, which is more fit than a telecommunication major. That's good, Quasar. I'm glad everything is getting sorted out. Were you compensated in any way, or did they just not, like, charge you or whatever? Swear to God, blow my brains out already and rearrange my brain? Same, Lucario, same. Oligarchs out. Alright, there. Bergia Steel has been nationalized. The Lothburger Group spokesman Walter Tusk has shown his discontent by calling the administration's actions unconstitutional and undemocratic. A significant number of investors both within and out of Swordland are canceling their orders, most likely due to Mr. Tusk's influence. Well, that's not really my problem. Rumberg has informed us about an escaped whistleblower headed to Swordland. They have prematurely requested an extradition of any whistleblowers from Rumberg if they are to be found. Charleston Hailstone, that the said whistleblower is reported to possess highly sensitive information about a covert weapons program. Queen Beatrice Livingston's administration has demanded the immediate return of Hailstone, considering his defection as a breach of trust between the two nations. Drive-by shooting in Arvery. Drive-by shooting happened, costing the shops in Arvery not only millions of Sordish rent and property, also human lives. What was the other post? Nationalization of Bergia Steel. Reigns hostile takeover. The CSP criticizes Rumberg and Arcasia. The Old Guard, the Reformists. Who's in our corner? Look at this! Marcel Caranti is now in our corner. We love to see it, don't we, folks? Excuse me. Richter of the Reformists, Old Guard faction. Alright, let's take a look. What's next? How is the construction on the seaport going? It looks like it's still going. We'll have to wait till the next chapter. We're at a 9 deficit, where our minimum is negative 20. We'll see how this goes, though. You might shit yourself from the pasta you ate? I'm afraid the Parmigiano is going to make your stomach explode, Lucario. Ugh. They make Lactaid now, which is like a lactose dissolver that people who are lactose intolerant can eat. I was like, modern medicine sure is impressive. I don't know about compensation, but it's not a matter of Quasar cares a lot. It didn't cost anything to move back. That's good, Quasar. As long as it didn't cost you anything, you know. It sounds like it cost you some time though, so. I hope you get some sort of compensation for that. Help me to decide, help me make the most freedom and pleasure. And for now, Equazer's plans to buy some other things for his first day there today, plus fixing some things. Nice. You should have put the matzah. Most of freedom and the pleasure. Loudest burp you managed to get until now? Oh, sorry, Graham. I didn't mean to puke right into the microphone. It's not lactose intolerance, you just ate a shit, the dairy is just, the cheese is just like a brick in your stomach. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule. Assembly vote? Oh, it's time for an assembly vote on the constitutional reform, lads. Oh, this is intense. Oh, somebody save my stomach. Sergei was driving me towards the Grand National Assembly for today's historic vote. It was a big day. I wondered whether my attempt at changing the Constitution would end any differently than Alfonso's. I looked out the window as the noise of the city diminished and saw that they were already inside the palace complex. The complex housed the buildings of all government branches in the center of Wholesword. It was one of the biggest developments in Swordland. The Maroon Palace stood on a small hilltop surrounded by trees. We passed by the palace and entered the forest that separated it from the Grand National Assembly. We drove on the small road that wound through the forest. It was a warm day, so I rolled down the window. I could hear birds singing from the trees. Are you okay back there, sir? I'm good. I'm okay. Hey, Sergei. I'm okay. How are you doing? I'm as good as I can be, sir. Sergei made a left turn out of the forest and entered the vast garden area of the assembly. Did you know that Mr. Tarquin Saul came to Hallsword this morning? I heard some politicians talking about it today. Apparently, this is the first time he's come to the city in the last 5 years. I thought he left the mainland and lived on Duru Island, never to return to politics, but they were saying he might be here to exercise his Member of Honor rights for the first time. That's great. Maybe I'll meet him. I'm sure you'll meet him, sir. If he's coming here after all these years, he would pay the president his respects. Do you think he's here because of today's vote? Yeah, most likely. Yeah, Sergei, most likely. Quasar was so stressed. He couldn't sleep properly for a day? Yeah, Quasar, I imagine that was pretty bad. Might not be a doctor, but I can say you are cooked. Yeah, Lucario, you might be cooked. My friend texted me that I should lock my closet tonight, yet I'm already going to be in their closet, and at night my Mickey Mouse voice say, "Ha! Hiya, pal! I hear Minnie cheated on me with you!" Shapeshifter probably cooked? Yeah. Do I often laugh when I'm nervous? Yeah, Graham, maybe a little. Maybe a little, maybe just a smidge. Well, I'm sure he will support you, sir. We'll learn soon enough. Sergei drove inside the gates of the parkway and parked the car. We arrived, sir. Thank you, Sergei. Of course, sir. Good luck with the vote. I walked up the white stone stairs of the Grand National Assembly. The entrance looked like a temple gate from the classical era. The door opened to reveal vast corridors of wood and white stone. I joined the crowd of people who were walking slowly towards the parliamentary hall. Suddenly, I noticed Lucian emerge from the crowd of packed politicians in front of me. He looked relieved when he saw me. Ah, sir, there you are. Have you seen Vice President Vectern? He's nowhere to be found. I'm sure he's among the crowd somewhere. I hope you are right. At any rate, how about yourself? Are you ready to finally face the assembly, sir? As ready as I've ever been, Lucian. I have full confidence in you, Mr. President. We followed the crowd into the parliamentary hall. After we were inside, Lucy and I separated to take our assigned seats. I went up to the mezzanine overlooking the hall and sat down. I waited as the MPs took their place inside the hall one by one. After a while, I saw Gloria walk to her elevated seat at the center of the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the day. Oh, here we go. People to laugh when from what you've seen, it's weird saying Quasar. Usually I see people laugh. Your mother laughs when she's nervous as well. I feel like it's weird that I can do the Paimon voice, Mickey Mouse, Stitch, and I, and Jonathan Joestar impressions. Apparently Bakugo too, my friend said so. Nice. I'm bad at impressions, to be honest with you. Meryl. I can do Shy Guy in like a weird tone. Meryl. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will shortly begin today's agenda of the USP's proposed changes to the Constitution of Swordland. After a short while, everybody was in their seats. According to the current constitution, constitutional amendments require a 2/3 majority in order to reach the Assembly approval. If the vote succeeds, the proposal will be sent to the Supreme Court. The proposal in question includes these points. She started reading the proposal to the Assembly. First section of the changes. Article 57 is modified for the following. She continued reading the proposal, highlighting each section. Section 2, paragraph 36. She went on, may not exercise his right to, and on. The justices of the Supreme Court, most of the MPs seemed like they were already falling asleep. A simple majority is considered. The seat was really hurting my back. Section 4, paragraph 44A. It felt like an eternity had passed. Finally, she finished reading the changes. I hereby invite all of you to vote. She struck her gavel down. The loud bang made some MPs jump up in shock as they woke from their deep sleep. As I previously stated, it will require a 2/3 majority in order to pass. You may now cast your votes. Oh fuck! Oh fuck, it's scary. There's a beetle the size of a grain wandering around your toilet paper. Graham, are you on the toilet right now? I bid you adieu, good sir. Please shit in my honor. Why did I find out that Ice Spice posted a song called Gat? Can the sun explode already? That's very funny, Lucario. Sometimes it do be like that. There are ants in the water. When Quasar gets water, the ants fill up his cup. Dang, guys, you guys are infested with bugs. The rank grind begins again? Quasarite, best of luck to you, man. That's awful. After constantly avoiding my fingers, he was crushed. Hopefully wiped with shit. Here we go! It's time to pass. It's time for some constitutional reforms, lads. Why would you watch when you were on the toilet? I mean, I watch some of my favorite streamers on the toilet. It's intimate. I felt the need to stand up and stretch. I looked down at the hall from the platform I was seated on. Some assembly members immediately walked to the ballot box to cast their votes. Most of them, however, began to congregate in groups around the hall discussing the changes. Sit back down and keep watching. I saw some people cast their votes, but many were still walking around the hall talking to each other. Then I noticed Kasar Keebner approaching. He stopped below the mezzanine and looked up at me. Go down and talk to him. Went down to the floor and approached Kesaro. Mr. President, how are we feeling about the vote? I'm hoping for the best. The best outcome for this proposal is failure. I've lost my respect for you, Mr. Rain. So many problems in Swordland that must be addressed, and yet you insist on stalling us with your democratic reforms. I know you will fail. You will lose the game, and so will your entire administration. I hope to be there when it happens. He probably will be. Keep hoping, Mr. Kipner. He laughed. He abruptly turned away from me and walked toward his seat. Then I saw Lucian waving at me. He was among a group of people in the corner of the hall. I walked up to him. Uh-oh, not Lek, dude. I found a little buggy at your school, I believe, a roly-poly. Forgot how to spell it, and I named it Sakumatama. After another VTuber I watch. I'll name the next thing I find after you, trust me. Aw, Lucario, thank you. I've never heard of Sakumatama. What kind of VTuber are they? Even having some ants on his snacks when Quasar puts the snacks in the plastic bag, hang on a wall? Dang. You can't afford comfort in your toilet seat, Graham? Happens to the best of us. The ants have coordinated all the snacks and food. If only Quasar can have a treaty with the ants, for real. For real. Rather have my headphones for high-quality audio? Oh, delicious. On my way, I bumped into Monsoon Lek. Mr. President, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. He gave me a cold stare. Excuse me. He straightened his tie and walked away. Uh-oh. I finally reached Lucien, by now deep in conversation with another member of our party. He excused himself and turned toward me. Sir, did you vote yet? We have to be quick. No, let's vote. I signed my vote and prepared the envelope. Together, Lucien and I walked to the center of the hall to cast our vote. He kept rushing me throughout the process. Gloria bowed her head slightly in respect as she saw us vote. Lucien pulled on my arm and whispered in my ear. Mr. President, we may have a problem. Tarkeen Sol is here. What should we do? You have to accelerate the voting process. We need everybody to vote as soon as possible. We don't know what he's capable of right now, but if assembly members see him, he might influence against the proposal. Should I talk to him? I would advise against that right now. The assembly must, of course, focus on the vote. Any confrontation between the two of you would draw attention away. Go and ask Gloria to speed up the vote. I walked to Gloria and asked her to speed up the voting. She banged the gavel several times. The sound echoed across the room. Ladies and gentlemen of the assembly, we will soon begin counting. Please cast your votes if you haven't already. The pace in the hall definitely increased. The groups dispersed and the MPs began lining up at the ballot box. Suddenly, Lucien pulled me aside. Sir, what do we do? He pointed at the back of the assembly near one of the exits. I followed his finger to see Tarkeen Sol sitting there. He looked much older than he had 5 years ago, but I could tell he had the same fire in him. Some MPs had already gathered around him and were chattering in awe. Sakumatra is pretty silly. He's super nice and sweet, though. He's only got 500 subs? Aw. Well, that's, you know, we all gotta start somewhere. Why did this guy say that's awful at the very thought of playing ranked? I hate ranked, Wazer. Ranked is scary. It's too serious. Tama lets me call him Sweetie, Darling, and Honey. Somehow I wish Shockit that when he didn't mind, I call him Labrador too. Aww. Perhaps he is a casual. I am a casual. Once did a live as if we were in count because he had a catboy allegations after reading a chat that said meow. Oh, I was his attorney. He shouldn't have gotten into League of Legends. I will never. The assembly gradually went quiet as people started to notice Sol's presence in the hall. Should we do something? We should refrain from giving him the spotlight he expects. Maybe you could address him after the vote. As I was talking to Lucien, I spotted Keebner walking to the back of the hall towards Sol. He bowed in front of Sol and gave him a military salute. Seeing this, more people started to approach him. Suddenly, Gloria came up behind us. Gentlemen, why don't you go back to your seats? Let's follow the procedure. Oh, by the way, we have 251 members today. As you can see, the Member of Honor is here. He has already cast his vote. Has he now? So, Miss Tori, how many votes are we missing? Only a few. Albin, Clavin, and 3 other men approached us with envelopes in their hand. And these must be them. Good day to you, gentlemen, Madam Speaker. Good day, Mr. Clavin. I'm sorry to take so long, Mr. President. There was a friend who needed more clarification for his vote. He gestured at the men behind him. Let's get this over with, gentlemen. They went ahead and cast their votes. Let's win this, Mr. President. He walked to his seat with a fist in the air. Now, why don't you two get back to your seats as well? Very well, we shall. We both went back to our seats. When I returned back to the mezzanine, I saw Peter sitting in the chair next to mine. Did you cast your vote? Yeah, of course. He looked at Gloria as her assistants counted the votes. The speaker's seat was only a few meters away from the platform. I really hope this proposal goes through. I hope so too. I'm kind of getting nervous. I hope this constitutional reform at least gets past the assembly, dude. Oh, they're making me so nervous. Let's see. He tried to get Gloria's attention by waving at her. How many votes left? Gloria looked at Peter. She looked annoyed. It's looking pretty good. 20 more votes to count. Peter turned to me. Thank God. That's great. Peter pointed out where Friends Richter was sitting. Looks like Friends over there is in our corner. He's an important ally. Oh, I'm so scared, bro. I'm so scared. Good sir, if you have good typing skills, I shall borrow with some brain cells. I'll pay it back with milkshakes, fan art, and Cuban pizza tomorrow with. Then you shall have them, Lucario. You shall have them. I have plenty of brain cells to spare. As a filthy casual myself, I often charged at the opposite red team with a K-bird just to kill mine at the last second. Graham! Yes, dude, yes! Me when I sticky jumper K-bird to the other team and explode midair just to scare him. What's my opinion on Hearts of Iron? Okay, Quasar. So, I like Hearts of Iron, I do, but I don't like the balancing of the military-industrial economy. I don't like setting up troops. I don't like managing troops on a border. I don't like building out an economic sector that funds those troops. I do, however, really enjoy the politics of Hearts of Iron. I like clicking the button. I like waiting some time. I like looking around the map. You know, I like the pop-ups that happen, you know? I like the flavor text. Everything else, I hate. That's pretty much why I'm playing Suzerain right now instead of Hearts of Iron, because I get all the political intrigue without actually having to do anything. You know, my thanks, good sir. Runs away with brain cell-shaped neck and a Theodore fan-made plush-shaped neck as well. Oh. You have 2 necks? Extreme psychological damage, for real. Well, a single bang from Gloria's gavel reverberated across the hall. Everyone fell silent. The voting has been concluded. Please pass the Constitution through the Assembly. Please pass the Constitution through the Assembly. I can arrest all the judges. I can shoot all the judges in the back of the head. Just please pass this. I lean forward to hear the results. The proposal has 225 ayes and 26 nays, a historic result. Thereby, the Grand National Assembly has surpassed a 2/3 majority and accepted the changes to the Constitution. Let's fucking go, lads. Let's fucking go. Thank God. This might... my back, dude. That's some Constitution. The proposal will be presented to the Supreme Court shortly for the final voting procedure. The Assembly roared with all kinds of different reactions. Yes, we fucking did it. It's just the beginning. It's just the beginning. The MPs kept shouting in the hall. Among them, I heard Friends Richter's voice. I want to congratulate the members of the Assembly and the President for finally passing changes to our dusty old Constitution. I also want to thank the members of the USP for working with our party. How much does it cost to allow oneself to use the mic on TF2, Quasar? I believe voice chat is free on TF2. I think they changed it back again a couple months ago. Have I ever heard of the newest malware named Gay Femboy? That's hilarious. That's hilarious, Graham. What is it? You're gonna go stay in the bathroom for hours? Bye-bye. Best of luck, Lucario. Best of luck. I hereby invite the Supreme Court to do the right thing by not ignoring the decision of the GNA that was elected by the Sordish people. Loud applause came from the PFJP seats. Suddenly, I noticed Saul slowly rising from his seat at the back. He seemed to be struggling, and used his cane for help. He stood and gazed around the hall as all the members of the Grand National Assembly went silent. Keep watching him. I kept watching him as he stared at the MPs. He walked out the exit as 2 of his guards held the door open for him. Thank God he didn't do anything. In any case, the proposal was passed by the Assembly, but now we have to think about the Supreme Court. I'll talk to the key figures of the court. We'll be fine. I have complete trust in you. After I talked with Peter about the vote, we both left the hall to discuss our next steps. We waited for Sergei by the entrance. Holy fuck, dude, we made it through the Assembly with a majority, like a huge majority, a historic majority. 225 is like the most I've ever gotten on that vote. And let me tell you, it's so fucking embarrassing to lose constitutional reform on that vote. It's awful. It sucks. It hits you right in the stomach, dude. Because after you lose the constitutional reform vote, you still have to be president. It's so fucking embarrassing. So I'm glad it got through the Assembly. I hope it passes. We'll see how it goes with the court system. But we'll think on that for a while. What perk would you get for spending any money on TF2? I guess more than anything, you get investment into the game's longevity, you know? You get to tell Valve that it's like a game that's worth keeping alive. Not that Valve doesn't have like a notoriety for keeping old games alive in the first place. It basically does everything a malware wish they could. Credit card number, everything? Man, that is some gay femboy shit. They would take your credit card, wouldn't they? Constitutional changes passed by the Assembly. 225 lawmakers in a 250-seat parliament. Holy Jesus Christ. Look at us! Richter congratulates the president. Thank you, Richter. New constitution passes the Assembly. We'll love to see it. Meeting on the results of the Assembly vote. Dude, we fucking We fucking smashed that shit. We smashed that shit. 225? 25 of those motherfuckers were just like, oh, we're actually fascists. You should shoot them all. Just fucking, we could have shot those guys right there in Parliament and we would have been set. God. You believe it only affects older computers? Just spent money on tots for the funny? Exactly, Graham. I mean, if you're spending money in TF2, you might as well buy, like, Shundafreud. It is honestly kind of, I don't know if that's how you say it, but you might as well buy the laughing taunt. Because it is one of the most OP taunts in the game. Lucy and Peter and I convened on the massive balcony of the palace. It was nice to catch a breeze in the increasing summer heat. Both had grins on their faces, but Peter got larger as he kept recounting our success in the assembly. How old is my computer? I built this computer last year, Graham. My computer is fresh. I've got a modern i9. I think I've got like a 3-year-old i9 and like a 2-year-old 3080. Fellas, the first obstacle has been cleared. Congratulations to all of us. Great job, gentlemen. Peter leaned on the balcony railing. What about Tarkeen Saul? Did you see him again? As far as I know, he's still staying in Holsword, but hasn't cared to pay his respects to President Rain yet. What the hell was that all about anyway, him appearing out of nowhere? What do you think was his real intention? He wished to intimidate the Assembly into rejecting our proposal, sir, and it seemed to have failed, but we can't be sure. He might be here to work with the court. As long as he's around, he will always have the influence over the Republic he built. We should have seen this coming. But he has no authority anymore. While the laws protect him from almost anything and allow him to be a member of the Assembly, he can still propose bills and vote for them. That's proper authority, if you ask me. When you are the founder of this system, you don't need to be sitting in the presidential office to have power. He has already showcased his powers of the vote. We must be careful. Indeed. With him around, we have to be extra careful. We cannot let the party slip from our grasp. We should organize a cabinet meeting to discuss the situation. Of course, sir. I'll make the necessary arrangements. Let's talk about our next steps. Yeah, we have the first hurdle cleared, but now we have the Council of Grumpy Old Men in our way. I'll be sure to recommend Quasar TF2 taunts if I can talk to him. A lot of those taunts are really good. Like the laugh taunt and the scared taunt are probably like the most foundational taunts of TF2 at this point. I have to say that's a fitting description for the court, but unfortunately for us, they are more than that. They're our largest obstacle yet. Also, you are forgetting that Miss Edmonds... You're also forgetting about Miss Edmonds. They're not all grumpy old men. And Miss Morgna. Wait, did you just call Nia a grumpy old woman? He laughed. Lucian looked at him with a raised eyebrow. But anyway, he cleared his throat. About the court. Miss Morgna has been helping out with the lobbying of the court. She's been speaking with Miss Edmonds, and we believe she's our key figure on the inside. Our lobbying efforts are continuing positively, but they have yet to yield concrete results. It will be ultimately up to Miss Morgna and you to persuade the justices, sir. And we already have Nia inside the court. That's 1 vote out of 11. Which leaves us 5 more. Well, Nia has the ears of Justice Dalton and Martin, so we could assume that we have their support as well, so that gives us 3 votes to start with. I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but Miss Morga cannot do this alone. Let's not forget about Mr. Hawker and his loyalists. We'll still need to reach out to the Old Guard and the moderates in order to reach 6 votes. You think we can do it? We've come this far, anything's possible. If we can't get Miss Edmonds' centrists, we'll have no choice but to reach out to the Old Guard. I'm sure the Assembly vote must count for something. I mean, it passed by 90% for God's sakes. They wouldn't dare reject such a popular proposal. It was indeed a historic vote. The President has accomplished something even Saul had trouble with. But this may also make the court see you as the ultimate threat. I wouldn't be so relaxed. Nothing has changed. That's true, sir. In any case, we should start with our best bet. I already asked Nia to arrange a meeting with Miss Edmonds. She's willing to speak with you. That's a good start. If she's willing to talk, she's willing to cooperate. I'm sure you'll convince her. Lucian suddenly turned around and pointed out the side entrance to the balcony. Look who it is. It was Friends Richter. He slowly walked up to us with a smile on his face. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Look at this motherfucker. My computer is alive around 8 years now, no fancy RGB lighting, Graham. Yeah, that's probably the thing I regret most about building my computer. I did get some stuff with RGB in it, and it's kind of lame. But I can change the color on it. Afternoon, Mr. Richter. We're doing good, friends. Enjoying the victory at the Assembly? Busy as always, Mr. Richter. How about you? The same goes for me, Mr. President. These are some busy days indeed. Especially after that mutual victory. We should thank you for your efforts, Mr. Richter. You were of tremendous assistance. Friends bowed his head slightly in response. I'm looking forward to having many more cooperations between us and victories. He leaned towards me and lowered his voice. I also hope you will do something about your promise at some point, Mr. President. Lucien and Peter looked at me. I could feel Lucien's suspicious gaze. Of course, Mr. Richter. Rest assured. I'll be waiting. He straightened up again. I wish you good luck with the Supreme Court. I've conversed with Miss Morgana and Justice Zizek. We have at least 3 justices supporting the proposal. We must be united if we want to break them. We must also be seen as united more than ever. Therefore, I'd like to propose a proper alliance for the next elections, a more in-depth collaboration throughout the rest of the current term. But that's the extent of... I'd love to accept... That's the extent of our collaboration. We need a proper alliance. It would surely put pressure on the old guard. Such a grand coalition has never happened in Swordland before. We should show people that our parties can work together, that civility and cooperation is possible. It would surely have a great symbolic meaning, especially if we change the Constitution. I'll reach out to you soon about it, but we must start organizing and announce it as soon as possible. Are my windows shut? Yeah, Graham, my windows are shut. My blinds are rolled down. It's looking like a little gray outside. I might roll my windows up again. I'm not really big on like the sunlight coming into my room unless I'm trying to oxidize the air. You know, trying to get some UV light to sort of clean out some of the staleness in the air. But I usually have the blinds rolled down. But now that it's cloudy out, I feel like rolling it up again so I can get some of the half light inside. Friends reached down in his pockets, fumbled with the handkerchief, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Anyway, I'll leave it 3 to it. We should catch up soon. I'd rather get back inside now. The sun is getting intense. He walked back to the door and left the balcony. Well, that was interesting. So, are we seriously joining forces with the PFJP, huh? I'm not sure how deep we'll dive in. For now, we'll cooperate. Gotcha. A coalition government with the PFJP can mean a lot of things, but one thing is for sure. Once Mr. Richt enters our government, it will be hard to get him to leave. We should be careful, sir. Lucien looked at his watch. I think it's time to conclude our little meeting, sir. There was a tap on my shoulder. Livia Suno had joined us on the balcony. Pardon the interruption, gentlemen. Mr. President David Wishi is calling about the upcoming foreign policy meeting. Tell him I'll be right there. It's time for some foreign policy. Just what I like to hear. As an American, we love a little bit of foreign policy, don't we, folks? I just go outside if I want to burn my eyes to the sun. There you go, Graham. She turned to leave the balcony, then back to us. Congratulations on the victory, Mr. Rain. Peter. She looked Peter in the eye as she said this and ignored Lucien altogether. Peter's eyes followed her as she walked out. Getting pretty hot out here. Okay, let's call it finished. You may both go. All right, gentlemen. See you later. They both left. Look at us. Look at us. Cinema Angli. Oh, it's time to go to the... Oh, let's head to the movie. Let's go to... You know what? Let's go to the movies. The sun would not be my favorite thing. No, me neither. I like to stay inside, you know? I'm an indoor kid. I'm pale? Yeah, I'm pretty pale, Graham. When I used to live in Texas, I did like a bit of construction for a couple years, and I got like a farmer's tan, but I'm hoping it pales back up since I no longer go outside. Although I wasn't, especially since I wear like May dresses and I use parasols now, I've been staying out of the sun more than ever. Although I wasn't in much of a movie-going mood, it would have been unprecedented not to attend. With its massive budget and Kubrick's directional cachet, this drama was set to be a milestone for Swordland's burgeoning film scene. Personally, though, I was just looking forward to spending some time with my family. It was a very hot and sunny day as Sergei drove us to the old capital. The film was to be screened in the historic cinema Anglais de Erlory, the first cinema in Swordland. Sergei had maxed out the air conditioner to keep the Cadilla comfortable, but that wasn't the option. The only reason I felt a chill in the air. I noticed Frank fidgeting with his tie anxiously. Worried about the university exams, son? Since when do you care about what's happening in my life? You know I'll support you whether you pass or fail the exams. What an honor, Your Highness. Monica suppressed a smirk. I turned to Diana. Excited for the movie, sweetie? Diana nodded happily. What about you, Papa? You won something, right? You should smile and keep doing your best if you lose. That's my girl. Thanks a lot. You've been awfully quiet, Monica. I just want to focus on having a nice time at the movies. Monica folded her arms. We drove in silence. Sergei rolled down the soundproof glass between us. Sir, we're about to enter Erlery. We'll be at the cinema in a few minutes. Thank you, Sergei. I took a brief look outside as Sergei rolled the soundproof glass up again. I could see many of the towers of Erlery rising over what was left of the old city's walls. Wasn't your vineyard around here? Monica pointed at the hills on the outskirts of the city. It's just behind those hills. We should go there sometime. She did not respond. Sergei knocked on the glass and gestured forwards. We were at the main square of Erlery, and the historic Cinema Anglais and the Cinema of Angels was right in front of us. Is this the place? Yeah. It was an old Baroque-style corner building with the walls that looked like marble from a distance. There were exquisite ornaments on each side of every window. Sergei pulled the car to the entrance of the building, which was lit by livid neon stripes in many colors. On the wall next to the entrance, there were painted words, "Stop the oppression of bloods." Come on, let's get out. Sergei opened the doors and we exited onto the red carpet. We were just about to enter the building when a journalist managed to block the path. Mr. President. Your constitutional reforms made it through the Assembly. How do you feel about their chances with the Supreme Court? I trust the justices will make the right decision. Thank you, Mr. President. And were you aware that Tarkin Sol would be present at the proceedings? No, I had to find out from my driver. Before she could ask anything else, the guards ushered us inside the theater. In contrast with the cinema's Baroque-style exterior, the inside was modern and sleek, with bare walls painted in black, red, and white. Makes the room uncomfortably warm and makes my mood so sluggish. Yeah, Quasar. The heat in the sun turned my brain into ash. Ugh. Good luck, I guess. The weather's more tropical, so it's not too bad. Yeesh. The film's cast and crew were already in the foyer. The foyer? The glasses of champagne in their hands. We approached the crowd and were welcomed by producers and the event organizers. A man walked up to us with quick steps. Alfred Kubrick. Madam President, it's so good to see you here. He bowed gently at Monica and shook our hands. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Alfred Kubrick. Nice to meet you, Mr. Kubrick. My producers told me you had expressed admiration for my work. Frank snorted and I glanced at him and he innocently took a sip of his cola. It's very humbling to know that you've been watching and enjoying my movies. If you don't mind me asking, which one was your favorite? This one may be slightly different from my previous works. The Man Who Saved the Sordish Dream. All of them are my favorites, Mr. Kubrick. What a cop-out. He laughed. You flatter me too much, Mr. President. I know myself they aren't all winners. Come now, just pick one. Oh, fuck, I don't know. Which one is it? Is it The Sordish Dream? I love The Sordish Dream. Oh, really? Then you might enjoy this one, too. I'll admit, I didn't expect you to be such a cinephile. Frank looked at me in the eye and struggled not to laugh. Why don't we take our seats? It's about to start. We entered the screening room, the lights dimmed, and the film began. It was a period drama set in the 1870s about a Sordish soldier who pursues a doomed romance with a widowed bloodish farmer during the conquest of Bergia. Does my head spin? Sometimes when I crouch down at work and I stand up too fast, yeah, my head starts to spin and I gotta lean against something, but other than that, not too much. Usually I drink enough water to keep my head on straight. I wondered briefly whether Kubrick was commenting on my own treatment of the bloodish people, but then he had finished filming long before I became president. As the credits rolled, I made an early exit to use the men's room. I was washing my hands when I heard an unmistakable voice behind me. So, what did you think? Saul leaned on his cane. He had the same frail appearance I had noticed at the assembly meeting, yet up close, I could still sense the raw magnetism that had kept him in power for 20 years. Oh, excuse me. Dangerous pro-bloodish propaganda, I ought to have it banned. Not an unwise decision, President Rain. I'm surprised to see you still around, sir. What were you doing at the assembly? My country was about to make a rash decision. I couldn't simply sit by. I still have immense respect for you, Colonel. I wish it was reciprocated. It will be when you prove yourself worthy of it. Why do you want these reforms blocked so badly? I will not let you and that bleeding heart idiot Richter tarnish my precious constitution. Your constitution is... I'm doing this for the good of the country. Ha! Some of his spittle landed on my cheek. You'll find out soon enough how your country repays you for your goodness. He slipped past me and out the door. Saul's security staff and mine were now clustered outside the washroom, forming a buffer against the large crowd that had gathered. That's Tarkin Saul, I heard someone scream. His guards closed around him and mine around me. By the time the chaos subsided, I was back in the car with my family and Saul was long gone. Me when I go to the movie. Have I encountered the almighty loaf? I have not, Graham. What is that? Dude, oh my god, that's a lot of tickets. What is going on? Swordland faces mounting threat from the BFF terrorists. Rain and Sol meet at Kubrick screening. New law and education in the Sordish language. Rain had no prior knowledge of Sol's assembly appearance. Investment surge boosts Gasm. Well, we love to see it, don't we, folks? One film, two very special guests. Washroom Summit. What are Rain and Sol hiding? Rain signs racist bill. Ugh, my bad. Let me take a look at my economy. Still a little unstable. Oh, Agnolia's got something to say. Agnolia warns against Volkslandian threat to the seas. Yesterday, Prime Minister Martin van Horten made a statement denouncing Volksland's activities in the Marcaean Sea. Volksland's military activities only strengthen our resolve to defend what is rightfully ours, and we will do so alone if we have to, boldly exclaimed the Prime Minister. Best of luck, Agnolia. Best of luck. Oh shit. Derrida. Derrida extends blessings on Dissension Day. Supreme Wiseman Yorga Asmal has issued a special address on the sacred day of dissension, sending blessings to the global nearest community, including those in Swordland. He encouraged all to reflect on the teachings of Nearity, and specifically St. Rook, and to uphold its principles in our daily lives. In veiled reference to recent tensions, he appealed to the reaching Golconda and mutual servitude to gods among all nation, irrespective of beliefs. Look at Asmal here, the wise man of Deridian. Read the report. The ATO's IEC uncovers energy resources in Polaris. The ATO's International Expedition Command has established a groundbreaking presence in Polaris, uncovering a wealth of untapped energy resources. These resources, showing promise of sustainability and high yield, have sparked global interest and paved the way for further explorations into the polar region. A scientific achievement, the discovery is said to be a potential game changer in the energy sector. During the expedition, the team also encountered indigenous communities that have remained untouched by modern civilization. As they were brought into contact with the outside world for the first time, the ATO now faces the delicate task of respecting their cultural integrity while enabling their integration into the global community. It's a fine balance to strike between advancing scientific exploration and ensuring the welfare of these unique communities. Yeah. The CTO sends Peace Armada to assist the XEC. In a spirited demonstration of international solidarity, the CSP has dispatched a peace armada to assist the Zinnian economic cooperation in combating piracy. The move has been warmly received by the XEC member nations, particularly Kanal, Zelenia, Narashima, and Fenakau, and further strengthens the cooperative ties between the CSP and the XEC. The peace armada, led by the flagship vessel Slavaria, comprises of a diverse fleet of destroyers, frigates, and support vessels. The mission is not only to deter piracy, but also to provide humanitarian aid and bolster maritime security in the region. With the action, the CSP reaffirms its commitment to upholding international maritime security and extends its support to allies and strategic partners during times of crisis. It also showcases the CSP's dedication to fostering a secure and stable environment for international trade and commerce. Oh, I see. Can I change what my flag looks like? Eventually, probably. May I ask why you put a link to your LinkedIn? I thought it'd be funny, Graham. I honestly thought it would just be like a funny joke. But honestly, I have it to probably just be there in case anybody wants to contact me about like actual sponsorship like opportunities or whatever. Not that I take them, just to have them. Gasm branch opening boosts local economy, and Arvery has provided a substantial boost to the local economy. The branch has brought new employment opportunities and promises a stable energy supply, enhancing the city's growth prospects and improving the quality of life for the residents. Narbel, Gasm branch growth boosts local economy in Narbel. Elevates the standard of living for the residents. We love a little Gasm investment. Gasm experiences boom, expands its workforce. Gasm and Lashaven is experiencing a period of significant growth, leading to a major expansion of its workforce. This boom in business has not only boosted the company's fortunes, but has also created numerous job opportunities for the local economy. Language will protest in Bergia. Two organizations declare support for the BFF. The Golcondist cult. Golconda's threat against Dasnurists, warn issue on residents of Bergia, urging them to remain vigilant against the threat of Golcondist extremists. We gotta crack down. Bloodish students dropped school in protest. Couldn't be me. Richter congratulates the vote results. Friends Richter, the PFJP, congratulated President Rain for the successful vote. In his speech, he showed support for the USP leadership and called the Supreme Court to vote in favor of the proposal. Now, a Rumberg whistleblower is here. The whistleblower from Rumberg Security Bureau has escaped the Swordland by crossing the border and turned himself to the authorities in a store. Agent Chelston Hailstone has promised to reveal extremely sensitive information about the development of a weapon program. We can give refuge to him and risk antagonizing Rumberg, or send him back. We will grant him asylum. War! War is on the horizon, lads. War is on the horizon. Do you think I would not take that opportunity for some mild trolling? Of course, Graham. Do I actually do anthropology? No. But should I? Who knows? Who is Charleston Hailstone and what does he know? That's the question of the day, as President Brain has agreed to grant refuge to his rogue national security agent from Rumberg. After escaping to Swordland, Hailstone promised to reveal sensitive government information in exchange for asylum. Whether Rain's decision will be worth the anger of possible retaliation from Rumberg's government remains to be seen. This is why we're building friendship with Vogsland and stuff. So we can get... We definitely want to ally the CSP. The whistleblower has been moved to a safe house in Antel. Oh, it's the day of dissension. You know what? Let's have dinner at the family house, and then we'll go to the bathroom. I arrived home from work, hung up my jacket, and put my briefcase in the hall. I awaited my usual welcome from Diana before realizing she was out on one of her art classes. Frank was still at school, and Monica... It had been a long time since she'd come to the door to greet me. From the living room, I heard a muffled sob. I entered to find Monica sitting on a sofa, a letter in her hands, and look of despair on her face. Darling, what's wrong? Monica pointedly moved a few inches away from me, then handed me the letter. It's from the Department of Education. Frank's university exam results are in. How did he do? See for yourself. I looked at the page below Frank's name and address. His score was written 435 out of 1,000. At the bottom of the letter, the word failed stamped in red. All those years of effort, all those private lessons, all down the drain. Anthropology. Human beings fascinate me, being just the way they are. Oh no. Maybe good for him to learn from his mistakes. Does he know the results yet? No, but he should be back from school soon. I just don't understand. Frank's a smart boy. Why would he sabotage himself like this? I heard a key turning at the front door. Frank stomped in and was about to go straight upstairs when he noticed us both in the living room. Mom? Dad? What's going on? Wait for Monica to start a conversation. Your exam results arrived today. Frank sat down and Monica handed him the letter. He started reading it. Oh shit. Oh shit. Son, we're not angry at you. I need a moment. He went to the kitchen sink and washed his face. A moment later, he came back. I never thought this would happen. I'm so sorry. Listen, buddy, it's not the end of the world. Pretty close, though, isn't it? Frank looked close to tears. Monica put her hand on his shoulder. It's gonna be okay, but you really should have studied harder, Frank. I know. What am I supposed to do now? You go to military school, of course. It's the only place that will have you. Well, there's always military school, but you're the president's son. You still have options. Yes! Monica surprised me with her enthusiasm. If Alfonso could get his dimwit son into King's Hill University, I'm sure Hallsword State would have room for a bright boy like Frank. I am a respected alumnus, it's true. Hallsword State would be amazing. A bunch of my friends are going there. I could still come home to do my laundry. But I failed the exam. This sucks. Are you sure about all this? It isn't technically illegal. You could also study abroad. United People's University in United Catania is free. It also has an excellent medical program. Communism? I can dig that. Not exactly how I was expecting to spend my student years, but anything's better than the military. This is the future of our boy, Anton. What should we do? Buddy, you're off to Russia. Get out there. Buddy, you're off to United Catania. Thanks, Dad. Hallsword State still would have been my first choice. Not only yours. But it's your call to make, after the way I messed up. Monica let out a long exhale. What a day! Who's hungry for dinner? Monica disappeared into the kitchen, Frank to his room. I went to my office and began making some phone calls. Buddy, it's communism for you. Do I hate a certain kind of insect? No, not particularly. I know a lot of people hate, like, mosquitoes, but... what can I say? I love a grinder, you know? I love a little insect who grinds it out, you know? Who steals your blood and gives you a little STD in the making, you know? Ashraf anniversary. Hero to some, enemy to others. Enough with the bloodish protests. All right, lads, I'm gonna take a quick break. I have to go to the bathroom. Be right back. You failed. Yeah, that's right, Quasar. You failed, buddy. It's time for a revolution. Get out there, have some fun. All right, be right back. Alright, lads. Lads. Are you ready? Are you ready for a social revolution? I don't think you are. I know I'm not. Fuck. Alright, let's take a look. What else do we have to do today? The ATO has something to say. Concern over drug trafficking in Central Maricopa. Couldn't be me. The ATO has issued a vehement condemnation of the drug trafficking activities in Central Maricopa. The illicit trade is said to span several regions, including Calrad, Erdmarg, Wayland, and is particularly concentrated in Agard. A growing concern for the international community, Agard, under the rule of narco lord Severos Rios, has earned an infamous reputation as a major hub of the narcotics trade. Rios, however, maintains that his intentions are to regulate and legitimize the drug trade rather than exploiting it illegally. Surprisingly, he has even expressed an interest in acquiring ATO observer status in an attempt to engage more openly with the international community and alleviate concerns. Nevertheless, the ATO's concerns revolve around not just the law and order aspect, but also the destabilizing socioeconomic impact of this activity. Drug trafficking has boosted the shadow economy, bred corruption, and fueled violence in these regions. The ATO insists on a robust international effort to counter these activities, despite the ambitious and somewhat controversial propositions from Rios. So Agard, Wayland, Erdmarg, and Calrad. There's like a drug trade through here. Couldn't be me, dude. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Whole Sword has a briefing on the diplomatic strategy in the White Room. That's going to be, I think, our foreign strategy. Really learn to put more effort into things? Same, Quasar, same. The ceremonial duty for the Day of Dissension. That's right. We are a religious state. So we want to lean into nearity. Morning haze surrounded the city of Daer as the sun dawned on the Day of Dissension, the holiest day of nearity religion. It celebrated the first message received from God by Saint Dast and his 30 disciples. As per tradition, the celebration was held inside the arch sanctuary of Dast nearity, closed to the public eye. This year, however, for the first time, it was going to be televised. Excuse me. That was Lucien's idea, as he saw it, granting the people a rare glimpse of the grand ceremony and showing them how seriously their president took this holy event would ease any tensions that lingered in the region. And so we arrived at the largest cathedral in Swordland. A huge crowd gathered around our convoy, and our car pulled up to the entrance. This will work out well, trust me, sir. Of course, that's only if the prayer is done completely correctly. Please don't forget the order. First, you will need to grasp the holy scepter with your left hand, touch the altar with your right, kneel before the archpriest, and wait for him to put the sword on your shoulder. Then touch the sword with the hand you touch the altar with, your right hand, hand the scepter over to the archpriest, and receive the sword before passing it on to a disciple. Pretty straightforward. Yeah, sure. Oh fuck, dude, I gotta remember all that. Do you happen to realize you forget something you planned on doing and suddenly your day is ruined, Graham? I mean, it's not ruined, but it does suck to just completely forget that I'm supposed to be doing something. Yeah, sure, very good. You'll have to go first. I will come inside later and we will meet up. Okay, so I gotta remember this. We're going to grasp the holy scepter with our left hand, touch the altar with our right, kneel to the archpriest, wait for him to put the sword on our shoulder, touch the sword with our left hand, No, touch the sword with our right hand, hand the scepter over to the archpriest, receive the sword, give the sword to the disciple. Fuck, dude. Exit the car. Hello, people of Nerity. I exited the car and was greeted by a chorus of cheers and cameras flashed. I waved to the people as I made my way to the grand gates. The Arch Sanctuary was a sight to see with its towering visage. It cast a shadow over a large portion of the city. I had to crane my neck to see the narrow spires at the top. Just standing next to it made me feel awe and dread in equal measure. As I reached the gates, I spotted my welcoming committee. The archpriest and his disciples were waiting for my arrival. At my approach, they all bowed their heads in respect. The archpriest gave me an infectious smile as he straightened back up. Tall and handsome, in his mid-50s, he was one of the youngest, most popular archpriests in history. Some of his more avid followers were likened him to Saint Dast. Mr. President, praise God. It is a blessing to see you on our most holy day again. Welcome, welcome. Bow your head before the archpriest. I bowed my head before the archpriest, which triggered a few murmurs of approval from the crowd. The crowd was still cheering loudly. The archpriest turned and raised both of his hands, and everyone immediately fell silent. Oh, great people of Swordland! Once again, we are gathered here to honor the Day of Dissension. I am indescribably happy to be sharing this moment with you, as well as every blood and sword, old and young, tuning into their television to watch this holy commemoration. Along with the leader of our great nation, I say, let the holy day begin. Stay far from evil, O sons and daughters, for evil hides itself under many disguises, disguises such as blasphemy, apostasy, and even alcohol. Be good with my children, praise God, praise Swordland. He smiled beneficially as the crowd burst into rapturous applause. After it subsided, he turned to me. Shall we move inside for your confession? My confession. Yes, just like last year. Every man must confess before the holy ceremony starts. Before we went in, the archpriest looked at the crowd and pointed at one man. He turned and followed his finger with his eyes. It was a man holding a picket sign that said, "Stop the Religious Disharmony Bill." As you can see, every man has his faults. So does every president. Let's continue with the ceremony, archpriest. Very well, Mr. President. He led me through the main hall, which had its stratospheric ceiling and a nearest icons lining the walls. We walked up a creaking spiral staircase to the top floor and finally arrived at the front of the confession chamber. Right this way. He gestured towards a chair in the dark room. The room smelled of old mahogany and scented candles. The archpriest proceeded to light each and every one of the candles, one for each virtue and vice. What do I feel about running a pawn shop? I will never run a small business, Graham. I will never, ever run a small business. It will not happen. Never, 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 ever. Ugh, never. I'll be right with you. He left the room. A minute later, I heard the sound of a sliding window right next to me. He spoke with a very soft voice. Anton Rain, speak. Speak and confess now before the one God, and may he repent your sins on the most holy day of dissension. I confess that I'm not sure what I'm doing for Swordland is enough. You do carry a heavy burden on your shoulders. What you have confessed is not a sin, but you may share your burden with me if you'd like. What you have confessed is, in fact, not a sin. I still don't know if I'm doing the right thing. Absolute certainty only belongs to God. All else feels uncertainty many times in their lives. This is especially true for men of power. Anything else you'd like to confess? I've been a bad husband. Family is the cornerstone of society. Under the watchful eyes of the God, men are required to protect their wives and family, but God created us as complex creatures. At times, conflicts rise among us. Tell me, what is your sin? I've been neglecting my family due to the stress of the position. Tragedy of neglect happens to all working men that feeds his family. Rejoice, God is kind in the matters of family. Anything else you'd like to confess? I was involved in shady dealings? Let me think. Yeah, let's confess our sins to the archpriest. We all sin at one point in our lives. Such is the human nature as deemed by God. We sometimes sin because of necessity, yet like all we must repent. Who was the sin committed with? That is between me and God. Very well, I shall not pry. Anything else you'd like to confess? That's all for today. Before God, I thank you for sharing. You are now forgiven by God, Anton Rain. May you never sin again. The sliding window closed and the archpriest entered the confession chamber. For the confession to end, you must extinguish the candles representing each one of your virtues and vice. With this, the once burning sins connected to you are now smoke and then nothing. Extinguish the candles. One by one, I extinguish the candles. Well done, Mr. President. Let's move on to my quarters before the ceremony. He led me through the 1,000-year-old corridors to his office. The smell of dust and old tomes was in the air, along with the scent of burning incense being prepared for the ceremony. Well then, please have a seat. The wooden chair next to him looked like it might turn to dust at a single touch. I sat down gingerly. It was surprisingly sturdy. What am I... the Kim Jong-woo run? I'm going to... What does that even mean? Are you ready for the ceremony? Absolutely. Very good to hear. He leaned back in his chair comfortably. I wanted to give you something, a gift to celebrate this special day. He pulled out a large rectangular box from his desk drawer. The box was lined with gold and expensive gemstones. A beautiful sight, isn't it? He opened the box and showed me what was inside. It was a dagger. The handle looked like it was made of pure gold, had a very large gem at the end. On the blade, the words were inscribed, Vector Sista, victory is close. On the other side, another set of words, King Egmont. This dagger belonged to King Egmont. It's the very important artifact of the Kingdom of Swordland era. It is now yours, Mr. President. Thank you. It is an honor. Think of the past and think of who we are. Traditions are what brought us to this point. Now then, it should be right about time. A couple of knocks were heard at the door and a young boy came in. He bowed before the archpriest, then me, before letting us know the ceremony was about to begin. We made our way downstairs where the ceremony was already in progress. The choir sang angelically as the archpriest took his position beside the altar. When they finished their hymn, an expectant silence fell over the room. It was time for my part. Yo, is Roblox later? Sorry, Louie Lee, we played Roblox yesterday. Today we have politics. I started my walk, bowed, and approached the altar. Grab the scepter with your right hand, touch the altar with your left. No, grab the scepter with your left hand, touch the altar with your right. Bow to the archpriest, kneel before the archpriest. The archpriest laid the sword on my shoulder. Grab the scepter with my left, touch the altar with my, touch the sword with my right hand. I think, please be right. Hand the scepter to the archpriest. I handed the scepter to the archpriest and waited for him to give me the sword. The archpriest handed me the sword, passed the sword to the disciple. I got up and proceeded to my designated spot next to Lucy, and he leaned over and whispered in my ear. Oh, thank God I did it. I did it right. Oh my God, dude. Worse, we're making communism. Sadly, we are forming a very sexist, religious communist state. My eyes met with the archpriest's and he very slightly nodded. The ceremony went on for another hour and a half. Finally, the noon bells chimed, marking the end of the cathedral service. We left the cathedral to greet the waiting crowd. As I stepped outside, I heard everyone cheering and chanting my name. Lucian's gambit seemed to have been a success. We waited proudly for a minute or two. See, sir? I told you it would work. We entered our cars and drove back to our suites in Dare. Look at us. Oh, I got the dagger. I've obtained the dagger. Let's see. President attends the Day of Dissension. Ah, Derda. Dardian blessings for Sordish dissension ritual. Supreme Wiseman Jorg Osmal has expressed his deep appreciation for President Anton Rain's successful conduct of the Day of Dissension rituals. He congratulated the president on his performance and sent blessings on behalf of the nearest Republic of Dirdia. Osmal's congratulatory message highlighted the potential for religious diplomacy in fostering strong relations between our country. However, he expressed hope that this religious goodwill can be translated into improved political and social conditions for all nearest, but specifically Galcondists. No. Sorry. We're gonna be a little, supremacist here. What do I think about large crowds, Graham? I can handle a large crowd. I'm not very good at public speaking, though, if that's what you're asking me. Not even in the slightest. It would be funny if the nation supported LGBTQ despite the other things. Me when I'm sexist? But we'll let the gays in. Alright, it's time for a diplomacy strategy. The doors to the White Room, like everything else in the Maroon Palace's main nerve center, were painted white. I took a deep breath before pushing them open. Time for yet another meeting, at least this time it was with people who liked me. The attendees rose up from their seats. Mr. President. Yosef nodded, he and Lucian sat down, and David remained standing. Now that you're here, let's talk about our diplomatic strategy. David closed his throat. Mr. President, if I may, I would like to provide you with a short overview of where we are right now. Nod and gesture for David to begin. Although we did not make a trade deal with Agnolia, we succeeded in making one with Wayland, which means we have increased our presence in the region. These dealings were an important piece of leverage and a significant first step in the global arena. We must now look towards the future. It's time to take the next steps. Precisely. David sat down, pulled out a few papers, and started going through them as he kept talking. Is the game almost over, Quasar? I'm not sure if the game's almost over, to be honest with you. I'm not sure how many chapters there are. I will tell you, Quasar, that we could die. We could die at any moment. At any moment, there could be a drive-by shooting. If we slip up even a little, one of the oligarchs could send out a thug to shoot us in the brain. Currently we're being racist towards the bloodish resistance, so they could also shoot me in the brain. The military might have too much funding, and I might have pissed off the military, so they might shoot me in the brain. The fascists at any moment could shoot me in the brain. The Arcasians could send a PMC to shoot me in the brain. The monarchists could show up and shoot all of my citizens in the brain. We might die. We could die right now. Who knows? We'll be on the fence though. If we die early in this run, then I'll probably move over to Rizia. But it's tough. It's tough going. The game is difficult. It's very easy to die. I can imagine you taking a long break while looking over my speech paper. Yeah, Graham. Average Putin thoughts? Yeah. It's definitely a game of political intrigue. We have to be very careful with what we do. The fun part, though, is that you get to be ideologically ardent, and I think the biggest trick to this is you have to remember that centrism, especially when you're president, centrism and unity, keeping the nation well put together and unity and stuff like that, is a trap. You do not want to get trapped in trying to keep the country held together. It's okay to lose a little bit. It's okay to have Rumberg take over a bit of your state. It's okay to have USP boats parked in Conriat. It's okay to piss people off. You just have to remember that you have to have guns as well, you know? Because if you lean towards centrism, nothing gets done and you die. So, more than anything, the game's central point is that you have to be confident enough to be a decision maker. You have to be confident in your decisions, you know, and you have to sort of stick with them to see them through and stuff like that. And that can be hard to do in the face of an unstable economy, a government budget deficit, a, you know, constitutional reform, nuclear threats on your, like, neighboring borders. You have an immigration problem. You know, you've got all these problems, like, compounding. It's easy to get overwhelmed and just send control over to, like, the centrists. You don't want to do that. You want to pick a side and you want to see it through. Wayland and Agnolia were practice runs. We must begin improving our relationship with greater nations. But it's also an easy way to get shot. It's very easy to get shot. We need to elevate our international standing, especially with the threat of Rumberg looming. Yosef cleared his throat. Mr. President, you know me. I don't trust the helping hands other countries offer us for good reason, but I also know when those helping hands are necessary, and right now, we need all the help we can get. I've said this over and over, but I will repeat it until you get it through your skull. Rumberg will come sooner or later. With the current state of our military, if a Rumberg invasion happens, Swordland will cease to exist. We need allies. We ought to heed General Lensea's advice, Mr. President. I trust your assessment, Yosef. Thank you, Mr. President. A military perspective is important, but these deals are more than just about gaining allies. We also need to consider the benefits of our economy which such deals will provide. We may be close to ending this recession, yes, but why not go a step further? Agreed. David took a seat and brought out 2 stacks of documents. At the start of our term, I had a comprehensive trade deal plan laid out. Following the visits to Wayland and Agnolia, we were to pursue potential trade deals with 2 greater nations. Volgsland is one of them. If we can manage to get them on the table, there is much more potential here than in Wayland or Agnolia. Because they are one of the most important countries in CSP, a deal with Volgsland is a ticket to bring Swordland closer to the United Cantanian sphere. Which is what we want, because we're going socialist. Did your nation get into a war yet? Not yet, Quasar. It is coming, though. I believe Rumberg will, at some point, advance into our country, and we have to be prepared for it. And I think if you play Rizia, you actually get to do, like, a tabletop board game with it. Swordland is a little older than the Rizia DLC, so I think you just get to do decisions. I haven't been that far in the game yet, because every time I get that far, I get shot in the brain. We'll see how far we get in this run, though. Your country can freely trade with other countries, at least? Exactly, Graham. Dealing with countries in CSP is dangerous. We should do whatever we can to get them on our side. I agree. Volgsland is certainly powerful enough to deter Rumberg. Moving on to Lesbia. Our southern neighbor is rather sore over our decision to accept financial aid from the UC, allowing its ships to dock at our naval base in return. Granting those docking rights essentially gave UC a foothold in eastern Mercopa. It's no wonder the ATO felt threatened by this move. In any case, a deal won't be happening with Lesbia, that's for sure. Good, we will never make a deal with a country in the ATO. As you wish. That is it for our overview. As to the actual contents of the trade deal, the investment we have done in the Lauren region has yielded positive results. Lucian pulled out his small notebook and quickly flipped through the pages until he landed on the right one. Looking at my stats here, the investment helped increase the coal output in the region. We now have a surplus, which makes an excellent resource for trade. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We need to know your decision before we can proceed. What should we do? Before you say anything, remember what I said. We need allies, not just a trade deal. If Rumberg's attacked, we will fall. Begin negotiations with Vogsland. Excellent news. I will begin at once. That's all I had for today. Thank you for coming. Thank you, gentlemen. Yosef saluted as we left the White Room. Now, we have to be careful with Yosef because he is an anti-communist. If we declare communism in our state too soon, I think he's probably going to shoot us in the brain. And we don't want him to shoot us in the brain because we don't want to get shot in the brain. It looks like our economy has stabilized. Me when I nationalized the biggest steel corporation in the Union. It's time for an economic powerhouse. Alright, let's check out the news. Isolated polio cases seen in Bergia. Polio cases explode in Bergia. Rain to visit Vogsland for a trade deal. Indeed. Unemployment greatly reduced in Mornia. Nice. The port is still being developed. It looks like it's dinner with Justice Isabel. Port of Leshaven gains new importance. The L1 high-speed rail between Holsword and Leshaven. The port of Leshaven has been experiencing higher traffic than ever. An increasing number of businesses are now choosing to ship their goods by boat as a result of more efficient transit process. Wayland trade report. The trade deal struck with Wayland continues to bear fruit as Bergia sees an upward trend in agricultural exports. Manufacturing industries are also celebrating the decreased production costs that have resulted in the uptick in the importance of Weshik oil in the aftermath of Operation Bear Trap. Medical staff salaries has been increased in Narbel. That's rural incentive. We love to see it. It's time to move on. We're about to have a little bit of a dinner with our justice. Nia Morgna had arranged a dinner meeting with Justice Isabel Edmonds ahead of the dinner. Nia and I met to have a talk. We settled at a table on the second floor of Le Papillon, a world-class lesbian restaurant in downtown Holsword. The whole floor was reserved for us, and the music coming from downstairs was enough to guard our voices from potential eavesdroppers. I still can't believe Saul came to the vote. I'm sure he has also pressured the justices of the court right after that win. I can't speak any sense into them. What's the atmosphere like in the courts? Most justices don't really talk when I'm around. They don't trust me as I'm an outsider member of the court. I only know about the 2 justices I mentioned earlier who are with me, so we have 3 votes there. We still need 3 more votes. Isabel can potentially bring 2 of the 3 votes. That's why she's our ticket. The old guards are fanatically opposing your proposal, so I doubt there's any possibility there, but we might still need their help if Isabel can't bring exactly the 3 votes we need. Can we rely on Isabel to bring all 3 centrist votes? We can't know for sure, of course, but the centrist trio always stick together and Isabel is their mouthpiece. She's the only one willing to talk, so we have to take our chances with her. What about Justice Edmonds? Do you think we can sway her? Yes, I think she's our best bet. We have a meeting with her now, after all. There was this deal that forced my country to only sell most of the products to America was finally broken. That's about it. That's good. That's good, Graham. That's good. I'm, you know, more than anything, I don't know what to call it, but I guess over the past, like, decade, with all, like, the socialists coming back into power in Latin America, I'm glad to see that there is, like, a break over the, like, Monroe Doctrine from, like, America over Latin America. I know Elon Musk had, like, huge interests in Bolivia with all the lithium mines there, so I hope there's some pushback from them. You know? And in Chile, I hope that I hope, you know, I think there's definitely some what's it called? Some nostalgia for maybe a more socialist way of doing things. How's my day, by the way? Pretty good, not too bad. I bought a Powerball ticket. I hope I win. Graham, if I win the Powerball, how much money do you want? She's not openly protesting against the old guards, but she has told me about her concerns over them. She's certainly open to dialogue, but also skeptical. She seemed to be scared of the potential purge against the courts. Sounds like gambling? Graham, if you live in America, all it is gambling. Just living in America by itself is gambling. All the immigrants who move to America so they can send money back home, that's gambling. It's bad. It's really bad. You could keep it. Aw, Graham. Just think, you could be investing into your local economy. Interesting. We should play into that. Scared of potential purge? Just don't take her lightly. Isabel's feeling the pressure after the vote, but she's not a weak woman. What's Orso been doing? He's doing his best to organize the court against your proposal. Their weakest link is Heron, but the rest are unbreakable. We need to talk to Heron, then. Yes, we might need him for the last vote. You should call Lucien. He's been trying to deal with him. Let's talk about our next steps. Well, the next step is speaking to Isabel and making sure she votes for the proposal, but also, the waiter approached us and bowed in respect. What did you decide on an entree, sir? We have a guest coming. We'll wait for her to order. Of course, sir. I'll be around. He went downstairs again. Nia took a sip from her glass of water and looked at me. Do you think we'll succeed? I'd like to hope so, yes. We might need to get both Isabel and Heron to work with us. I don't want to rely on Isabel to bring exactly 3 votes. It's risky. Let's not overthink this, though, Mr. President. We have to focus on the meeting with Isabel now. But anyway, she took another sip from her glass. So how about you? How you been holding up? I'm fine, Mr. President. Thanks for asking. I'm just focused on our proposal. If it passes the Supreme Court, this will be a historical moment for Swordland. I just don't want to see another failure trying to change this constitution anymore. I know, I gotta tell you guys, it's so embarrassing not being able to pass constitutional reform. It fucking kills me, dude. And, like, every time I don't think I've passed constitutional reform once. It blows up my skull to just be like, the embarrassment is just too much. Hello, Roblox honey love. How's it poppin'? We have to make sure we succeed. I've done my best so far, Mr. President. It's up to you now to persuade Isabel. I'm slightly scared that Isabel's help might not be enough, that we might need Heron's help one way or another. Well, what do we do with Isabel? Let's try not to agitate her when she comes. We won the vote, so she's already has pressure on her. But if she feels cornered, we might lose her, so it's important not to put too much pressure on her. We don't want to scare her off. That's for the best. Suddenly, I noticed Justice Isabel Edmonds coming upstairs. She was wearing a plain dark gray dress that hid most of her features. Oh, good to see you, Miss Edmonds. Nia got up from her chair to shake Isabel's hand. Stand up for a handshake. Mr. President, good to see you. Look who it is. Ever just eat bread with nothing, Graham? As my wallet shrinks, I'm gonna have to start. Good to see you, Justice Edmonds. She took a seat across the table. How was your day, Miss Edmonds? I would normally say good, but this time I'll take the liberty to say that it was insanely exhausting. Heavy court matters again, not that I'm complaining. Suddenly, the waiter approached us. Are you ready to give the order, sir? Madam. I'll have the sautéed parlays, please, as you wish. I'll have the same. Perfect, sir. I'll have the salad, thank you. He quickly took a couple of notes on his tiny notebook. I'll be back shortly. He went downstairs, leaving us alone on the upper floor again. How's the situation in the Supreme Court? How's the situation in the Supreme Court? Let's just say, busy. She moved herself on a chair to be more comfortable. First of all, congratulations with the vote in the Grand National Assembly. But now you face the Supreme Court, and it pains me to say that your proposal has a very low chance of getting through it. We don't want that. That's why we have you here. We don't want that. I know. I'm perfectly aware that you need us, so the current situation is clear. You need our wing to vote for you, otherwise all of your hard work will be in vain. I'm sure we can make a deal. I'm not here to make a deal, Mr. President. I'm here to talk. I hope you're not thinking about bribing a Supreme Court justice. Bribe? Who do you think we are, Miss Edmonds? At that very moment, the waiter came back from downstairs, carrying plates of food. After seeing that we were in the midst of a discussion, he averted his eyes as he approached us. He quickly started serving the food and refilling our glasses. He placed the plate of sauté parlays and next to it the lesbian-style zapla, which was served in a small clay bowl. I was very hungry. Bon appetit! Thank you, it looks delicious. The waiter bowed to us and quickly went downstairs. We wished each other a good meal as Isabel and Nia slowly started to eat. So, Miss Edmonds, are you still thinking about the same about the old guard? Of course, nothing has changed. That's good, we still have that in common. That doesn't mean I will accept any proposal the old guard oppose. Yet, we must do something. You also know that we need this change in our institutions. Isabel took a sip from her water and turned to me. Tell me, Mr. President, what are your real intentions? I only want a strong Swordland. I only want a strong Swordland. I don't see how this proposal helps with that, but let's say this proposal goes through. What would be your next move? to ensure the new processes are respected and executed in transparency. To further the reforms, focus on our internal and external threats. That's relieving to hear. I thought you forgot about all the other issues. Isabel took another sip from her water and looked at me without saying anything. What do you think about... What do you want in return for the censure? Miss Edmonds, how about we get to the point? Miss Edmonds, please help us achieve this victory. We have to be together in this. What do you want in return for the centrist vote? Oh, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Isabel here is like a... I can't read Isabel at all. I don't know how to talk. How do you talk to a conservative woman? Chill stream with politics? Easy to watch. How do you talk to a conservative woman? I don't get it. Please help us achieve this victory. We have to be together in this. Perhaps that is the way we must take. Can you explain to me one thing? How come you think that the Supreme Court's right to vote on constitutional amendments is a major problem with such priority? I thought we were... I'm asking the President, Miss Morgda. The court has been stopping every constitutional change, Miss Edmonds. The judiciary should not have the legislative powers, Miss Edmonds. The point was a red line for Mr. Richter. We had to include it. The court has been stopping every constitutional change, Miss Edmonds. The judiciary should not have legislative powers, Miss Edmonds. Oh, I don't know. So, that's your problem. I see. I don't know what to say, Mr. President. These changes are one thing, but there's also your political view. I don't want to hand victory to a millenniavist. I don't agree with that. I'm no millenniavist. I don't agree with that. I'm no millenniavist. So you're no fan of Millenniev? Who cares if you're into Chancellor Hegel's and Voxlandian socialism or Sordish socialism of Bernard Circus? It's all Carlos Marcia's socioeconomics in the end. You are playing with fire, Mr. President. Nia suddenly cut in. If we were to come back to the point of unifying against the old guard, you can give her the look. You can give her the... Graham, you can give her the look. I think we're gonna have to. Of course we should give her the look. I want the old guard gone as much as you, but I am torn about this proposal. Please, Miss Edmonds, we need your help. Mr. President, I'm also wondering, if you were in Saul's position, how would you have structured the Supreme Court? What do you even believe is its role? Purely an advisory body for the legislation of high criminal court, it must have the power of judicial review and to strike down laws that are against the Constitution. Court protects the Constitution. I would have done the same with my proposal today. It must have the power of judicial review and to strike down laws that are against the Constitution. So, what do you think about the judicial review? It plays an essential role in ensuring that each branch of government recognizes the limits of its own power. Precisely! I'm glad that we agree on that. Isabel went on to finish the remaining of her salad. So, Miss Edmonds, what are you thinking? I want to help you, Miss Morgna, but... She took a sip from her glass. You have to decide then. Let's see. Oh, I don't know what to say. I'm so scared. She's so powerful. It's so hot. What the fuck? Oh, dude, I've never... I hate it. I hate it. No. It may be overrated, but it's a good idea to use. Oh, the look. I gotta stay silent. I waited for her to continue. I think I can get behind this proposal. Yes, girl. Oh, thank you, Miss Edmonds. Thank you, thank you. I think I can get your vote. I think you can get the votes you need. I'll do my best to convince my group, but I can only speak for myself. Thank you. That's great to hear that you will support us. Thank you. I see that we're all finished up with our meals too. I think it's time to conclude this meeting. Ah, dude. No, you guys, you don't get it. I'm not the one giving her the look. She's the one giving me the fucking look, dude. I'm scared. I'm so scared. Thank you for coming, Miss Edmonds. Really, she stood up and shook my hand. Thank you for the meeting, Miss Edmonds. Likewise. God, dude, that was more intense. This one conversation was more intense than the entire constitutional reform process. Even, like, sitting in the assembly was not nearly as intense as talking to this woman. Isabel took her coat and walked downstairs. Nia and I looked at each other. That's good news. That's great news. We still need to reach out to more people. She won't be enough. You should maybe talk to Lucien about other options. We may try to reach out to Heron if you want. After a few minutes of thoughtful silence, we also got up from our seats and left the restaurant. It was a good start, but I was still uncertain if Isabel would be enough. I got in the presidential cadilla, and Sergei started driving me home. Fuck. I couldn't believe that worked. Dude, I'm astounded. She was needling into me with those questions. She was like, all right, Mr. President, okay, well, tell me. What honestly do you think is the point of being a judicial, like, congresswoman? You know, answer my question with that, Mr. President. Nia, Mr. Morgana, I'm not talking to you. Mr. President, what do you think? And I'm like, please don't kill me. I'm just a boy. Why are women so hot, man? I can't take it anymore. Alright, let's talk to Justice Heron. I don't care what this guy has to say, but I'll try to get him to vote for us. This guy probably is going to be convinced by, like, some capital, so I'm not, whatever. Have I played Slay the Princess? Not yet, Graham. I want to, though. Every time I go onto Steam and I type in the tags choices matter, story-rich narrative, multiple endings, Slay the Princess is always at the top. I definitely do want to give it a try one of these days, though. Dude, I'm so hot. I'm so hot, dude. Oh, fuck, dude, she killed me. She fucking beat my ass. Oh, God. Yeah, we can offer him a bribe. We have to send Lucien, I think. The vote for the Supreme Court draws near, and we need to sway Justice Heron Garaki to maximize our chances of winning the vote for the new constitution. After the initial rejection, we could bribe him, send Lucien or Nia to convince him to enter the negotiation table, or outright ignore the justices. We're gonna send Lucien. I think he can get us an extra vote. Oh, fuck. Lucien's report about the justice. Lucien Gallade reported that he had half an hour-long meeting with Justice Garaki, but failed to convince him to meet with the president. He also said that he did his best to persuade him to support the proposal, but didn't get a proper answer. He expressed his deep apology for not bringing anything meaningful for his... Yeah, fuck that. No, dude. No. I'm so not ready for this. Please! Please, dude, I should have bribed him. I should have bribed him. Oh, that's the reference? That's very funny. Hello, Marty. Hello. Announcement of the Supreme Court's decision on the constitutional reform. Back at the office, I was eagerly awaiting the decision of the Supreme Court regarding our change to the Constitution. I stood from my chair and looked out the window. Peter and Pascal were with me too. Peter was slouching on the couch on the right side of the office and staring at the ceiling. Pascal sat across from me. He was also eagerly awaiting the results. It's interesting to think how our brain thinks fiction is real. It kills me, Graham. That's the best part. The whole process had been tough on all of us, but now there was nothing left to do but wait for the justices to cast their vote. What do you think, Anton? Are we gonna make history today? I hope so. So, you trust Isabel to bring the votes? I don't know, we have to hope for the best. Peter stared at the ceiling again. My real worry is Heron. I think we need his vote. But anyway, we'll learn about the votes soon. The session is already underway. By the way, what time is it? I looked at the tall case clock in the room. It was already 20 past 11. The court's voting session was scheduled to end in 10 minutes. Do not reply. Anton? Peter looked at the clock. Yeah, we have about 10 minutes. But anyway, he rose from his slouch and stretched. I don't know if you noticed, but Casaro has been getting popular in the assembly recently. Our party's been supporting him a lot of bills, some of which have already reached you. What do you make of this? I think he's a very dangerous man, Anton. We can't let him divide our party. I agree. We have to watch him closely. Yeah. Them fascists. Demo man intensifies. Black or back. You have good taste. For real. His party only holds 40 seats. Anton, yet he manages to pass bills. That man is trouble. 40 seats is tough, but... wait, his party holds 40 seats? That means I got at most half of his party to vote for us. Dude, that's hilarious to be like a fascist and just be like, oh yeah, I'm convinced by his arguments. And yeah, I referenced Requiem for a Pizza. Hey, Derek! Welcome to the YouTube chat. Maybe we shouldn't allow our party to be so generous with what they support. Suddenly, Livia entered the room, and her hands was a large object wrapped in straw paper. Good day to you, Mr. President. Mr. Benewall, am I interrupting you? No, please come in. What's the problem? The Chief Justice has sent you this. She showed me the wrapped object. What is it? I don't know. A painting, maybe? I'll just bring it to you. She walked up to the table and gave it to me. I immediately started to remove the wrapping and revealed a framed photograph. It was an old black and white photograph of Tarkeen Saul posing on a destroyed tank in Whole Sword Square. The building behind him had thousands of bullet holes on it and clearly readable slogan, "Victory is close," written on the wall. The date, 14th of March, 1929, was written in the corner with a black marker. I turned to Livia. Thank you, Livia. You may go now. Livia turned to leave. Hi, Livia. Noticing Peter on the couch, Livia reddened slightly. She gave a small wave and Peter returned. That's so gross. That's a classic SFM. Mr. Vice President, I'll be leaving now. As soon as she left the room, Peter came up to me next and looked at the photograph. Nice present. What do you think? What is it? Victory will be close, huh? Orso's getting ahead of himself. Suddenly, Lucian rushed into the room. Mr. President, the vote has concluded. We immediately gathered around him. Congratulations to the Constitution for finally 7 justices voting for the reform. Get fucked, Orso. Eat shit, you old bastard. Oh, constitutional reform is here, and I'm gonna squeeze that old man of all his fucking juices. Oh, we're gonna wring him out. We did it, lads. That's the Constitution has been forced forward. We have limited our own power as president to do anything in the game. Congrats, everybody. This is a historic moment, Anton. We have changed Saul's Constitution of 29. I am without words. Yeah, damn, 7. We got 1 more than we needed. We are writing. This is just the beginning, lads. Hell yes. Peter approached to give me a hug. Hug him? Hell yeah. You did well, Anton. Congratulations, sir. Today is a big day. You must also start preparing a speech to announce the changes, sir. I'll go ahead and reach out to the cabinet. We can celebrate this together over the meeting. We got the achievement for it! I finally passed constitutional reform, brother! I fucking did it! Dude, no! Finally, God, dude. Oh, what a pain in the ass. Convincing all those damn motherfuckers to vote for this bill is such a pain. Oh, I hate constitutional reform. It's still my first term, man. I'm so not ready for war. I'm gonna die. All of us immediately got to work to plan our next steps after the Supreme Court victory. Look at that. Oh, dude. New Constitution. After the Grand National Assembly's approval of the proposed changes to the Constitution, the Supreme Court also voted in favor of the new Constitution on Friday, making the changes official. I'm a fascist now? No, Quasar. We've actually limited our power. The new Constitution replaces several of the major sections that were seen as unchangeable, and which many sources saw as owing its origins to the military rule of Colonel Saul back from 29. One of the key changes was taking the Supreme Court's vote on constitutional changes, allowing the Grand National Assembly of Swordland to make changes to the Constitution without the court's approval. This is a triumph for all Sordish citizens who love democracy and want to change, said Richter. Although some observers expressed disappointment that the new changes do not reflect the will of the people, many USP supporters reacted with jubilation in the public spaces across Swordland on Friday. We love to see it, don't we, folks? That's a Constitution amendment required assembly. It's time for a cabinet meeting to tell them the results of the vote. Lucian stood upright, holding a large folder of files under his arm. He bowed in acknowledgement. He looked exhausted. The cabinet has gathered in the White Room, sir. The vice president will be opening the session soon. We can go in whenever you're ready. Anything you want to say before we go in? I only want to congratulate you again, sir. You wrote history. I couldn't have done it without you. He slightly bowed his head. He gestured to the door. I think we should go, sir. Vice President Vector must have started the session already. Lucian held the door for me, and we both left the office for the White Room. When we entered the room, Peter was speaking to the cabinet members who were already seated around the table. As soon as they noticed me, they all stood up. Good day, everybody. Please have a seat. Peter turned towards me. Everybody except him took their seats. He stood right next to my chair in the middle. And here's our president. He held out my chair for me to sit down and smiled. Please. I sat down. What's on our agenda? We'll be discussing our current status and playing the remainder of our term. Peter walked to his seat but didn't sit down. He took a look at the ministers. Now that Mr. President is here, we can begin the meeting. I know that some of you have had your concerns about our style of governance so far. There'll be time to speak up about these meetings today. But I must also thank you for your hard work so far. We are very lucky to have a team like this. All of you have been invaluable to this administration. Lilius grimaced at his remarks. Having said that, now we have reached a critical point of our term. We are nearing the end. We have successfully made changes to the Sordish Constitution. That is a historic accomplishment. Without this team, it couldn't have been possible. Economy is also stable, dude. But is my economy economized? We'll see. We'll see in the next term, I think. The new Constitution has brought us one step closer to the Sordish dream. We should be proud for having strengthened our democracy. Our success with these changes has brought us with great support. Our party, which was divided at the beginning of our term, is finally coming together once more. So let's start the meeting with a brief look at some of the reports. He fumbled with the stack of papers in front of him. According to the latest polls, people seem to be content with our administration. The public opinion has not changed much. He took out a piece of paper from the stack and inspected it. The biggest concern of the people is the state of our economy. We are slowly slipping into a depression. It's only a matter of time until the people will be hit further. This will have a dire consequence on our administration. This is time to give the best we can for this administration and for Swordland. Peter turned to me. I'll give the word for the president now. He sat down. Thank you, Peter. Everyone's eyes were focused on me. I want to hear brief reports from each ministry. Peter gestured at Simone and he immediately stood up. Mr. President, dear colleagues, Mr. Vice President was pretty on point with his summary of the current economic status. He also used the word depression. He couldn't have been more correct. Our GDP has shrank by 15% last year. This downward trend has broken our economy over the last years. If we cannot contain this in time, we will end our term, in the truest of the sense of the word, in a depression. However, this has not yet reflected well with our debt situation. Our total national debt has increased about 85 billion SR this year. If we maintain such a deficit over next years, we will face a massive debt crisis which could crash the economy. The Assembly is working on introducing new tax bills which will generate more revenue for the government. This efforts will depend on the government deficit situation. Now, I know everybody is a little concerned about being a deficit hog. Everybody's like, oh, but what about the budget? I gotta tell you guys, if we're gonna run a modern state, we're gonna have to have a budget deficit. So we're gonna try and keep the budget a little closer to a stable size, but I think anywhere between 0 and -10 is probably where we want to be. Going over -10 is okay, but we don't want to hit like depression status, you know. But every modern state in the world has a running deficit because that's just what the Keynesian deficit spending model looks like for a modern state. On the other hand, unemployment has seen no positive changes. There's been an increase in joblessness. It is now at 22%. We need immediate measures to tackle this. Hundreds and thousands lost their jobs. He paused for a moment. Oop, that's me. This is terrible. Is there more to it? Well, one major concern is our nationalization decision. Our expenses have increased. It did not send a very positive signal to the global and local market. I believe this will have negative effects on our growth, and unfortunately, the benefits from our first infrastructure project don't look set to offset the loss. But apart from that, I'll finish with an update on our latest project. The manager reported that everything is going well and very fast with the Morta port. I'll keep it brief for the sake of the whole meeting and end my report on that note. Thank you, Mr. Hall. Gus stood up as Simone sat down. I will also keep it very brief, Mr. President. Ever felt demoralized? I mean, when my economy minister's like, we're going into depression, but my economy reads stable, I don't know what to believe. We're gonna fire his ass and get the next guy in. I need a yes man. The L1 railway has already proven to be a success. We managed to bring food prices down to Greater Holsord and Gelsland region. Our agricultural output has increased and we are already seeing investments coming into rural areas. The trade deal with Wayland increased our agricultural exports from the Bergia region. We're slowly but surely reigniting our agricultural production. Our ministry is aiding the farmers with government subsidies. We're sure this will have a positive reflection on our economy in the near future. That'll be all. Thank you, Mr. Manger. Well, at least our agricultural sector is, at least people are going to be fed, you know? Next up was Pascal. Mr. President, there are currently no major problems within the Ministry of Health. We're currently investigating some reports of a small polio outbreak around a village called Haymere. I believe we can get into more details on our policy meeting soon. Thank you, Mr. Benoit. Yosef stepped up. The Ministry of Defense has a very important report regarding our situation in Rumburg. The investigations show that Rumburg was in fact weaponizing rebels against our state. We've learned that they have been aiding the bloodish rebels in Wayland, too. Our military must stand ready for any possible attack coming from Rumburg. We've gathered intelligence regarding their military research and production. They are building a massive army. Our military forces don't have the budget to prepare against such a force. We cannot let them threaten us like this. Make the necessary arrangements, Mr. Lancet will have to use whatever we have to its limits. Of course, sir. David stood up. Mr. President, Halem has agreed to begin negotiations. We will be moving on with that very soon. Cooperation between Wayland and Swordland has increased to a new level. However, we are seeing its negative impact with Lesbia. The region is very unstable. With the incidents at Rumburg, Wayland, and Helleland, we must be very cautious. We could talk more in detail at our foreign policy meeting. Thank you, Mr. Wishi. Chiara was next. Our ministry is working day and night to improve our education system and increase its accessibility. We've accomplished a lot with our new curriculum. Our reforms will be greatly improving our output as a society. Lilia stood up. Mr. President, there's an important report from our intelligence officers. We've disrupted the radio signals of several active Bloodish Freedom Front militants in Bergia. There seems to be some sort of preparation going on. We might need to implement some new measures soon. We will provide you with more detailed reports later at date. Unfortunately, Governor Braun is continuing his discriminatory policies against the Bloods in the special zone. I'm afraid if this continues, we will have a major problem in our hands. The reports of the BFF organizing its forces is very concerning. Luckily, I've spent some good news about the abolishment of the Bergia special zone. Apart from a few small details, the project is ready to be implemented. We can get rid of the governor soon. I'll send the final documents for you to sign soon, Mr. President. Thank you, Elias. There is one more important thing to ask of you. I would like to transfer the gendarme under the Ministry of Interior to improve the internal security efforts. I don't see Yosef. The Gendarme of the Republic of Sordish is an armed law enforcement organization that maintains security. I haven't heard of this before. I'm still working on the proposal and have legal backing for it. I was going to mention it later. The Ministry of Defense shouldn't be meddling with the internal security affairs through the Gendarme. We have several incidents where they are too violent to quickly, and it stems from military officers getting reckless orders at times. Damn. Well, if the security situations get more problematic, then it might be necessary. It will eventually cause a problem between our forces. There are already miscommunications going on. Will you transfer the Gendarme to the interior in the future? I'll support you with the Gendarme authority transfer. Now it's your turn. Excellent. Lovely smiled faintly. Nia stood up. The Supreme Court has delayed the Ishval Erzin case again indefinitely. Mr. Hawker and his cronies are adamant about protecting Governor Braun in the special zone. In this process, Miss Erzin gained a lot of popularity and is now leading a peaceful protest movement against Governor Braun. I'm afraid if this keeps going for longer, there will be chaos in Bergia. All noted. Thank you, Miss Morgna. Nia took her seat. I don't care. I'll make an important announcement. No, we're not deciding an alliance with the PFJP. Next, I want to talk about our new focus and some of my plans going forward. Time to focus on changing our party as a whole. I will add a new vision in our manifesto. We must focus on raising our public opinion and start campaigning for the next election already. Economy will be our #1 priority until the end of our term. We will aim to boost it further. Simone nodded in agreement. An economic powerhouse. We can't get elected if we don't improve the economy. Swordland needs to become an economic powerhouse. Almost everybody seemed to be in agreement with me. There's no comments. Let's move on with the meeting. I believe that is everything. One by one, my ministers packed up and left the White Room. Gus, however, stayed behind. Mr. President, just a quick word regarding the investment I arranged for you. Your Vinroyd and Erlery has begun producing some wine. I've also arranged for several tasting sessions in order to sample the product and give ideas on how to improve the quality. Look at us. We're a bunch of wine tasters. Gonna need to get some things done to me as I can't do anything. Gotcha, Quasar. How do I feel starting the war? Not good, Graham. I'm not sure how our military is gonna do, and we need closer ties to Vogsland so they can give us military support. I hope to do that before Rumburg makes a move, you know? The Vineyard may even challenge its regional rivals, but it would need some further attention to rank among Swordland's best. That's great news, Gus. What did I tell you, Mr. President? Take a little risk and it'll pay off in the end. It's a pleasure doing business with you, and Ewald sends his greetings. I left the White Room and headed to my office. The last 2.5 years had gone by so fast. Goodbye, Quasar. Have a good night, man. Hello, Samsum. What's up? What's up? Welcome, welcome. Let's take a look at our ministers proposed by the Assembly. Right. Our ministers are now going to be proposed by the Assembly. Presidential vetoes can be overruled. Presidential vetoes can now be overruled. Gang violence claims more lives. A police chief of Astord reported that the local police forces are overburdened in their fight against the Coronelli crime syndicate. According to the report, over the last month, 3 policemen, 6 civilians, and 11 mob members have been killed by the ongoing gang war between the Skinner cartel and the Coronelli. Erzin protests. Thousands of bloodish people have gathered in the protest and called for the special zone to be abolished. Governor reported that certain groups within the protesting crowd vandalized shops and public property, and the regional police force intervened. According to the report of the police, the group dispersed, but hundreds were wounded. The police are also said to have found 11 illegal Rumburgian-made pistols in the crowd. And that's why we have to be harsh more than anything. How's the whistleblower? Agent Hailstone has revealed intelligence about a secret nuclear weapons program developed in Rumburg. Our intelligence has verified the details related almost about a heavy water facility in the north of the kingdom and a ballistic missile test site. The agent will be providing security under the protection program and will be given resources to transfer further intelligence to our units. It's time to address the nation on our constitutional reform. Well, my fellow citizens. Lucy and I walked into the office of the Maroon Palace to make my address to the nation's speech. It was unusually crowded today. Cameras, lights, and microphones were set in place, and the crew was standing by ready to start filming. Are you ready, sir? Yes, let's do it. Good. I think the crew is ready. As soon as you take your seat, we can go live. I took my seat and rearranged my notes on the desk as the crew member powdered my face with a cotton puff. After everybody was ready, the director gave the sign to start filming. I looked directly into the camera. My fellow swords, I'm happy to have this opportunity to talk to you about the changes we've undertaken. I'm grateful to earn the honor and finally modify the Constitution. I'd like to speak about our future, about a great historic effort to give words, freedom, and fairness, hope, meaning, new power. Changes undertaken in Swordland. 2 years ago, I spoke of you of change, and we've accomplished that. Proud of what our government has accomplished. We can finally brought fairness and balance turning point in Swordland's history. 2 years ago, I spoke to you of change, and we've accomplished that. But in another sense, our change is a continuation of which we started 3 decades ago with the fall of the monarchy. We need to start where Swordland was 2 years ago. Those days are behind us now, and the change we brought has been real. 3 decades ago with the fall of the monarchy, we transformed a system that has caused endless confusion and resentment into one that is clear, simple, and fair for all. A constitution that no longer protects the rights of a select few elites, but ensures the participation of all. For the sake of fairness, simplicity, and growth, we've radically changed the structure of the government system. Endless confusion and resentment into one that is clear, simple, and fair for all. By now, I'm sure you have one question on your minds. Will our reforms help you? You bet they will. You bet they will. Democratization of Swordland because they close loopholes and benefit a privileged few. Spoken with you, received few letters from thousands of you. I know how hungry you were for change. Make no mistake, together we can change Swordland forever. We eliminated the Supreme Court's iron grip on our legislation. A new age is upon us. Personally, make sure that every change is respected and executed properly. Beyond this, we intend to strengthen the democratic freedoms of every Sordish citizen. We must thank the Supreme Court justices for supporting these much-needed changes. I will personally make sure that every change is respected and executed properly. I hate speeches. We did all this at a time of economic stress, and despite heavy protest, voices were raised saying that we have to look to our past for greatness and glory. We proved and will continue to prove them wrong. I promise you, we will not stop. Renew our faith in the system. The new changes in our system have planted the seeds for untold future successes. Vibrant, robust, and alive. Half our next challenges will be focusing on Swordland's internal and external threats. We'll now focus on the economic defense of Swordland. We will not rest until every Sordish citizen enjoys the freedom, dignity, and birthright. Internal and external threats. Let me assure you, our nation is poised for greatness. Let history say of us, golden years of when Sordish democracy was reborn, when Swordland reached for her best. Fellow citizens of Swordland, let me assure you, our nation is poised for greatness. I'll remind you of the revolutionary phrase, morning will come, victory is close. I am now glad to say that the morning has finally come. The future is in our hands. The future lies in the democratic movement of the West. The future lies in the socialist movement of East. The future is in our hands. What do I think about justice? Not a big fan. Thank you, Samsung, for the subscription. You the best. You the bomb. In fact. Hey, Kai! What do I think about justice? Hashtag MLG, for real. I took another deep breath. Lucian shoot a fly away from his forehead. For a Swordland of wisdom that honors the family, knowing that as family goes, so goes our civilization. For a Swordland of vision that sees tomorrow's dreams in the learning and hard work we do today. For a Swordland of courage whose servicemen and women, even as they speak, proudly stand watch on the frontiers of freedom. Vision that sees tomorrow's dreams in the learning and hard work we do every day. We have begun promisingly, but it's only just the beginning. We're not here to congratulate ourselves on what we've done, challenge ourselves to finish what has not yet been done. Let us by challenging our conventional wisdom. Yeah. Best corn vector sista. The director gave the cut signal and the cameraman stopped filming. My speech was finished. Or whatever. That's the end of the chapter. Oh, fuck. Rain, the future lies in our hands. That's right. That's right, lads. The future lies in this penis. When he's right, he's right. Oh, a sword. Alright, let's end the chapter. Revelations. Pencil SFX for real. Well. If it ain't the blowjob brothers. If it isn't the how's Visor doing? Radical journalist killed en route to interview. Couldn't be me. Gendarme police issue. Massive miscommunications between the Interior and Gendarme has resulted in a failed raid on Visord. Ministry of Defense and the Interior have both put the blame on each other. This will be gathering soon to solve the ongoing dispute. Kingdom of Rumburg. Queen demands reparations for 15-day war. Queen Beatrice Livingston has called for reparations to be paid for by the so-called past atrocities that occurred during the 15-day war. Rumburg demands that the price of past wrongdoings must be paid if a path to peace is to open between the two nations. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is analyzing the situation and coming up with a plan of action. No. Geopolitique. Hundreds killed in Helluland. Good. Queen Beatrice demands reparations. Volker wins Arcasian election, stabilizing Ventry City amid economic stagnation. Couldn't be me. Kinal's anti-piracy summit united efforts to combat rising piracy and the maritime security concerns. Our economy is boosted, baby. Our economy do be boosted. It's time to... Oh, our son is leaving for United Contania. Our bouncing baby boy is going out to be a communist. It was a cloudy, rainy day in Hullsword. The gloomy weather couldn't dampen my spirits. My constitutional reforms had passed in court. I'd won. That wasn't the only cause for excitement in the Rain household. Today, Frank was finally leaving home. My son piled the last of his bags next to the door. Sergei and his assistant driver waiting outside next to the car. Did you pack everything? Don't forget to give me a call immediately after you arrive. I think I'm all packed. Monica helped him put his backpack on while Sergei started carrying the luggage to the car. Made you a sack lunch? I'll get it from the kitchen. She dashed down the hall. Frank and I turned to face each other out in the doorway. So I guess this is it. Staying abroad wasn't your first choice, but I hope you can live with it. Don't forget where you came from, son. How could I? I'm the president's son. Frank shifted his weight nervously. I haven't forgotten what you told me about your university years. I hope going to a new country gives me a chance to prove myself the same way you did. You're your own man now, Frank. You don't have to prove yourself to anyone, especially not me. Frank smiled. All right, Dad. At that moment, Diana rushed to the door. Frank, I'm gonna miss you. I'll miss you too. Don't forget, you gotta give Mom and Dad an extra hard time for both of us now. Diana nodded. Okay. Frank picked up his sister and gave her a big hug. Monica appeared in the doorway holding a paper bag. I cut the crusts off your sandwich just the way you used to like. I'm not a kid anymore, Mom. Can't I wanna pretend? Oh, Frank. She embraced him with tears in her eyes. Frank looked as if he was about to cry as well. I caught her glaring at me over his shoulder. I hoped someday she would understand why I decided to send him away. Sergei approached. Sir, Frank needs to catch the next ship to United Contania, which leaves from Conriat Port in 4 hours. We will have to leave now to make it. Thank you, Sergei. Frank turned around and took one last look at me. Good luck. Good luck, kid. Frank nodded before heading to the car. Sergei looked at his watch. Time to go. Frank waved his hand as he entered the car. The engine started and they were on their way. Monica looked at me as if she was going to say something. She turned and headed inside. I watched the car driver drive down the road until it was no longer in sight. My wife hates me, bro. My wife hates me, bro. President sends his son to study with communist. Hegel condemns Helluland governor and threatens intervention. For real, dude. He should. That'll stabilize the region. A dispute with the interior. Indeed. Dispute with the military. Oh, we're gonna have to settle this. I think I'd like to send the gendarme to the Ministry of the Interior. I don't know if Yosef will be happy with that, but... Intelligence report. Volgsland might be preparing for another major invasion. Military intelligence has reported a massive buildup of landing vehicles and navy ships at the port of Wilburn on Volgsland. Our agents are suspecting a massive naval military invasion of Helluland or Nolia in the future. It's not fully confirmed as the buildup could be mock-up exercise to divert eyes elsewhere. Excuse me. Our covert agents will monitor the situation on the ground for as long as possible. Discussion with changes to the law. The GASM financial report. We love to see it. The highly anticipated report from GASM has arrived. Minister Hall and Manger underlines the significance of this document as it outlines the return on our state-held shares, thus reflecting the recent performance of one of the nation's pivotal economic energy drivers. The Treasury will receive a transaction if there are positive returns. Low returns. The state doesn't need profits. Low returns. I'll take the low returns for now. GASM profits stagnate. Treasury will see minimal impact. Discussion on the changes to the law. Lucian and I sat in my office, waiting for Peter. I was at my desk, and he was on his sofa, legs crossed. Sir, I have some news. Mr. Hall and I have been working on several possible plans to boost the economy as is our focus. He is currently compiling a very detailed report with our suggested projects. I'll make sure you have a chance to see it soon. He looked at his watch again. Looks like Mr. Vice President is late yet another time. He lowered his voice. I'm slightly concerned about Peter. He seems to have his mind occupied. He's been late to almost every meeting we've been to recently. I noticed it too. We need to talk to him in private. Will there be reading tonight? There will be, Grant. We're going to be reading a couple more pages of The Color of Magic. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It was Peter. He walked inside with files in both hands. Gentlemen! Let's begin the meeting. Exactly. He placed the files on my table, took out several documents, and organized them in front of me. Here is everything, just as you ask. Our plans for our next reforms. You can use your presidential decrees to enact reforms now. We have enough political capital. I also brought a list of suggested reforms from our party. What are your thoughts, Anton? Let's go over the documents. I took a look at the documents. Oh, I can select up to 3 decrees. Let's fucking do this. I can purge the general staff. I cannot purge the general staff. I don't have sufficient decree power to purge my general staff, which is very funny. Relocation of teachers and doctors to rural areas. Free prescription medication. Supreme Council of Sordish Radio and Television is very funny. Desalinization. Lower retirement age. Private prisons. Rural education institutes. Right to own and bear arms. Gender equality in education. Fair Trade and Competition Commission. Trade and commerce in Sordish has a few regulatory measures resulting in unfair competition at times. A new Fair Trade Commission can be established via decree to push for fair market competition by protecting local industries through a little more protection. Abolish the special zone in Bergia. BSUM endorses transitioning from the governor's rule to city-based mayoral elections while revoking Bergia's special zone access. The implementation of a standard national laws and policies will be promoted to facilitate Bergia's full integration into national governments. Capital punishment, remove independence on the central bank. Amnesty for all Sol-era political prisoners. Enact a value-added tax. A new decree is set to enact a 20% value-added tax. This tax addition targeting all sectors is a strategy to generate fresh revenue amidst increasing financial pressures. Businesses will collect and remit the tax to the Ministry of Economy, marking a significant readjustment. That takes... Oh, that gives me 2 budget. Oh, these are tough picks. Actually, if you 15,000 subscribers, but I get banned. Oh, I'm sorry to hear this, Samsung. All sectors is a strategy. Enact 20% value-added tax. I think I'll sign the tax. The Fair Trade Competition and Supreme Council. Freedom of speech is protected in Sordish, but with the rise of new media private organizations, gain a massive influence in society. With the new decree, we should create a government agency, the SRSC, that could protect the independence of media or control it. Remove independence of the central bank is very funny. I'm gonna enact a value-added tax. That took 2? Fuck. Let's see. Fair trade and competition. Abolish the Bergia special zone. Fair Trade Competition Commission. Fair market by protecting local industries through new regulations. Unfair trade competition at time. Fair Trade Commission can be established via decree. Fair Trade Commission is interesting. Gotcha, Graham. Have a good night, man. I'm going to tell you something I've been trying to say for you a long time. Hi. Hi, Kai. Have a good night, Graham. Thanks for stopping in as always, man. Lower retirement age is funny. I also can't do it. Free prescription medicine. Partially paid by the Ministry of Health according to the importance of medication. A new decree would allow all citizens to get their medication completely free. Oh, this is tough. Abolish the special zone. Special status of Bergia is proposed to be abolished. BSUM endorses transitioning from the governor's rule to city-based mayoral elections, while revoking Bergia's special zone status. The implementation of standard national laws and policies will be promoted to facilitate Bergia's full integration into national governance. Do we do it? Fair Trade Commission. A more for fair market competition by protecting local industries, the regulations. Let's abolish the special zone. Yes. Following a brief discussion, I took notes about my decisions. Approving the abolishment of the special zone could be the most major decision you've made today. No more Governor of Bergia, just cities with mayors like everywhere else. Let's hope that makes the locals feel more like they're part of the country. Nobody but you could have done something like this, Anton. While the moderates of the Bloodish movement and the regular citizens will likely be supportive about this, the Bloodish nationalists and the mainstream democratic freedom movements will be furious. You disapprove? Not at all, sir. Peter took a close look at the papers I signed. I agree that raising new tax revenue is important, but we have to understand the public reaction to the new tax levy. A loss in public opinion is guaranteed as the consumers and the economy adjust to this change. There's a high chance this might influence the average citizen more negatively. We better put the newly generated money to good use. Well, we both respect your decisions, Anton. But now that's everything settled, I should get to work. We'll catch up soon. Lucian looked at his watch. We actually have 6 more minutes. But very well, let's call it here. Thank you both. That was scary. I think I probably could have done more. I probably could have established a couple regulatory bodies, but I think we'll be fine. Unity with Bergia. This week, with the approval of President Rain, Minister Lovelius Graff plans to abolish the special zone has become a reality. VAT's dire impact hitting Sordish wallets hard, indeed. A new VAT tax has been special zone has been abolished. VAT, an assault on people's pockets. That's right. Circling over Stallport. Ooh. That's oh, we're halfway done with the seaport. Nice. City information, increased business and trade. That's all the taxes. Gelsord commercial activity has increased. Commercial activity reports coming from the Ministry of Economics display that a record number of new companies are being founded in Gelsord due to an economic boom. The report also indicates an increase in logistical intake with the output of the city is driving the tech company growth. Gross. The Research Council of the city has also reported positive growth for the next few years. Gelsord also reported the most visits of passengers ever, with people from Holsord taking the high-speed rail to see the city just for fun. The largest group of visitors are still scientists and students. Dare has been abolished. New structure is currently being implemented with speed. Under the new framework, Bergia will be aligned with the standard regional structure observed throughout Swordland, bringing it under the direct jurisdiction of the Ministry of the Interior. As part of this restructuring, the position of governor currently held by Felix Braun has been abolished, resulting in his dismissal from duty. In the next local elections, the residents will have the opportunity to elect their own mayors and municipal representatives for each city in the region. That impacts Arvory small businesses. That's good. Death to Arvory. National Business Council reports a negative impact of VAT on spending. That's fine. A little economic slowdown for a little bit more budget goes crazy. The trade talk with the Chancellor of Volksland. Now, this is what I like to see. Midnight was approaching our delegation boarded SRS Holsord. The large ship was once the royal yacht of King Egmund himself. By order of Saul, it was repurposed to serve the leaders of Swordland for state visits. We departed from the Port of Leshaven along with a few other smaller escort boats. I entered the luxurious compartments reserved for heads of state. I lay down on the bed to rest my eyes before we arrived at Wilburn, a major city in Volksland. Let's see, where's Wilburn? Wilburn is going to be right here on the other side of Heliport. The Marcaean Sea was known for its treacherous waters, but tonight's trip promised to be rather calm and quiet. Still, I couldn't sleep. I went out to the upper deck to have some fresh air. A light breeze was blowing, and I realized its briny smell. There was nobody here except David. My foreign minister was leaning over a railing, gazing out into the inky waves. Mr. President, I'm surprised you're still up this late. I can't sleep. I could say the same thing about you. Good point. I used to feel that sleep was wasted time. Why spend 1/3 of one's life in the dark? I rather appreciate it now, but there's still something special about being awake while the rest of the world still has its eyes closed. You mind if I ask why you can't sleep? Are you also worried about the future all the time? I'm an old man, Mr. President. I've been alive for over 70 years. I spent most of those years worrying about various things endlessly. What I realized in time was that worrying is simply a part of life. As mankind, we are forever gullible, always reaching out for what we don't have. That includes the choices we could have made, and the results which will never come to pass. Silently watch the horizon. I must go and try to sleep, Mr. President. I recommend you do the same. Good idea. Have a good night. I went back to my compartment to sleep. The dawn arrived and our ship moored at the busy port of Wilbur. Amid the usual camera flashes, our convoy made its way to the train station. After a short, uneventful ride, we arrived at the central train station at Halem, the capital city of Volksland. A huge crowd was already there, awaiting my arrival. They swarmed around me and took photos as I stepped out the train. Our delegation met with various members of the Volkslandian cabinet before taking our cars to the Royal Palace. The flags of Volksland and the CSP were waving next to the entrance. Assistants took my belongings and led me to the museum wing. It was there that I saw Chancellor Hagel. He was inspecting a very large painting on the wall. Chancellor Hagel. He turned around. He was a man of small stature with a bald spot and striking visage. His famous pipe was in his mouth. We shook hands. Mr. Rain, welcome to Volksland. It's good to finally meet you. Oh, look at this communist bastard. Look at this fucking democratic socialist. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Chancellor. He gestured towards the painting. This was made in '76 by famous Volkslandian painter Otto Kieburn. I looked at the painting. It must have been over 5 meters tall. It was a battle scene. On the left side, there were banners carried by Volks. On the right, swords. Countless spears formed a triangle at the center. The sky was red from the blood. What do I think about it? Standing side by side instead of facing each other on the battlefield. We can do so much more, though, through unity, Mr. Rain. We started walking. To me, this painting tells me how far we have come. Swords and Vogs might have had troubles in the past, but ultimately we are brothers. No two countries in the world understand each other more. My thoughts exactly. He nodded and pointed towards another painting that was almost as large as the first one. A burning city was depicted. Looking closer, I realized it was Conriat. The Great Fire of Conriat. The most shameful event in all of Alexandrian history. The scars of it still must sting. We shouldn't bear the sins of our forefathers. Well said, Mr. Rain. Thankfully, we in Vogsland have now cut off the head of the snake called imperialism. A guard approached the Chancellor. If you will excuse me for 1 minute. He stepped away with the guard while I looked around. I saw a more recent painting depicting the upheaval of farmers against an aristocrat. What did you say? Hagel's loud voice echoed against the empty halls. Give the miners what they want. As for the director of the company, I want him to face a trial for undermining the workers of Vogsland. Relay it to the Minister of Justice at once. No one can exploit our people and expect to get away with it. After receiving the order, the guard hastily left. Hagel walked over to me. Sorry about that. You know how it is. I definitely do. Revolution is a slow process, Mr. Rain. Slow but sure. Follow me. We will have a short breakfast. We made our way to the exquisite dining room. I looked around. The tableware and decor was all colored gold, blue, and white. Smoked bear meat, a local delicacy, was served with eggs. After a very delicious meal, we sat down on 2 couches. I immediately saw the portrait of Leon Melinev, Chavatangukuna, staring down at me. What can you tell me about Melinev? Ah, you've spotted the portrait. Well, where do I begin? Comrade Melinev is a good friend of mine. Although I don't agree with him on every matter, he demands respect. Vogslandian socialism aims to eliminate the power of the state through the promotion of responsibility, freedom, and well-being of the people. One of our key cornerstones is the devolution of big government to smaller councils with high citizen participation. We believe that the revolution in Vogsland is stable enough that we do not need the vanguardist approach of millennialism, and we are already in the process of such a transformation. However, our revolution here in Vogsland owes a great deal to Melinev. He is the father of millennialism and a symbol of global revolution. Not only is he the first ever communist revolutionary leader, he managed to unite a whole continent, forming the greatest country in the world. I would like to meet with him. Perhaps one day you will. An assistant brought in 2 cups of coffee. Let's begin then. He picked up the documents that were beside him on the small ornamental coffee table and started going through them. I know the details of the deal already, but to sum it up, you want to provide Sordish coal from the Lauren region in return for Vogslandians' hard-earned money. The details were discussed between our ministers, but I do have a few questions. What makes you think that Vogsland, a nation with plenty of its own coal, requires Sordish coal? Why should I accept this deal? I want to align Swordland closer to the CSP. A blunt answer. I like it. It gives me confidence. But so far you haven't done much to justify such an alignment. If your actions matched your words, this could have gone differently, but let's not talk about what could have been. I will accept the deal on the basis of your sincerity. He called an assistant nearby. A moment later, the assistant returned with 2 shots of vodka. Wow, that was quick. Me when I'm a communist? I get it. In Vogsland, we drink on a contract, Mr. Rain. We clinked glasses and did our shots. The strong bite of alcohol turned into a sweet aftertaste. Now, if you wish to join the CSP, you will have to put more effort into it. Go on. Comrade Melinev is a good friend of mine. I can't tell him to simply take Swordland in, of course, but I can put in a good word with him if you do something for me. I'm listening. Recognize Hellland as Vogslandian territory. It's that simple. An easy choice, I accept. We have achieved a lot today, Mr. Rain. Another. An easy choice, I accept. We gulped down the shots after clinking. He took another puff from his pipe. Since we've come this far, I'm not opposed to the idea of an alliance. An alliance, you say? It would be a bit quick, but I'm not opposed either. We have much to gain from an alliance between our 2 nations. This time, we will not be opposing on the opposing sides of history. This time, swords and Vogs will stand side by side. I accept, Mr. Rain. We shook hands, and he pulled me in for a hug. This is great news! Another round! The assistants brought 2 more shots. We drank them in one go. We must celebrate! Hell, bring the bottle! Why not? There we go! As the assistant collected the empty glasses, he whispered into Hagel's ear. Hagel's eyes widened and he clenched his fists in anger. The Agnolians did what? He composed himself and smiled at me. Mr. Rain, I'm afraid you will have to excuse me. There is a matter I need to attend to. Is there anything I can help with? Thank you for your offer, but no. Have a good day and enjoy Hail. We shook hands and Hagel left in a hurry. I returned to Whole Sword with the good news. Ooh! Oh, fuck. That's a lot of policy updates. Oh, shit. Joint military exercises. We'd love to see it. Trade initiative, alliance with Volgsland, trade with Volgsland, recognize Helleland as Volgslandian, coal trade with Volgsland, free trade zone with Volgsland, me when my economy should be, like, even further boosted. Swordland recognizes Helleland as Volgsland territory. Swordland, Volgsland, defensive pact. We love to see it. We love to see it. And a trade tariff by Lesbia. Fuck you, Lesbia. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Alright. The ATO expresses discontent over the Swordland-Volgsland Pact. Oh, no. The emergence of a strategic alliance between Swordland and Volgsland has elicited unease within the ATO. The new alliance, seen as a strategic maneuver, seems to hint at a shift in the balance of regional power in favor of CSP-affiliated nations. In particular, Arcasian President Dwight Walker, representing the ATO's concerns, has drawn attention to Volgsland's enhanced naval activities in the Mercopa Sea. This naval escalation, coupled with the establishment of new Swordland-Volgsland alliance, is perceived as a potential source of regional destabilization. Consequently, the ATO, and by extension Arcasia, is urging restraint in the face of these shifting geopolitical dynamics. Your mom. How about your mom? It's a private meeting with Peter Vector in the suburbs of Whole Sword, 147 Ruick Avenue. Alright, let's get this guy out of here so I can get Clavin in as my vice. It was a dark and chilly evening when Peter called and asked if he could meet. He gave no details, all he said that it was important. I drove alone through Whole Sword suburbs until I reached the meeting point he named, 147 Ruick Avenue, number 26, our old campaign headquarters, untouched since the night of the election. This is where everything began. I made my way up the dusty staircase of the office building. The light in the second-floor hallway was out, so I used a cigarette lighter to find my way to the wooden door marked 26. I pulled on the handle, but it wouldn't budge. The heavy door had always been a pain to open. Coming! Peter pushed on the door with all his weight and made a screeching sound as it opened. Without further ado, I bid you welcome to the grand nostalgia trip hosted by yours truly, Peter Vector. He made an exaggerated bow. The dust from the open door was still settling down. Feeling sentimental yet? Indeed, I haven't been to this place in ages. I miss it sometimes, even that damn door. Come over here, remember this? He walked over to his old desk and pointed to the gramophone that had annoyed our neighbors and kept us company for so many late nights. Sorry. Peter flipped the switch and it filled the room with swing music from the 20s. Dude, that was such a big-ass fucking trade deal and, like, military alliance with Volgsland, but at least I got somebody on our side for a war against Rumberg, which is what I needed. I'll be damned, it still works. So what do we celebrate? Life, my friend, life. He put his hand under the desk and brought a bottle out. He took a swig out of it and passed the bottle to me. Drink. I took a swig before passing the bottle back to Peter. That's my boy. Peter snapped his fingers to the music while going through the items in the room. He looked virtually unchanged since election night. Come on, have a look around, see if it doesn't bring back memories. Checked the old desk drawers, sat down in a squeaky chair and opened up the top drawer. Inside, there were a few old coins, pencils, sheets of paper. Underneath, then something caught my eye. It was a photograph of me and Monica sitting under a tree. This must have been 10, maybe 15 years ago. We looked so young and so happy. Monica would love to see this. That's fine. Look at baby Anton. You need to have your iconic look. I took the photograph and slid it in my jacket pocket. Looked through the storage boxes. I walked over to the tower storage boxes and opened up one of them. In one of the storage boxes, I found a heavy object wrapped safely. I unwrapped it. It was an emerald-colored statue of a goat, the symbol of Swordland. I remember that this was a gift from Brenda, one of my 53 election campaign assistants. It looked very good on my desk in the palace. It would look good on my desk in the palace. Brenda, 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 always sucking up to you. And where did it get her? Seriously, where? I have no idea where she ended up. Take the statue. I lifted the storage box with the statue in it and put it near the door so I could take it on my way out. Go through the records. I made my way to the gramophone and started flipping through the records next to it. I found one of my favorite albums ever, Mountains by Janet Garouz. I set the plaintive folk songs that made me yearn for the countryside whenever I heard it. What a classic! You should mail it to Frank so we can learn what real music is. Take the record. I pulled the record out, put it under my arm, and placed it next to the door. Enough going through old stuff. Let's talk, Peter. Peter, let's talk. Yes, yes, all in good time. He gestured to the bottle he had in his hand. No, I'm good. He shrugged, took a very big gulp out of the bottle, and staggered to his side afterwards. You alright? Yeah, I'm okay. Let's go up to the roof. The view is amazing as always from up there. We went up to the stairs to the roof. The view was mesmerizing. The buildings of Whole Sword twinkled below us, while the stars shone bright in the sky. We sat and leaned back against a wall, taking it all in. Right as I was starting to get up, I heard a sobbing sound. I turned to Peter and saw tears streaming down his neck. I've not yet seen a night sky beautiful enough to make Peter, Vector, and cry. He wiped his tears away and laughed. I messed up, Anton. I messed up big time. Evelyn's leaving me. She wants a divorce. I'm sure you'll kiss and make up. It's different this time. I've been sleeping with Livia. I had a feeling about you two. We got careless, I know. I'm so sorry. It's just Evelyn hasn't been the same since she lost her job, and Livia was giving me sultry looks from the day I hired her. You were away, I was drunk, and one thing led to another, but she's more than just a pretty girl, Anton. She's smart and kind. I think we really connected. Horizontal polo. Don't tell me you're gonna run off with her. No, we're ending things. I told her it's too unprofessional. I want Evelyn back. Who else knows besides me and the three of you? Nobody, I swear. There was an edge of desperation in Peter's voice. He took another drink. How many years have we known each other? How many scrapes have we gotten ourselves out of? I can handle this myself. Just trust me and don't bring anyone else into this. I turned to face my friend and vice president. The habits that had gotten him dubbed the bad boy of Sordish politics. When we were young, no longer. So charming coming from a middle-aged man. Yet he was still a capable politician, and I couldn't ignore our long history together. Alright, it's just an affair, and it's over that. We can weather this. Thank you, Anton. That means a lot to me. Anything for my best friend. Without waiting for his reaction, I left the rooftop alone and made my way downstairs. On my way out, I grabbed my belongings and took one last look back at the office. It had been my home for some happy memories for sure, but this visit had permanently cured me of any nostalgia. For real. Hello, Banana. Welcome back. As soon as I arrived home, I headed up to my study, sat down, and stared at my telephone. Call Lucian and tell him what happened. He picked up very quickly. Yes, Mr. President. I told Lucian everything Peter had told me about himself, Evelyn, and Livia. Thank you for calling me, Mr. President. This serves to confirm some suspicions of my own. We have to meet. Tomorrow? Yes, but early. Before either of the two arrive. Don't bring this up with anyone else. I fear we may have more than a mere dalliance on our hands. The line dropped. I stared at the receiver, wondering what his last statement meant, what was going on I didn't know about. I went to bed but couldn't sleep at all. Ooh, the government. Oh, we're rolling back that deficit, and our economy is stable. Lesbia trade sanctions against Swordland. Your mom. Increased trade volume. Thank you, Vogsland. You to bomb. Leshaven. National Business Council warns of excessive spending. The NBC issued a critical warning about the massive government budget deficit which occurred in the third year of the administration. Oh, no. Leadership figures from the private and state sectors brought forward complaints that the country could head towards a serious debt crisis if the situation is left unchecked. Experts have sounded the alarm about a potential credit rating downgrade in this situation if a better balance won't be achieved soon. Your mom? How about you credit these nuts? The CSP condemns the submarine attack on a cargo ship. The CSP has issued a strong condemnation following a recent submarine attack on a cargo ship off the coast of Marcanisa, near northeast Rumburg. The incident involved the Rumburg submarine erroneously targeting a cargo vessel belonging to the UC, has raised serious concerns about maritime safety and the need for improved communication channels. In light of the incident, the CSP is calling for immediate measures to prevent such occurrences in the future. A key proposition is the establishment of an emergency security hotline between Grace and the CSP. This would serve as a platform for real-time information exchange, ensuring quick and appropriate responses to any maritime distress signals. The PAC believes that this initiative will significantly enhance our maritime safety, providing a buffer against inadvertent escalations. Uh-oh. Imposed trade tariff. Your mom, dude. Lesbia, suck my nuts. Lesbia has announced a slew of trade sanctions against us, with increases up to 30% of import tax on certain goods, along with the cancellation of military arms sales, medical assistance, and other economic cooperations between our countries. The sanctions came as a direct reaction to the alliance signed with Vogsland. Pales expresses unease over a Vogsland alliance. Well, who gives a shit about Pales? Guess everyone else is just lurking, Banana? Probably. Let them have their sleep. It's a sleepy stream. Over the CSP alliance in Vogsland, Grand Duke Axel Reinhardt stated that the historical ties of territorial disputes between Pales and Vogsland amplify the impact of this development on Pales. The Grand Duke emphasizes Pales' commitment to its national security and sovereignty, declaring that Pales will closely monitor the geopolitical shifts in alliance foreign policy accordingly. Yeah. Start of the day. Alright, let's talk to Lucian. I think this is where we can get... I'm not sure, but one of these is where I think we can get Peter to retire. It was early in the morning after my talk with Peter. The sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon. The Maroon Palace was empty save for a few cleaning staff. I entered my office to find Lucien waiting for me. Mr. President, thank you for meeting with me at this hour. Couldn't sleep anyway. Very well. I'm pleased that you chose to call me after your conversation with Mr. Vectorn last night, although I was already aware of the illicit relationship with Miss Suno. You do know everything that goes on in the palace, after all. I figured as much. Lucien smiled. On its own, given Mr. Vectorn's established reputation as something of a playboy, the affair is unlikely to cause much damage. However, a more troubling possibility has been brought to light. The recent conversation with Mr. Hailstone, our whistleblower from Rumburg, revealed the presence of a spy within the Maroon Palace. I believe Miss Suno is our mole. She's been using her relationship with Mr. Vectorn to gain information. Tell me more. I can do better than that. I'll show you. Mr. Lucien reached into his own coat pocket, pulled out an audio tape. You're always EP Banana. Aw. We got lethargic people, lethargic watchers, and fed it into a reel-to-reel machine on the desk. This was recorded at the palace at 1809 on the second day of your trade visit to Vogsland. He pressed play. I heard Peter and Livy's voices. You sure everyone's gone for the day? Relax, Liv. Nobody's working that hard with Anton off to Vogsland. Livia giggled. I heard the sound of kissing and drinks being poured. Glad to see you stay behind. Did he tell you how it's going over there? Do you think there's a chance they'll form an alliance? As a matter of fact, yes. He and Secretary Hagel just sealed the deal. I think Anton is making the moves to isolate Rumburg step by step. In the meantime, I can think of another deal that needs sealing. Ooh. Lucien grimaced and switched the tape off. Gross. That is indeed cause for concern. I'm glad you agree. And that's not all. I found her resume on file, and there's a year-long gap between her finishing secretarial school and beginning her career. Normally this would have been looked into, but Miss Suno was hired before the background check could be completed by one Peter Vectorn. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Olivia opened it cautiously. Good morning, Mr. President. Mr. Gallade, I didn't realize you'd be so early. Can I get you some coffee? Wait for Lucien to say something. Please have a seat, Miss Suno. Olivia sat down. She looked puzzled. Is something the matter? Enough pretending. Your secret is out. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Olivia. Peter already told me everything. Olivia buried her face in her hands. I'm so sorry, Mr. President. I was foolish, and Peter was so nice to me, but it's over now. Nobody ever needs to know. That's not what the President means, Miss Suno. We're referring to you being an intelligent agent for Rumburg. Olivia sat upright. She looked shocked. Pardon me, Mr. Gallade, but are you feeling all right? He's fine. What do you have to say for yourself? Mr. President, I understand if you don't want me to keep my job, but why smear me with this outlandish accusations? Miss Suno, indulge me for a moment. What were you doing in the year 1951? Livia's face flushed. If you must know, I was working as a cigarette girl at Porto's. It's a LeShaven saloon. I was saving up so I could afford my own place in Wholesword. Here's the proprietor's number if you need to double check. She scribbled a telephone number on the piece of paper. Lucien snatched it up. But why were you asking Peter about my allegiances? To tell you the truth, Mr. Rain, I was hoping to run for office myself someday. I want to help make the real difference to the world like Miss Morgan or Miss Walda. You won't eat banana? Nice. I guess I messed up by getting involved with Peter. Now they're all just going to say I slept my way to the top. Wait, how do you know about that conversation? There was a loud pounding on the door. Peter barged in without waiting for an answer. He was unshaven and wore the same clothes as the night before. I came as soon as I heard the three of you were in here. Anton, what the hell are you doing? I told you I had this under control. Sorry, Lucien already found out. Peter took a seat at the far end of the sofa. He looked over at Livia and noticed her troubled expression. God, why involve her? This is my mess. She did nothing wrong. Well, there's a small chance she could be a spy. What? You have reason to believe she's been relaying information to Rumburg, information that you leaked to her in your carelessness. Lucien rewound his tape and played it again. As Peter listened, his eyes widened in disbelief. Lucien, you rat bastard, you've been bugging my office. I'm sure there's an explanation for this. Both Peter and Livia were glaring at Lucien now. He looked unpenitent. I had noticed the Vice President's behavior becoming increasingly erratic and unprofessional over the past months. I wanted to get to the root of the cause. So you wiretapped your own goddamn colleague, and for what? Have you been getting off on this, you pervert? Certainly not. I believe that along with Rumburg whistleblower's admission that there's a spy in the palace and a certain gaps in Miss Suno's resume. This tape makes a compelling case to investigate the secretary for espionage. Whether or not the investigation yields positive results, Mr. Vectorn ought to be held accountable for his willingness to divulge such sensitive information. He ought to stand trial or at the very least resign. Peter's jaw dropped for the boy. Livia stood up. If I may, Mr. President, I've been paying attention to what goes on in the palace, not because I'm some sort of agent, but out of genuine interest. Hard as that may be for you, believe Mr. Gallade. She scowled at Lucien, then turned back to me. And from what I've seen, this man has been attempting to undermine your vice president at every turn, perhaps with the goal of replacing Peter himself. Nonsense, Lucien's been nothing but loyal. Loyal to you, it's true, but he never could stand me, Lucien frowned. My personal misgivings about Mr. Vectorn aside, I would never do anything to harm the administration. Mr. Vectorn, on the other hand, has at best committed adultery and at worst delivered state secrets straight into enemy hands. Who could I believe? Lucien, can I speak with you a moment alone? Peter and Livia exchanged worried glances before exiting my office. What are you going to do, Mr. President? I believe you. We should investigate Livia. Lucien breathed a sigh of relief. I appreciate your trust in me. And Mr. Vectorn, what will you do about his willingness to compromise Sorland security at the drop of a pencil skirt? I'll decide that once we have the results. Very well, just keep in mind you may need him to shoulder the blame for this. Lucien adjusted his tie. I'll apologize to Miss Suno and tell her that this has all been a misunderstanding. We can't have her running away during the investigation. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, Banana. Lucien gave a slight bow as he left the office. I sat by myself for a while, wondering what exactly I'd set in motion. Excuse me? Results of the affair scandal, political briefing. Well, let's take a look at the results. Several days had passed since I ordered the investigation into my secretary, Livia Suno. Both Peter and Livia had been acting unnaturally nice to me, believing I'd let them off the hook for their affair. They seemed to be avoiding each other in the hallways, though. I was just settling in behind my desk when Lucien knocked on my door. You're excused? Aw, thank you. Sir, a moment of your time. Motion for him to come in. I motioned for him to come in. He sat and closed the door behind him. Our security team traveled to Leshaven to speak to the owners of the pub Miss Suno named. They confirmed that one Livia Suno had worked there. The description of her did match that of your secretary. However, it did match that of an unidentified corpse that washed up in Lankberg Bay 2 months before your inauguration. If that was Livia Suno, who's the woman working for me? Further investigation by our operatives in Rumberg matched Miss Suno's description to a woman named Jana Vance, last seen graduating from the Krimsrad Political Sciences Institute. Our whistleblower from Rumberg recognized the name Vance as belonging to a deeply embedded covert agent, although he had previously assumed it was a man. How could we have missed all this? As mentioned, Miss Suno was hired without a background check. It's possible that this all could have been avoided had any of Mr. Vectorn's blood flow been directed to his brain when he selected her. But none of that can be helped now. The question is, what are you going to do, sir? What do you think I should do? The standard procedure would be to try Miss Suno for espionage. If we do so, it's only a matter of time before the media pieces together what happened. I'll look like a fool for having her under my nose this entire time. That's why you must let Mr. Vectorn take the ball. I know you think you'd be better vice president, but enough is enough. This is my fault. I just suspected something. I know his actions were problematic. Problematic is an understatement. Mr. Vectorn put you in danger by failing to order a background check on your closest personal staff. He betrayed your confidence to a woman with whom he was committing adultery, Anton. Would you do the same for your so-called best friend? Kind of awkward since you're the only one chatting, Banana. You're kind of shy. Oh, don't worry about it, Banana. No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. Lucien sighed. I'm your chief strategist. I've advised you on what I believe is the best strategy, but of course the ultimate decision is yours. Alright, Peter will be our scapegoat. Very well. I shall write a statement for you to read at the press conference. I'll leave you to handle Miss Vance. Thank you. Lucien nodded and walked out. I called Carl Greaser from my desk and explained the situations. After a few minutes, I rang for Livia. She entered my office. Is there something you need, Mr. President? Please, sit down. A barely perceptible flash of fear crossed her face. She sat. Why did you call me here, sir? I nodded toward my office doorway. Carl Greaser was standing there along with 2 of his guards blocking the entrance. Jana Vance, you are under arrest on suspicion of espionage. Please, come with me. Her eyes darted across the room. What the hell is going on, Mr. President? Have you let Lucien get to your head? I thought you were smarter than that. I'm sorry I had to come to this. Carl's men grabbed her arms and began dragging her out. No, you can't do this to me. Peter, hearing her cries, rushed out of his office. Liv, what in the hell? Anton, what's going on? Livia, tell Peter who you really are. I won't say another word without a lawyer present. She looked Peter square in the eye. Except this. You're a sad old drunk and a lousy lay. Oh, Peter's impotent. No! How's the weather? I don't know. I got my curtains closed. I got AC running in my apartment. Honestly, if I were a Rumberg spy, I'd barely have to do a thing. You two have Swordlet right for the taking. She straightened up, ran a hand through her curls, and allowed Carl to lead the way. Peter sank to the floor in front of me. Anton, what the hell just happened? I'll tell you in my office. Feel free to take a moment first. Once Peter was in my office, I shut the door and explained everything to Lucy and told me to Olivia. And you believed him? Well, better safe than sorry, especially what she called me. At least we finally have this ordeal behind us. Let's get on with running our country, shall we? Yes, let's, but first, a drink. Actually, yeah. But first, a drink. Eagerly nodded, and thought better to shake his... No, my drunken idiocy got us in this first mess in the first place. I'm gonna be a whole new man from now on, Anton. I watched him leave. A whole new vice president. I didn't have the heart to tell Peter how right he was. Indeed. National security has been breached. This is so sad. Alright. Political briefing meeting. Well, let's take a look. Aw, thank you for the rose, Banana. I will worry about it. The morning sunlight streamed through the windows as Lucy and I entered the White Room. I sat down, Lucy remained standing. I'm afraid I won't be able to join you for the meeting today, sir. The business surrounding Olivia Suno affair is taking up all my time at the moment. He dropped a thick folder in front of me. I was hoping to go over the day's agenda with you before your cabinet members began arriving, but duty calls. Fuck. I walked out. I took a look at the folder in front of me, then at the coffee carafe in the counter of the room. I walked over and poured myself a cup. I wondered when my new secretary would start work. Internal Affairs was first on the list of items. Lilius and Nia, along with their close staff, joined me around the table. Lilius cast an eye around the room. No new secretary yet. I hope this means Miss Suno's replacement is getting an extremely thorough background check. Needless to say, such an egregious breach of security should be met with harsh consequences, but you know that already. Shall we begin? Yes, please do. Mr. President, I want to congratulate you again on your historic accomplishment for Bloods of Swordland. Thank you for approving my plan for the revocation of the special zone. Nia averted her gaze. The internal security structure of Bergia has already been dismantled. Part of the local forces will be integrated into the Sordish police force. The governor position has been abolished. In the next election, each town will elect its own mayor, as in the rest of Swordland. And now you, Miss Graff, have complete control over the region's security. As I should, Miss Morgna. I am the Minister of the Interior, after all. The Bloodish community is incredibly furious about the situation. You are feeling the tension, Mr. President. What are your concerns? Really, Mr. President? I think we should just move on. Lilius stood up. I have important updates about the increasing tensions in the streets. We're getting reports of more and more demonstrations against the government, with some having the potential to become violent. Carl and I are watching the situation closely. She placed a stack of papers in front of me. The Security Committee of the Assembly is working on a draft law that would help strengthen our internal security in times of crisis such as now. I've been following their work, and I truly believe they've done an exemplary job with Mr. Holstrom, who has been working on this for quite some time, has made some great arguments for the bill. Besides the fact that you look beautiful today and I got nothing else to say, gotcha, Banana. Thank you. Tell me about the bill. Firstly, it aims to grant the necessary authority to the police force on the ground to enable quick and decisive responses in a situation where public security is at risk. It will also remove several legal limits that were prescribed for the forces, allowing them to function much more efficiently. I like the sound of it. Are you serious? You are clearly not seeing the threats, Lilius sighed. In any case, that's all about me from the security bill. They both stood up. We'll keep it brief. I think that will be for all our internal affairs updates. They gathered their documents. See you later, Mr. President. They took their entourage and left the room. Simone came in shortly after. Mr. President, where's the Vice President? Have you seen him? Not lately. Simone's expression remained unchanged as he sat down to face me. I just wanted to provide you with a few updates on the economy. You may have noticed that the government budget is in need of a boost. My ministry is therefore working on a bill that will increase the tax on tobacco products from 10 to 30. A similar bill is being drafted to introduce a 20% tax on alcohol. In addition to bringing in needed revenue, the new laws would curb excessive drinking and smoking in Swordland. Very good. Those are nasty vices anyway. Ordinarily, I'd advise against this kind of thing, but with our budget dipping into the red, any measure that would reverse our deficit is worth considering, especially since our income from tourism is on the decline. Our investment in cultural preservation failed to produce the intended effect, it seems. That's disappointing to hear. To be fair, I never understood why anyone would want a vacation in Swordland when Lesbia is right there. There was a knock on the door, Gus Manger strolled in and grabbed a seat. Mr. President, Simone. Some excitement around the palace lately, I've heard. A new adventure every day. You could say that again. Anyway, You both know how revitalizing the Gruner region has always been my pet project of sorts. Well, I'm saddened to say that despite my ministry's best efforts, we're gonna have to close the books on this project. Close the books, Mr. Manger? What does that mean? That sucks. Am I enjoying the game? I am, Banana. Gus sighed. It means that without a massive injection of funding, the economic growth I had hoped to see in the region is simply not gonna happen during this term. What could have been a beacon of success for Swordland is turning into a cesspool of crime, unemployment, and homelessness. You can't just give up. I know how much Groony means to you. Not just to me, Mr. President, it's the breadbasket of this nation. I still believe it's brimming with untapped potential. It saddens me no end to see it go to waste. Try to calm down, Gus. The President makes decisions on behalf of the entire country, not only your home region. In any case, I've heard that UC is preparing to offer a substantial agricultural aid package. I'm suspicious, of course, but perhaps their funding can turn Groony around when our efforts did not. I'm suspicious as well, but I'm sure they'll want something in exchange. First you accept Companion aid, next they spark an uprising against hardworking landowners like my family. I won't deny Groony needs for money, but there's gotta be another way. The door in the white room opened slowly and David made his way in. Oh, hello, gentlemen! Am I early again, aren't I? Not to worry, Mr. Wishi. We're just about to wrap things up. While we're both here, we may as well talk about the economic impact of our recent alliance. A wise idea, Mr. Hall. Our new partnership is not without its consequences. As you may recall, almost immediately after we sealed our alliance with Vogsland, Lesbia imposed strict tariffs in retaliation. The fallout won't impact our economy right away, but I do expect a significant hit before the end of our term. Fortunately, I believe any short-term economic harm imparted by these tariffs will be offset by an alliance's long-term benefits. I trust your wisdom, David. I'm not fully convinced that Vogsland partnership will pay off, although the aid from the offer from UC is a head start. Yes, and a sign of possible greater interest from the CSP. Simon grimaced. Hooray! We'll leave you to your meeting, gentlemen. My regards to Mr. Vector. Thank you, Simon. Simon and Gus rose from their seats and left the room. After the door closed, David regarded me for a second. His blue eyes seemed to see right through me. My ministry has notified about the Rumburgian infiltrator. It's a very delicate situation, Anton. I understand. Our relations with Rumburg were precarious enough before this. Please understand. The tensions between Swordland and Rumburg have not eased, quite the contrary. As you might imagine, our decision to grant asylum to their whistleblower, Mr. Hailstone, did not sit well with the kingdom. An incident such as this might serve as a tipping point, place too much blame on Rumburg, and we may lose our chance at reconciliation. Last thing we want is a war on our hands. A compromise in the name of the greater good may spare countless lives. A pair of loud, precise raps on the door. That would be General Ensei with a further update on the Vogsland Alliance. If you don't mind, I'll stay for that. It's valuable having you around. For the past month, you've been waking up with blood coming out of your nose. Should you be concerned? Yeah, Banana. I know sometimes, you can get, like, nosebleeds in your sleep from, like, a dry air environment and stuff like that. Have you tried, like, a humidifier? Yosa brusquely entered and took a seat facing me, and he and David nodded. Mr. President, Mr. Wishi, for better or worse, we are now in a military alliance with the Republic of Vogsland. He paused if he couldn't bring himself to go on, finally continued. As I expected, the commies, Vogslandians, began asking for our assistance practically as soon as the ink was dry. Swordland's recognition of Helluland as Volgish territory has emboldened the Republic to begin planning its invasion of the islands. Their war minister has informed me that it will commence in the coming months. And what role is Swordland expected to play in all this invasion? Not an active one, thankfully. We are readying our forces for assistance with aerial reconnaissance and a naval blockade, but our troops will not set foot on the island itself. I too expected that allying with Vogsland would necessitate our involvement in the Helluland situation. I'm grateful that that's as far as it goes. The Vogs better not back down if it comes to war between Swordland and Rumburg, that's for sure. May it never come to that. Agreed. He glanced at Yosef. If that's all, Mr. Lancey, I suggest we leave President Rain to it. It's been a long morning. All right, Mr. President. He and David stood up. Hope you tailor those Rumburgians a new one for installing a damn spy in your office. They'll get what's coming to them, don't worry. My ministers left. David gently closed the door behind them, allowing me a moment of quiet once more. All right, that was a good update. Immediate BFF threat alarming. We're gonna get shot, dude. We're probably gonna have to hand the Jarmdime with you. Yeah, we're gonna get shot. They're gonna shoot us. We're gonna get assassinated by the BFF. No, I'm gonna get drive-by shot. Sordish armed forces stand ready to aid Vogsland. FC Enrica starts the new season with the flourish. Early matches fuel optimism. United Catania discovers Arcasian base in Polaris. Gross. Alright, I'm gonna be back again. I'm gonna take a quick break. I gotta go pee. Yeah, I have to go pee. Me when I go pee. Pee 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 Alright, what up? What's poppin'? Me when I need to go pee? I have to go pee! Yeah, for real. Ain't that the truth? Hello, Spider! Welcome, welcome. Thanks for showing up. We're balancing. Our economy has stabilized, sort of. It's something like that. Our government budget is increasing. Vogsland is taking over Heliport. We're accruing our army for the fight with Rumburg. We need to stabilize the Bergia region by I think I'm going to hand over the gendarme to the Ministry of Interior. We'll see how that goes. I hope they also don't shoot me in the head. You just got done rearranging your room? Damn, Spider. Congrats. That sounds like a lot of work. Press release for the affair scandal. That's us. It was the morning of Livia's trial, and hordes of reporters were gathered in front of the state courthouse. Peter, Lucian, and I stood by the entrance. Lucian had helped break the news of my secretary's arrest. Now the media was beginning to question exactly how a Rumburg agent had been able to infiltrate the Maroon Palace. It was time for me to deliver an explanation. A podium with a bank of microphones awaited us on the courthouse steps. Peter looked uncertain. I had told him I would be doing all the talking today. Remember what we talked about, Mr. President? How could I forget? I was about to blame my best friend for a scandal that would otherwise shatter my administration, and Peter still had no idea. Together we stepped behind the podium. The reporters clustered around us and started shouting questions. Thank you for coming. As you're aware, Livia Suno, former Secretary of President of Sordish, is currently being tried for espionage. The Rumburg spy who posed as my secretary is currently on trial for espionage. Rest assured, Rumburg will be made to answer its latest affront to our greatest country. The traitor shall be brought to justice. Where the fact remains that she should have never been allowed to infiltrate the administration in the first place. That said, that she did can be directly traced back to the carelessness of one man. She did so by exploiting the weaknesses of Vice President Peter Vector. The journalist gasped and murmured. Peter turned to face me, his mouth hanging open. His own vital desires over Suzerain security has made him a threat to the state. Mr. Vector's recklessness, to say nothing of his betrayal of Sordish values, has disgraced my administration. Has made him a threat to the state. Disgraced my administration. Therefore, the Vice President shall be trialed for his shameful actions against the state. If found guilty, he will be imprisoned and taken. Before the Vice President has tendered his resignation, effective immediately. The clamour of reporters are growing louder. Peter grabbed me by the collar and yanked me away from the microphones. What the hell, Anton? We never discussed this. What else did you think would happen? It's good for it's for the good of Swordland. You'll understand someday. What else did you think would happen, dude? Peter looked at me in disbelief and shook his head. I guess I had this coming, the way I've been carrying on. I just didn't think my best friend would be the one to stick in the knife. The reporters are becoming hard to ignore. One woman in the front row looked particularly incessant. Mr. Vector! Let Peter take the question. Can you give us a comment on your resignation? No, President Rain just about covered it. I'm a terrible vice president and a worst husband and a sad old drunk. Are you implying that you and the covert agent posing as President Rain's secretary were engaged in intimate relations? Relations, yes. Intimate? I thought so at the time. Oh, God. Lucian interjected. Neither the president nor the vice president will be taking any more questions, thank you. The reporters reluctantly dispersed. Lucian, Peter, and I looked at each other for what seemed like an eternity. Finally, Peter lowered his eyes. I guess I'll go to the palace and start packing my things then. Goodbye, Peter. I watched Peter descend the courthouse stairs to the car alone. Mr. Vector certainly made a scene, but it appears that you will make it out unscathed. Of course, there's now the matter of replacing both your secretary and your vice president. I had a few candidates in mind. Very good, sir. You will walk up the stairs to the courthouse to watch the rest of the trial. Rumburg infiltrated Maroon Palace. President's secretary arrested. President's secretary arrested for treason. Rain pins spy scandal blame on Vector. Briefing of women's rights situation. There will be no women's rights in our country. You'll keep chat breathing, Spider? Aw. You don't have to. You guys don't feel pressured to keep the chat moving. It's okay. I was sitting in my office. I looked at the clock. 2:26 p.m. It was almost time for my appointment with Kiara on the women's rights. There was a knock at the door. Kiara entered the room with folders in her hand. The door did not close behind her. Monica entered the room and stood next to Kiara. I was confused. This was the opposite of what we had agreed after the Benfey Festival. What are you doing here? Monica turned to Kiara. Could you give us a minute? Of course. Right before she made her way out, her eyes met with Monica's and two women's exchanged nods. The door closed, leaving Monica and me alone in the office. You could have at least told me. I know, but I just thought you would say no again. Don't we have trust in each other anymore? You have my trust always, but this is a greater cause than just the two of us. I wouldn't have done this if I didn't believe that. We finally have a chance to change things for Sordish women. There's no way I was going to let the opportunity pass. So when Kiara asked me to join her today, I had to accept. To be honest, I would have done the same if that's what it took to get my word across. I knew you'd understand. So give me the rundown of my run so far. We're sexist, we're socialist, we're religious. In that order. Please, Anton, let me stay. My answer's still no, you will not go into politics. But why? This is about Sordish women. This is bigger than just politics. I just don't want you to get hurt. It's simply too dangerous. I understand the danger, but someone has to do it. I lean forward. This is my final answer. You will not do it. I wonder if my wife will murder me. I don't think socialist fits in there well. Not at all, Spider. Not at all. Monica's eyes narrowed. All right. You never did listen to me about the importance of women's rights. Maybe you'll take your own minister more seriously. She made her way to the door. I'll fetch Kiara so you two can get on with your business. Monica left the office. A short time later, Kiara knocked on the door. It's a pity your wife won't be joining us. Monica would only be a liability to your cause. Not a particularly auspicious start to this meeting, but let's begin. Kiara sat down at the chair and laid down the folder she was holding. We still have a long way to go before Sordish women are able to enjoy the same rights and privileges as men, or even as their counterparts in Arcasia or UC. We've been lagging behind on this for decades. And this isn't only a moral issue. I've seen enough revolutions in this world to understand the main driver of any change. Money. She flipped the folder open and started pulling out documents. The UC law dictates that women earn the same wages as men in their respective fields. My research shows that you led to a 15.5% increase in productivity. You could say this had a direct influence on their superpower status. Arcasia passes laws ensuring maternity leave rights, child daycare centers, and tax deductions for working families. In turn, they experienced a 12.6% productivity boost and a flourishing economy. Both countries also have significantly lower infant mortality rates, a statistics I believe is directly linked to improved status of women. Our administration has successfully managed to pull Sordish back from the brink of economic ruin. She leaned back in her chair. So I'm asking, why stop there? Why not improve our economy and modernize the society at the same time? It's only logical. Kiara handed me one of the documents that had a list of bullet points on it. These are the measures I believe are most urgently needed. I let my eyes wander down the list. Criminalizing domestic violence. I shouldn't have to tell you how crucial this is. It's utterly unbelievable that in this day and age, Sordish men are legally allowed to beat their wives. I agree with that. I am happy we're on the same page. As incidences are especially high within Bloodish communities, I would also advocate for setting up a special domestic violence task force in collaboration with Bloodish women's rights organizations. The Bloods must conform to Sordish law. We can discuss the particulars once the law is passed. Support for working mothers. Kiara nodded. It simply isn't fair that women in the workforce are punished for having children. Paid maternity leave and state-subsidized daycare centers could keep mothers employed. It's true, having children never hindered my career prospects. It shouldn't hinder a woman's either. Exactly, yeah. Moving on. Equal treatment in the workforce. Right now, Sordland has one of the continent's largest pay gaps between men and women. We need legislation ensuring that women doing the same job as a man is paid the same wage. A quota for women's positions of power on the boards of large corporations, for instance, or even within the assembly would also be advisable. Quotas seem far easier to implement than equal pay. Quotas are a terrible idea. People should be hired on merit, not simply because of their sex. Kiara looked at me strangely. Men are hired on the basis of their sex all the time, just not consciously. There are more than enough qualified women to fill any position you could think of. It's up to us to get the opportunity. Gender equality in public education. Kiara grinned. You know how much this means to me, and you've witnessed the dangers firsthand. The way girls are shut out of real education unless their parents have the means to get them out of the public school system, so many bright minds are being lost. We can't force schools what to teach to whom. We can, if not doing so puts us on the wrong side of history. I still believe you made a mistake with your creationism decision. Let's move on for now. That covers all the subjects. What are your thoughts so far? I'm not sure if we can risk passing laws like these. You made a good case for all these changes. Thank you. Can you be misandrist instead? Sorry, Spider. Not quite. We have to do the uncomfortable work of LARPing, of LARPing as a neoconservative Trotskyist. Let's talk about how to proceed. I want to establish a commission for women's rights in Swordland with me as its head. Our goal shall be passing and implementing a set of laws to solve problems we just discussed. The organization's name will be the Commission of Status of Women. What do you need a commission for? I'll run your laws past the Assembly. Even if that's successful, you'll still need the commission to ensure the laws are successfully implemented. Mr. President, I know we've had friction in the past, whether over failed education reform or the teaching of creationism. This is a completely separate topic and it should be handled as such. One more thing to consider before making your decision. This could help silence any of the public's lingering questions regarding your former Vice President and Livia Suda's affair. You have the chance to be a hero, think about your daughter and her future. I hope you'll make the right decision. Kiara rose from her seat expectantly. I took a few minutes to think. You can try to run your laws by the Assembly, but they'll get no support from me. Then all is lost for the future of women in Swordland. Your female constituents will remember you as a failure, and so will I. Kiara furiously gathered up her documents. I suggest you think long and hard about how you're going to explain yourself to your wife. We both know how much this means to her. She looked at me one last time before leaving her office. I sank back my chair and exhaled. It was a clear day outside, but the perfect view of her holster provided little comfort. I'm just asking if it's possible. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think you can be a woman. I think you have to be like a bald guy in the game. That would be cool, though. That would be very funny. Even as a man, I don't think you can be misandrist in the game. It's time to select our new vice president. I know just who to pick. The day I've been dreading since Peter's resignations. At the entrance to my office, my new secretary, Sylvia, took my hat and coat. She was a matronly woman in her 40s. She had a spotless background assisting various Maroon Palace officials. Replacing Livia had been easy, but replacing my vice president would be difficult. Sordish law dictate that if a vice president failed to complete his term, new candidates were put forward by the members of the cabinet. After much deliberation, the list had been narrowed down by 3. Lucien Gallet was the front-runner, followed by Gloria Torrey and Albin Clavin. It was up to me to decide who would fill Peter's shoes. I wanted to chat with them one by one to make the decision. I'd begun to sit on my desk when I heard the knock at the door. Lucien entered and perched on my chair across the room. Sir. So, Vice President Gallet, what do you think? You already know what I think, Mr. President. In my current capacity as Chief Strategist, I have evaluated the experience and capabilities of your potential Vice Presidents. Objectively, I am by far the most qualified candidate. I'll advise you not only think about our long history together, but also the many crises I've helped shepherd you through. I won't say much beyond that. I believe my work speaks for itself. You're such a valuable strategist. I don't know if I can afford to lose you in that capacity. As Vice President, my ability to serve you in this administration will only increase. Lucien got up from his chair. I expect you will make the right decision. He left my office. Just a minute later, there was another knock at the door. Gloria Torrey came in. Mr. President, I must say I was not surprised at all when my name was put forward. You seem confident. I am, Mr. President. To put it simply, what I bring to the table is years of experience. I have been a member of the Assembly for almost 20 years, and I spent 7 years as a speaker. This alone speaks to itself, and as you know, I am also the spokesperson of the party, as well as the leader of the conservative wing. You can see what I'm getting at. Your experience would be a great asset. Experience is always important. And so being able to rally the Assembly's conservative voters to your side, this would allow us to pass bills far more easily, especially if those bills are aligned with my bloc's causes. I'll think about it. I want you to know that I value order over everything else, Mr. President. The problem is that we promised Calvin a position as VP, so I'm going to keep that. Being the Speaker of the Assembly requires principles, nerves like steel, and determination to uphold proper conduct. You can expect me to see the same as my vice presidency. You being a woman could also prove advantageous. Not just any woman, a strong woman who is able to protect order in a room full of unruly men for 7 years. Think about the message it would send. The first woman vice president of Swordland. No, the first woman vice president in the whole continent. What support you would lose among traditionalists, you would gain tenfold among Sordish women. There is so much to gain from selecting me, Mr. President. I believe you to make the right choice. That'll be all for now. Thank you. Thank you. I wish you a nice day, Mr. President. Gloria made her way out. A minute later, there was another knock at the door. This time, it was Albin Clavinster. Greeting, Mr. President. It's a great honor to have been chosen as candidate. Really terrific. It certainly is. I hope to satisfy the requirements of this sacred position. As you know, I represent the reformist wing of the party. What Swordland needs today is not only a catch-up to our modern neighbor, but to surpass them. I believe we can do that. No, I am sure. However, this will only be possible if we set aside our differences and unite as one. That is the outlook I wish to bring the position of Vice President, so that Swordland can excel and soar to new heights. Very idealistic. I like it. Thank you. The fact is, if I'm Vice President, reformist members of our party will be more likely to support you and your cause. This will smooth the passage of bills and help move our administration and our country forward in record time. I agree completely. And now, what this country needs is more dynamic, youthful leadership. Look at you, President Rain. You became the youngest member of the Assembly and completely rejuvenated Sordish politics. I want to do the same. We need to be able to take risks to make gains, and that is only possible with a forward-looking perspective. Not that you might have forgotten, but I would also like to remind you that you promised me a position in exchange for my support in the Assembly. He got my ass. I'm a man of my word. I always look forward to you for a man of honor. I trust your judgment. This will be all for now. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Albin got up and left. I leaned back in my chair thinking about the pros and cons of each of my vice presidential candidates. I could almost hear Peter's voice in my head laughing at the absurdity of my situation, but of course, he wasn't here. Alright, let's select our vice president. The Sordish League of Women donation. The most influential women's rights NGO, the Sordish League of Women, is organizing a massive fundraising campaign to raise awareness in Sordish society and has reached out to us. I'm not gonna donate. Me when I'm sexist. No thanks. Alright, let's select our president. It's gonna be Albin. Well, look who it is. Start of the day at the Palace Center Hall. Lucy and I were on our way to the office. I was holding a mug of coffee in one hand and a folder of various documents in the other. As we turned a corner, Lucian spoke. The Ashraf anniversary is coming out soon, the most important day for the Bloodish populace. Watani Ashraf is one of their symbols, as you know. Your presence at this event would show your desire for a more unified Sorland. We will reap the benefits if you decide to go, I'm sure. Why should I attend a Bloodish anniversary? It would send a clear message to the Bloodish. Your president is with you. This will alleviate tensions. We rounded another corner to reach the last corridor leading to my office. Lucian suddenly stopped in front of one of the doors. The plaque had once read, Vice President Peter Vector had been removed. The door was halfway open and I could see a few workers moving boxes around the room. One of them saw us, bowed his head, and changed the name tag on the door to Vice President Albin Clavin. I heard Albin's voice from inside. You can leave it there, thank you. He noticed us and immediately made his way to us. Mr. President, Lucian. That is Mr. Gallade to you, Mr. Vice President. Very well, Mr. Gallade. How's it going? Are you settled in yet? Getting there, Mr. President. That reminds me. Mr. Gallade, please deliver this to my secretary. This needs to be in the hands of the Justice Committee as soon as possible. Lucian's upper lip curled. He and Albin stared at each other down for a moment. I'm not your servant, Mr. Clavin. True, but I am your superior, Lucian. We work with requests here, Mr. Clavin, not orders. Then I request Mr. Gallade, could you please deliver this to my secretary? Please. Fine, I'll take it. I'll see you later, Mr. President. For the Ashraf matter, I will present you with our options later. We walked out, leaving alone with Albin. Well then, I must get back to tidying up this room. Thank you for your visiting, Mr. President. I will stop by as soon as this is done. Glad to have you here, Albin. Thank you. Albin bowed and went into his room. I entered my office and asked Sylvia for a second cup of coffee to wake me up. Another long day was waiting for me. Ugh, what an annoying motherfucker, dude, but that's what you get. I think David is gonna die here soon. Kiara is probably off the team. Lilius and Nia may be off the team because they are also women. Albin Clavin as the Vice President. Let's see. Mediation of a dispute in the gendarme. I arrived at the city of Asor with my new Vice President Albin after receiving an emergency request from Yosef and Lilius. I had seen the reports of a recent issue that rose between the Sordish police forces and the gendarme units in the city. The reports said that an operation against a drug trafficking gang in Asor failed due to miscommunication. It was not hard to guess what this meeting was going to be about. We entered the city hall and made our way to the second floor. I could hear Yosef and Lilius' voices echoing through the hall. I opened the doors to the meeting room the two ministers did not even realize. This is unacceptable. How dare the police meddle in the affairs of the gendarme? It was your men who started this ridiculousness and meddled with the ongoing police investigation. Their voices were getting louder and louder. Rural security is my jurisdiction, and your men were way outside of Asor. We're here to help with the matter. What's going on? Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. Apologies, but Miss Graff here fails to understand her place. No, Mr. Letsea, you're the one who does not understand his place. If you continue to do so, you will pay for it one day. Don't worry, we'll solve this conflict of interest. The issue has been in the back of my head for a long time, now it's caused real damage. Indeed it has, all because of the exemplary behavior of your police. Elias, explain what happened. Mr. Gracer was tasked with the investigation of a drug trafficking ring in downtown Vasor. We found the evidence of a drug stash located in the outskirts of the city. We had to act quickly to put an end to the criminals we had been watching for some time. So we immediately sent our police units to catch them and find the drugs on the compound. Mr. Lindsay and his gendarme did not notify us that they were also moving against the same target. As a result, criminals got away and we lost months of progress. You went out of your jurisdiction to pursue these, so the gendarme meddled and caused the raid to fail. Isn't there a line of communication between you two? There is, but the Minister of Defense decided to avoid notifying the police department about the planned raid. The same could be said about you, because the reports show that you knew about the gang and their stash in the countryside. I started tapping on the table with my fingers. How do we solve this so it never happens again? I think this is the last drop. Internal security matters should be handled by the Ministry of Interior completely. We're called the Ministry of Interior for a reason. We can't let any more screw-ups like this happen again. She looked at me. I want the gendarme to be transferred to the Ministry of Interior. What? Woman, are you out of your mind? Yosef turned red with anger. He composed himself after a moment. To me, what needs to change is not the structure itself, but the problems in it. We need to find out what is causing this and fix it. I believe I just told you to fix the problem, Mr. Clavin. Please address me as Mr. Vice President, Miss Graff. I simply don't think the end justifies the means in this case. This is not an individual case. This has been happening for a long time. In case you did not know, Mr. Clavin. Ridiculous! This is absolutely ridiculous. I won't hand over gendarme to her. Out of the question. Do you have a better solution, Yosef? Whatever operations overlap, we should engage at the lower rank with the local officers on both sides. We could work on establishing that, but it still doesn't change the wrong system that exists now. I'll remind you about your promise, Mr. President. Don't you worry. That is relieving. What promise? Ugh, now I see what's going on here. What do you mean? Lilius set us up to create this incident. Lilius bites her lip. That's going a bit too far. What proof do you have? There's no way that the police arrived at the right time of month-long search on the exact day and minute of the gendarme raid. Let's take it down a notch with the accusations. This kind of accusation is unheard of. It's nonsense. If I were you, I wouldn't believe a word Mr. Lincea says, Mr. President. Heed my word, Mr. President. With dealing with this situation, you need to always look at who gets what out of it. I won't stand idly by with these utterly ridiculous and baseless accusations. I don't have time for this. What's your decision? The gendarme will be transferred to the Ministry of Interior. You're making a mistake. Thank you for being a man of your word. I was right called to establish a modern internal security structure. I want those criminals to be caught immediately. We have interrogated the ones caught and are after the ones who have escaped. Don't worry, there will be justice. They will get the justice they deserve. I left the room to attend the next scheduled meeting. Clavin's kind of fucking worthless, dude. We just needed like an empty seat there. What a bitch boy, dude. What a bitch boy. Come in and be like, let's solve the problems in the middle. Gendarme is now under the Interior. Ministry of Interior has been strengthened. Gendarme transferred thee to the Interior. Indeed, indeed. Alright, briefing on the current healthcare situation. We should be all green. It should be all green across the board with the extra investment dollars. I had a meeting scheduled with Pascal to receive the annual healthcare report. He arrived at my office with a stack of papers underneath both arms. Mr. President. He put the mountain of papers on my desk and made a loud thud sound. I know this seems like a lot. Reviewing it shouldn't take more than a day. He measured the pile again, or maybe two. Very well. Thanks for bringing these in. No problem at all. They contain very important information about the status of our healthcare, salaries, expenditures, hospital reports, whatever you'd like. We can go through this together. Okay, let's begin. He continued, but I don't want to bore you, so I will quickly summarize. Okay. I breathed a sigh of relief as he put on his reading glasses to look at the document he was holding. So we have concluded our report for the year. Thanks to the allocated funds from the state, we have improved the healthcare in the country overall. I've used the resources to begin a comprehensive health reform. We have more patients treated, less waiting times, and higher treatment quality than the years before. Thanks for your hard work, Pascal. This wouldn't be possible without your wise decision, Mr. President, so thank you. We're certainly on the right path to challenge even Lesbia or Volksland in the matter, but we are not there yet. However, give it a few more years and we might even surpass them. The level of superpowers. It will take effort, however. If we can stay for another term, I'm sure we will. Moving on. Pascal skimmed the rest of the document before putting it down. The increase in salaries to all health workers was received very well. The act was the first of its kind, along with the salary incentives in rural areas, which resulted in more job applications to areas that lacked health staff. Our doctors, nurses, and other health workers deserve better. The ministry has been ecstatic about the changes. The departments have been singing your praises. He cleared his throat. Now that I've been given the short summary, there is a very important matter to discuss. Leaning over to grab his briefcase, he pulled out a tan-colored package. The package was stamped with big red letters that read confidential. Pascal opened the package and brought out a few documents. He handed them over to me. Take a look. I looked at the documents from his hand. It was a report from the Ministry of Health. Each page had a stamp on it that read, "For the President's eyes only." The report was titled Polio Outbreak in Bergia. That's very concerning. It is, Mr. President. For now, it seems under control. We have put a few villages under quarantine. The total number of infected is currently 1467. The death toll is currently at 23. If we have more outbreaks, the result will be terrible. Thankfully, we have received the additional funding to our healthcare. This should curb the infection ratio, although I'm afraid even that might not be enough. This is a very serious matter, Mr. President. The lives of Sordish citizens are at risk. I'll do whatever it takes to eliminate this threat. With that attitude, I have no doubt we'll succeed. We've done our research. There is a cure, a vaccine recently invented by UC, and the formula has been made available for free across the entire world. No matter what people think about the UC, if the same thing had happened in Arcasia, we would be paying a steep price for it. Thanks to the very good decision made by you to increase funding for our healthcare, we have the capability to produce the vaccine locally. But I'm afraid simply having the vaccines won't help us. We need to make sure they're administered. We need to implement the nationwide mandatory polio vaccination policy. With your order, I can immediately begin to work and ensure that we're doing whatever it takes. This might seem excessive, however, it's absolutely necessary. Well, still, let's do it. Excellent. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must get to work. He got up from his seat. Thank you for your time, Mr. President. He left my office, leaving me alone for a lot of paperwork to go through. Oh boy. The situation has been updated. We're doing mandatory vaccinations, epidemic prevention measures. Epidemic has been prevented. Indeed. Let's see. Let's meet with the family. Well, let's take a look at the healthcare spending. Ooh, there's a significant budget left in the Ministry of Health that we could spend on several different programs. In order to improve healthcare in Swordland further, funds could be used to create medical scholarships, build a state-of-the-art medical school, give free eye tests or dental care. Start medical scholarship, build state-of-the-art medical schools, give free eye tests, give free dental care. Let's start medical scholarship. There's our medical scholarship program set in place. Health reform. Scholarship of health education. Indeed. Less smoke! The Assembly passes an amendment to the tax bill of 44 in order to increase tax revenue and reduce the excessive amount of tobacco consumption in the general populace. Section 1 of the TB of 44 have been imposed 10% tax on all tobacco packages will only be increased to 30 on all tobacco products sold in the country. Section 2 will protect local industries by giving them a full tax exemption if the products were destined for export to other countries. You got it. All right, smoking. Time to smoke less. New medical scholarship program. Dude, with our extra taxes on cigarettes and our investment into the medical world, let me tell you, it's going to be excellent. Smoke has been taxed. Volcanic power. Yark Trails harnesses advanced energy solution. Oh shit, Yark Tralis. That's cool. Overburdened welfare system. Tobacco consumption has been reduced. And let's meet with our family. Let's kill our family. We have to kill our wife. I think you can kill your wife if you're in Rizia. It's very funny. As I stepped through the front door of our stately residence, a sense of tranquility washed over me. The house was quiet, almost too quiet, without Frank blasting his music from upstairs. I entered the grand study and let the warm glow of the room envelop me. Monica was sitting by the fireplace with a very old-looking book in her hands. Hello, Ankle Biter. Good night, Ankle Biter. Sit in the armchair next to her. Oh, I didn't realize you were home. Her voice was cold and she spoke. What is it? Can't you at least tell me? She let out a deep sigh. I don't want to talk about it right now. Let me read in peace. We both sat by the fireplace in stony silence. Just then we heard the patter of small feet approaching the study. Diana appeared by the door with a piece of folded paper clutched in her hand. Mama, Papa, look what I found. Monica and I immediately turned our attention towards her curiosity piqued. What you got there, darling? Diana unfolded the paper and started reading it aloud. We hope this letter finds you in good spirits, surrounded by the warmth of your loved ones. Oh, how we long for a world where justice prevails, where the corrupt are exposed and the righteous triumph. Her voice started quivering as she continued. We advise all of you to tread carefully, for it was Anton Rain who grew the darkness over this land and suffocated our people. For what the president did, he and his family shall face retribution. It's all right, my love. Just give it here. She reluctantly approached us with the letter. Papa, why does it say that you suffocated people? It's okay, Diana. It's okay, darling. It's nothing for you to worry about. I took the letter from her grasp and started reading it. The safety you have enjoyed so far is nothing but an illusion. Think twice before you step into our ancestral lands. Danger lurks around every corner. Don't forget the powerful are vulnerable and the oppressed have nothing to lose. Consider our words, for they hold weight beyond your existence. Your decisions shape the destinies of millions, and their consequences will reverberate throughout the nation. With some serious concern, the Bloodish Freedom Front. What are you gonna do, Anton? This is serious. I'll inform the Presidential Guard. They should have never even reached us in the first place. We can't be too cautious. The letter is directed at our entire family, and we know what the authors are capable of. Diana, sensing the tension, tiptoed closer to us, her eyes wide. Diana, honey, where'd you find this? I found it in the living room window. It was stuck between the frames. Console her. Papa, what's going on? Are they threatening us with something you did? She spoke innocently, but I could sense a new guardedness in her voice. I took a deep breath and tried to find the right words. We're gonna get shot, dude. We're gonna get shot, man. We're gonna get shot in the fucking brain by a blood. It's over. Diana, we received letters from people called the BFF. They want to do bad things to us because they don't agree with what we stand for. Some people think I've done bad things and they're trying to send me a message. But you wouldn't really do anything bad, would you? I know you always try to do the best for everyone. We can learn and grow. So what are you going to do? We can't let the bad people win, can we? But we take every precaution to keep our family safe. Okay. Monica tugged on my arm. Anton. We have to talk about this, you and me alone. She gestured towards the kitchen. We'll be back in a minute, sweetie. We entered the kitchen and Monica closed the door behind us. Anton, I know the Ashraf anniversary will take place in a few days. I don't want you to attend. You know it's the largest ever commemoration of the Izam incidents, and it will be swarming with bloodish separatists. With everything going on in Bergia and the timing of the letter, this cannot be coincidence. Yeah, I'm not gonna attend. That's good to know. Despite everything you've done, you're still the father of our children. I don't want you to get hurt. Please, Anton, listen to me this time. She sighed. Do you think we can trust the Presidential Guard after this? We shouldn't jump... I have great reservation about them after this letter. Don't worry. I'll try to get to the root of it. You have something about... You'll do something with security. I will, don't worry. She'd not respond. I knew that she hadn't made her feel any better. I hope so. I'll go check on Diana. Before I could say anything else, she left the room. How real was this threat to my family? Did I really have the power to guarantee their safety? I felt a chill run down my spine. Did she find the marital aid? What does that mean? What do you mean by that? Presidential security has increased. Recipient of threatening letter. In response to this credible threat, a comprehensive review of the president's security arrangements have been conducted. Open the city information. The WPB mayor. PB. Workers' Party of Bloodia. Everybody's voting for the WPB. It's all WPB across the board. Very funny. Support Ashraf anniversary? The remembrance of the rally of the Ashraf anniversary is about to begin in Suzerain. The Bloodish movement is holding their largest rally yet to display their demands and strength. Due to the activity of the BFF in the area, the security detail advises you to take caution. The administration go to Suzerain to support the event, or with or without an armored convoy, or not attend it at all. Attempt to support, attend with an armored convoy. Let's just not go. I wonder what would happen. The president doesn't attend the anniversary despite invite from Lek. Briefing of the current political situation. I walked to the White Room with a cup of coffee in hand. My Vice President has scheduled a meeting on the current political situation. I opened the door into the room. Albin immediately stood up. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning. It shouldn't take long. I just wanted to go over the current political climate. Mr. Hall told me just about finished the new plan for the economy. He said he wanted to solidify the plan before it's presented to you. Maybe that was a mistake. Uh-oh. Maybe that was a mistake. Soon to go over our options. I'm sure. He's never failed me before. Mr. Hall is a savvy man. I'm sure he will deliver as well. Next time, let's talk about election prospects. There was a sharp, soft knock on the door. I hope it's all right that I've invited Mr. Galea to this portion of the meeting. Of course. Albin went to get the door. Lucien walked in. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. If Lucien still resented my choice to Vice President, he didn't show it. His tone was nothing but cordial and professional. The three of us sat down. Albin handed out a new set of documents. Mr. Clavin, I'll let you take the lead on this. Thank you, Mr. Galea. I've just received the results of the voter poll commissioned by Peter Vectorn shortly before his departure. To put it in plain language, it's okay but not amazing. We shouldn't take it for granted that will win the election. We still got time to win him over. I'm not worried, we still got time to win him over. A year isn't a very long time, Mr. President, but yes, we can definitely gain more votes if we think strategically. Which presumably is why you've retained the services of your chief strategist. Go on, Albin. Albin shuffled some pages around. Looking at the demographics of the voters polled, you're doing reasonably well among conservatives. About 2/3 of them are likely to vote for you. The lower base appears divided, but you do have a considerable number of supporters there. For better or worse, you certainly aren't popular with the nationalists. The socialist left is divided nearly in half in its support for you. Unsurprisingly, none of the Bloodish poll respondents said they were planning to vote for you. Lastly, centrist and unaffiliated voters appear to be leaning in our direction. Lucien, what do you suggest? Lucien smiled and bowed his head slightly. Thank you, Mr. President. This may sound like common sense, but a convincing enough campaign can succeed where policies fail. Even if you opted not to focus on your campaign at the moment, I'd still advise you to seize every chance for exposure you can. I'll take that into account. Good. One more thing. There is a not insignificant portion of the undecided voters who don't care who occupies the Maroon Palace as long as the economy is running smoothly. Mr. Hall's new plan could be a key to winning them over. We must march towards a strong recovery. Good to know. Lucien nodded in acknowledgement. Stability is key to allow the economy to improve further. Currently, the country is still struggling to develop due to instability. There are some worrying news. The Lothberger Group is up to something. My informants have been talking about frequent meetings happening between the oligarchs. This covers most of it. What do the liberals want, Alvin? I will say the liberal base is very concerned with equality. If you want their vote, you need rock-solid policies on women's rights and human rights in general. Liberals love a free market, so if you're anything less than a full-bore capitalist, you're going to have to whip Sordland's economy into the best shape it's ever been. If you really want to clinch the liberal vote, well, you could always look for an excuse to leave the USP, but that's bound to have other consequences. Yes, that would be extremely unwise. I don't need to court the liberals that badly. Anyway, that's my advice for what it's worth. Was that all for today? Yes, that's everything on my end. Good work, both of you. I'll see you shortly. I left the room to attend my next meeting. Okay. Oh, okay, Jesus. Oh, God. I hate these fuckers, man. Hello, Ty Still Likes Gaming. This game is called Suzerain. Locked into the game, indeed. United Cantanien offers agricultural investment, and of course, we will accept. Foreign Minister at Nahuatl of United Cantanien, backed by Chairman Leon Malinyev, has presented an expansive agricultural aid proposal to Swordland. This comprehensive package includes substantial financial investment, logistical assistance, and advanced farming equipment in Vogsland agricultural sector. Echoing the visions of Minister Hall and Manger, the Cantanien proposal dovetailed with the Swordland's industrial expansion plan, signaling a new era of agricultural prosperity. And we shall accept that. Well, there goes our budget. We do want to run a deficit, though. Fuels the growth of Vogsland agricultural industry. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. City information. Armed militants. Good thing we didn't show up. The Sol Dam has been captured by the BFF. Polio disease is controlled inside the Bergia region. Armed militants in Rebel. Bombing of gendarmic outpost in Rebel. Damn. It's looking stuff. It's looking stiff. Mandatory vaccine policy. A new era for Vogland and Gruny. A boon or burden for Vogsland agriculture. BFF captures the Sol Dam. Vogsland agriculture revolution, a Cantanien lifeline. Rebel gendarme outpost bombing. Unrest among the populace. Agricultural industry expansion. Let's take a look. Lilius entered my office and took a seat. She was frowning intensely. She didn't talk at first, just fixed me with a steady gaze. When she did speak up, it was a strained tone. Mr. President, we have a problem. Go on. This just came in. Here, take a look. Take a look at the report. I took the document from her hands and started reading it. The report was titled BFF Attack on Sol Dam. I looked up immediately after reading this. Yep, you read that right. The Bloodish Freedom Front has taken over the Sol Dam. That dam currently provides 90% of electricity to Bergia and its neighboring regions. If they destroy the power station, I don't even want to think about the outcome. Thankfully, no casualties have been reported yet. We know they have taken we've taken the staff as hostage. What are their demands? We should be receiving communication from them soon. Mr. President, Carl Greaser is on his way here right now. He will tell us what he knows so far. Just then, there was a loud knock at the door. Carl came in without waiting for an answer. He was clearly out of breath. Ah, there he is. He saluted me. Salute him back. Mr. President, I'm so sorry for being late. Carl, I already informed the President of the situation. Do you have any updates? We've just received the demands from the terrorists. He handed me the file he was holding. Read the demands. I started reading. President Rain, in the name of peace, we have taken hold of the Sol Dam. The free people of Bloodia have suffered enough under the tyranny of Swordland. Our villages were destroyed, our men and women assaulted, our children killed by our very own government in the name of this dam. We, the BFF, are with the people. We, the BFF, always defend the downtrodden. We, the BFF, fight for freedom. We, the BFF, are not like the Sordish government. We know compassion. We believe in a chance of reconciliation between our people. That's why we are demanding a delegation from the Sordish government to negotiate the price of our freedom. We're ready to sit at the table as equals. Make no mistake, we also know that true freedom comes at the cost. We will not hesitate to sacrifice as many lives as it takes to achieve our goal. If our demands are not met, we will cut off electricity to the entirety of Bergia and Nargis regions. Take this as your final warning. Cause of bloodish insurgency in Sorland. Yolak, Blood Rat. I handed the document to Lelius as she read it carefully. As I thought. Jesus Christ. Mr. President, the BFF is a threat against our nation. They must be completely eradicated. We will not negotiate with terrorists. Your orders, Mr. President. Search and destroy, eliminate the enemies of the state. You about to die, I know. Infiltrate the dam quietly and take them out. No need to cause a ruckus. As you command. It's good to see that we're taking immediate action. Thank you, Mr. President. That's all I had today. Keep me posted on the updates. I shall, Mr. President. Come on, Carl, we're leaving. Lelius hurriedly left the room. Carl bowed to me. Mr. President? He followed after her. Oh, fuck, dude. They're gonna blow up the dam. They're gonna blow up the fucking dam. There's been a bloodish uprising, I'm told. In fierce clashes with the rebels. The Security Act bill. In response to the heightened need for security due to the ongoing social unrest, the Grand National Assembly presents the Security Act to fortify public safety. Section 1 of the sexual assault, grants security forces the discretion to use force as deemed necessary to uphold law and order. This provision is designed to enable quick and decisive responses in situations where public safety is at risk. Authorizes suspicion-based arrests and confiscation without the prerequisite of a warrant. This measure seeks to expedite the law enforcement's response to potential threats, thereby enhancing overall security. Section 3 allows security forces to exercise their authority beyond the standard legal limits if such action is deemed essential for maintaining state security and protecting the general public. This clause reinforces the commitment to safeguard... Dude, we got the fucking Patriot Act. And we're signing off on the Patriot Act, lads. Holy fuck. President of Order. Oh, an industrial expansion, though. Minster Hall and Manger have prepared a massive industrial expansion plan that could support several key industries in the country through state investment. Swordland could become much more competitive and a hub for new industries with this initiative. Automotive, electronic, military. Automotive, electronics, military. I do want a military investment. That would be cool. But I think we're gonna... Automotive. Let's go with the automotive industry. I'm not one to invest in the automotive industry, but... let's try it. Driving forward, Conriat fuels Swordland's automotive ascent. Swordland invests in the automotive industry. Oh, and Conriat? That's good. Future projections remain optimistic. Oh, that might be it for tonight. Chapter 4. Checkmate. Was that 4 or is that 5? I don't know. Let's take a look. What's the next one? The next one's Fiscal Review reveals Treasury adjustment. That's fine. FC Enrica wins Sordish National League. Hagel would take all the necessary steps. On Hellaland? Your mom, dude, your mom. Alright, lads. That's it on Suzerain tonight. I'm gonna take a quick break, and then we'll be back with a little bit of the color of magic. A couple of pages in, and we'll see what burning Ankh-Morport gets us into. You know, a little bit of trouble in Two Flower. We're actually about to finish the chapter. I might finish this chapter tonight, actually. Ooh, but I'll be right back. I hope everybody had a good time tonight. Things are getting a little tense. There might be a little insurrectionary action. Who knows? I'll mistake old man Yowie or old woman Yuri. Mistake, I'm more of an old woman Yuri kind of guy. Old man Yowie is fun, but sorry, I'm a Himadanshi, if you will. Is that the right word? Himadanshi? Yeah, some shit like that. I'll be right back. All right, what's poppin'? How we doing? How we feeling? How are we feeling tonight? Let me turn down the music a little. Maybe a little louder. There we go. What's poppin'? What's poppin'? We'll leave the intense music on. We'll leave the intense music on for a little color of magic. It's a bit it's a bit of a sight, but I think you guys can appreciate a little appreciate a couple of some intense music to some ducks, I think. All right, everybody, we're back again with The Color of Magic by Terry Pratchett. I hope everybody's having a good night so far. An albatross simply fled over the lands when we left off last night. We're back with Rincewind, we're back with Two Flower. Let's just get right into it. Rincewind pounded down an alley, paying no heed to the screams of rage coming from the picture box. He cleared a high wall with his frayed robe flapping around him like the feathers of a disheveled jackdaw. He landed in the forecourt of a carpet shop, scattering the merchandise and customers, dived through its rear exit trailing apologies, skidded down another alley, and stopped, teetering dangerously, just as he was about to plunge unthinkingly into the Ankh. There are said to be some mystic rivers, one drop of which can steal a man's life away. After its turbid passage through the Twin Cities, the Ankh could have been one of them. In the distance, the cries of rage took on a shrill note of terror. Rincewind looked around desperately for a boat or a hand hold up the sheer wall of either side of him. He was trapped. Unbidden, the spell welled up in his mind. It was perhaps untrue to say that he had learned it. It had learned him. The episode had led to this expulsion from Unseen University because, for a bet, he'd dared to open the pages of its last remaining copy of the creator's own grimoire, the Octavo, while the university librarian was otherwise enraged. The spell had leapt out of the page and instantly burrowed deep into his mind, whence even the combined talents of the Faculty of Medicine had been unable to coax it. Precisely which one it was they were also unable to ascertain, except that it was the one of the 8 basic spells that were intricately interwoven with the very fabric of time and space itself. Since then, it had been showing a worrying tendency when Rincewind was feeling run down or especially threatened to try to get itself said. He clenched his teeth together, but the first syllable forced itself around the corner of his mouth. He left his hand raised involuntarily, and as the magical force whirled around him, began to give off an octarine sparks. The luggage hurtled around the corner, its several hundred knees moving like pistons. Rincewind gaped, the spell died unsaid. The box didn't appear to be hampered in any way by the ornamental rug draped roguishly over it, nor by the thief hanging by one arm from the lid. It was, in a very real sense, a dead weight. Farther along the lid were the remains of 2 fingers, owner unknown. The luggage halted a few feet from the wizard and, after a moment, retracted its legs. It had no eyes that Rincewind could see, but he was nevertheless sure that it was staring at him, expectantly. "Shoo!" he said weakly. It didn't budge, but the lid creaked open, releasing the dead thief. Rincewind remembered about the gold. Presumably the box had to have a master. In the absence of Two Flower, had it adopted him? The tide was turning, and he could see debris drifting downstream in the yellow afternoon light toward the river gate. A mere 100 yards downstream, it was the work of a moment to let the dead thief join them. Even if it was found later, it would hardly cause comment, and the sharks in the estuary were used to solid, regular meals. Rincewind watched the body drift away and considered his next move. The luggage would probably float. All he had to do was wait until dusk and then go out with the tide. There were plenty of wild spaces downstream where he could wade ashore and then, well, if the patrician really had sent word out about him, that a change of clothing and a shave would take care of that. In any case, there were other lands that he had a faculty for languages. Let him but get to Chimera or Gonim and Ekapolon, and half a dozen armies couldn't bring him back. And then wealth, comfort, security. There was, of course, the problem of Two Flower. Rincewind allowed himself a moment of sadness. It could be worse, he said by way of farewell. It could be me. It was when he tried to move that he found his robe was caught on some obstruction. By craning his neck, he found that the edge of it was being gripped firmly by the luggage's lid. "Ah, Gorful," said the patrician presently. "Come in, sit down. Can I press you to a candid starfish?" "I am yours to command, master," said the old man calmly, save perhaps in the matter of preserved echinoderms. The patrician shrugged and indicated the scroll on the table. "Read that," he said. Gorful picked up the parchment and raised one eyebrow slightly when he saw the familiar ideograms of the Golden Empire. He read in silence for perhaps a minute, and then turned the scroll over to examine minutely the seal on the observe. "You are famed as a student of the Empire affairs," said the patrician. "Can you explain this?" "Knowledge in the matter of the Empire lies less in noting particular events than in studying certain cast of mind," said the old diplomat. This message is curious, yes, but not surprising. This morning, the Emperor instructed, the patrician allowed himself the luxury of a scowl, instructed me, Gorfall, to protect this two-flower person. Now it seems I must have him killed. You don't find that surprising? No. The Emperor is no more than a boy. He is idealistic, keen, a god to his people, whereas this afternoon's letter is, unless I am very much mistaken, from 9 Turning Mirrors, the Grand Vizier. He has grown old in the service of several emperors. He regards them as a necessary but tiresome ingredient in the successful running of the empire. He does not like things out of place. The empire was not built by allowing things to get out of place. That's his view. I begin to see, said the patrician. Quite so, Gorfall smiled into his beard. This Taurus is a thing that is out of place. After acceding to his master's wishes, 9 Turning Mirrors would, I am quite sure, make his own arrangements with a view to ensuring that one wanderer would not be allowed to return home, bringing, perhaps, the disease of dissatisfaction. The Empire likes people to say where it put them. So much more convenient than if this two-flower disappears for good in the barbarian lands, meaning here, master. And your advice, said the patrician. Gorfall shrugged. Merely that you should do nothing. Matters will undoubtedly resolve themselves, however. He scratched an ear thoughtfully. Perhaps the Assassin's Guild. Ah, yes, said the patrician. The Assassin's Guild. Who is their president at the moment? Zlorf Flannelfoot, master. Have a word with him, will you? Quite so, master. The patrician nodded. It was all rather a relief. He agreed with 9 Turning Mirrors. Life was difficult enough. People ought to stay where they're put. Oh my god, dude. Terry Pratchett's so good. Brilliant constellations shone down on the Discworld. One by one, the traders shuttered their shops. One by one, giraffes, thieves, fine wirers, whores, illusionists, backsliders, and second-story men awoke and breakfasted. Wizards went about their polydimensional affairs. Tonight saw the conjunction of 2 powerful planets, and already the air over the magical quarter was hazy with early spells. Look, said Rincewind, this isn't getting us anywhere. He inched sideways, the luggage followed faithfully, lid half open and menacing. Rincewind briefly considered making a desperate leap for safety. The lid smacked in anticipation. In any case, he told himself with a singing heart that damn thing would only follow him again. It had that dogged look about it. Even if he managed to get to the house, he had a many suspicion that it would follow him at its own pace. Endlessly swimming rivers and oceans, gaining slowly every night while he had to stop to sleep. And then one day, in some exotic city, and years hence, he'd hear the sound of hundreds of tiny feet accelerating down the road behind him. You got the wrong man, he moaned. It's not my fault. I didn't kidnap him. The box moved forward slightly. Now there was just a narrow strip of a greasy jetty behind Rincewind's heels, and the river. A flash of precognition told him that the box would be able to swim faster than he could. He tried not to imagine what it would be like to drown in the Ankh. I won't stop until you give in, you know, said a small voice, conversationally. Rincewind looked down at the iconograph, still hanging around his neck. Its trapdoor was open and the homunculus was leaning against the frame, smoking a pipe and watching the proceedings with amusement. I'll take you in with me at least, said Rincewind through gritted teeth. The imp took the pipe out of his mouth. What did you say, he said? I said I'll take you with me, damn it. Suit yourself, the imp tapped the side of the box meaningfully. We'll see who sinks first. The luggage yawned and moved forward in a fraction of an inch. Oh, all right, said Rincewind irritably, but you'll have to give me time to think. The luggage backed off slowly. Rincewind edged his way back into the reasonably safe land and sat down with his back against the wall. Across the river, the lights of Ankh City glowed. You're a wizard, said the picture imp. You'll think of something. You'll think of some way to find him. Not much of a wizard, I'm afraid. You can't just jump down on everyone and turn them into worms? The imp added encouragingly, ignoring his last remark. No, turning to animals is an 8th level spell. I never even completed my training. I only know 1 spell. Well, that'll do it. I doubt it, said Rincewind hopelessly. What does it do then? Can't tell you. Don't really want to talk about it, but frankly, he sighed, no spells are much good. It takes 3 months to commit even this simple one to memory, and then once you've used it, poof, it's gone. That's what's so stupid about the whole magic thing, you know? You spend 20 years learning the spell that makes nude virgins appear in your bedroom, and then you're so poisoned by quicksilver fumes and half blind from reading the old grimoires that you can't remember what happens next. I never thought of it like that, said the imp. Hey look, this is all wrong. When Two Flowers said they'd got better kind of magic in the Empire, I thought... The imp looked at him expectantly. Rincewind cursed to himself. Well, if you must know, I thought he didn't mean magic, not as such. What else is there, then? Rincewind began to feel really wretched. I don't know, he said. A better way of doing things, I supposed? Something with a bit of sense in it. Harnessing the lightning or something. The imp gave him a kind of pitying look. Lightning is the spears hurled by the thunder giants when they fight, it said gently. Established meteorological fact. You can't harness it. I know, said Rincewind miserably. That's the flaw in the argument, of course. The imp nodded and disappeared into the depths of the iconograph. A few moments later, Rincewind smelled bacon frying. He waited until his stomach couldn't stand the strain anymore and rapped on the box. The imp reappeared. I've been thinking about what you said, it said before Rincewind could open his mouth. And even if you could get a harness on it, how could you get it to pull a cart? The hell are you talking about? Lightning, it just goes up and down. You want it to go along, not up and down. Anyway, it'd probably burn through the harness. I don't care much about the lightning, how can I think of it on an empty stomach? Eat something then, that's logic. How? Every time I move, that damn box flexes its hinges at me. The luggage on cue gaped widely. See? It's not trying to bite you, said the imp. There's food in there. You can use it. You're using it to it's starved. You're no use to it starved. Sorry. Rincewind peered into the dark recesses of the luggage. There were indeed, among the chaos of boxes and bags of gold, several bottles of packages and oiled paper. He gave a cynical laugh, mooched around the abandoned jetty until he found a piece of wood about the right length, wedged it as politely as possible into the gap between the lid and the box, and pulled out one of the flat packages. It held biscuits that turned out to be as hard as diamond wood. Ludiel, he muttered, nursing his teeth. Ludiel, he muttered, nursing his teeth. It's English. Captain ate Planther's Traveler's Digestives, them, said the imp from the doorway to the box. Saved many a life at sea, they have. Oh, sure. Do you use them as a raft, or just throw them into the sharks and sort of watch them sink? What's in the bottles? Poison? Water. But there's water everywhere. Why do you want to bring water? Trust? Trust? Yes, that's what he did. The water there. See? Rincewind opened a bottle. The liquid inside might have been water. It had a flat, empty flavor with no trace of life, neither taste nor smell. He grumbled. The luggage gave a little creak, attracting his attention. With a lazy air of calculating menace, it shut its lid slowly, grinding Rincewind's impromptu wedge like a dry loaf. All right, he said. I'm thinking. Oh, let me itch my ear. Let me itch my little ear. Moore's headquarters were in the leaning tower at the junction of Rhyme Street and Frost Alley. At midnight, the solitary guard, leaning in the shadows, looked up at the conjoining planets and wondered idly what change in his fortunes they might herald. There was the faintest of sounds, as of a gnat yawning. The guard glanced down the deserted street and now caught the glimmer of moonlight on something lying in the mud a few yards away. He picked it up. The lunar light gleamed on gold, and his intake of breath was almost loud enough to echo down the alleyway. There was a slight sound again, and another coin rolled into the gutter on the side of the street. By the time he'd picked it up, there was another one, a little way off and still spinning. Gold was, he remembered, said to be formed from the crystallizing light of stars. Until now, he had believed it to be true that something as heavy as gold could fall naturally from the sky. As he drew level with the opposite alley mouth, some more fell. It was still in its bag. There was an awful lot of it, and Rincewind brought it down heavily onto his head. When the guard came, he found himself looking up into the wild-eyed face of a wizard who was menacing his throat with a sword. In the darkness, too, something was gripping his leg. It was the disconcerting sort of grip that suggested that the gripper could grip a whole lot harder if he wanted to. Where is he? Where is he? The rich foreigner hissed the wizard quickly. What's holding my leg? Said the man with a note of terror in his voice. He tried to wriggle free. The pressure increased. You wouldn't want to know, said Rincewind. Pay attention, please. Where's the foreigner? Not here. They've got him at the Broadman's place. Everyone's looking for him. You're Rincewind, aren't you? The box that bites people. Oh, no, please. Excuse me. Rincewind had gone. The guard felt the unease, the unseen leg gripper release his, or, as he was beginning to fear, its hold. Then, as he tried to pull himself to his feet, something big and heavy and square cannoned him out into the darkness and plunged off after the wizard. Something with hundreds of tiny feet. Gross. With only his homemade phrase book to help him, Two-Flower was trying to explain the mysteries of in-sewer ants to Broadman. The fat innkeeper was listening intently, his little black eyes glittering. From the other end of the table, Moore watched with mild amusement, occasionally feeding one of his ravens with scraps from his plate. Beside him, Whittle paced up and down. You fret too much, said Moore, without taking his eyes off from the two men opposite him. I can feel it, Stren. Who would dare attack us here? And the gutter wizard will come. He's too much of a coward not to, and he'll try to bargain, and we shall have him, and the gold, and the chest. Whittle's one-eyed glare, and he smacked the fist into a palm of a black gloved hand. Who would have thought there was so much sapient pear wood in the whole of the disc, he said. How could we have known? You fret too much, Stren. I'm sure you can do better this time, said Moore pleasantly. The lieutenant snorted in disgust and strove off around the room to bully his men. Moore carried on watching the tourist. It was strange, but the little man didn't seem to realize the seriousness of his position. Moore had on several occasions seen him look around the room with an expression of deep satisfaction. He had also been talking for ages to Broadman, and Moore had seen a piece of paper change hands, and Broadman had given the foreigner some coins. It was strange. When Broadman got up and waddled past Moore's chair, the thief master's arm shot out like a steel spring and grabbed the fat man by his apron. What was that all about, friend? Said Moore quietly. Nothing more, just private business. There's no secrets between friends, Broadman. Well, I'm not sure about that myself, really. It's sort of a bet, see? Said the innkeeper nervously. In-sewer ants, it's called. It's like a bet that the broken drum won't get burned down. Moore held the man's gaze until Broadman twitched in fear and embarrassment, then the thief master laughed. This worm-eaten old tinder pile, he said? The man must be mad. Yes, but mad with money. He says now he's got the... can't remember the word, begins with a P. It's what you might call the stake money. The people he works for in the Agadian Empire will pay up if the broken drum burns down. Not that I hope it does burn down. The broken drum, I mean, it's like home to me. It's the drum. Not entirely stupid, are you? Said Moore and pushed the innkeeper away. The door slammed back on its hinges and thudded into the wall. Hey, that's my door, screamed Broadman. Then he realized who was standing at the top of the steps and ducked behind the table a mere shaving of time before a short black dart spread across the room and thunked into the woodwork. Moore moved his hand carefully and poured out another flagon of beer. Won't you join me, Zlorf? He said levelly, and put that sword away, Stren. Zlorf Flannelfoot is our friend. The president of the Assassin's Guild spun his short blowgun dexterously and slotted it into his holster in one smooth movement. Stren, said Moore. The black-clad thief hissed and sheathed his sword, but he kept his hand on the hilt and his eyes on the assassin. That wasn't easy. Promotion in the Assassin's Guild was by competitive examination. The practical being the most important, indeed, the only part. Thus, Zlorf's broad, honest face was a wealth of scar tissue, the result of many close encounter. It probably hadn't been all that good looking in any case. It was said that Zlorf had chosen a profession in which dark hoods, cloaks, and nocturnal prowlings figured largely because there was a day-fearing trollish streak in his parentage. People who said that this an earshot of Zlorf tended to carry their ears home in their hats. He strolled down the stairs, followed by a number of assassins. When he was directly in front of Moore, he said, I come for the tourist. Is it any of your business, Lorf? Yes, grinned Joe. Ermod, take him. Two of the assassins stepped forward, then Stren was in front of them, his sword appearing to materialize an inch from their throats without having to pass through the intervening air. Possibly I could only kill one of you, he murmured, but I suggest you ask yourselves, which one? Look up, Zlorf, said Moore. A row of yellow, baleful eyes looked down from the darkness among the rafters. One step more, and you'll leave here with fewer eyeballs than you came with, said the thief master. So sit down and have a drink, Zlorf, and let's talk about this sensibly. I thought we had an agreement. You don't rob, I don't kill. Not for payment, that is, he added after a pause. Zlorf took the preferred beer. So, he said, I'll kill him, then you rob him. Is he that funny-looking one over there? Yes. Zlorf stared at Two-Flower, who grinned at him. He shrugged. He seldom wasted time wondering why people wanted other people dead. It was just a living. Who is your client, may I ask? Said Moore. Zlorf held up a hand. Please, he protested. Professional etiquette. Of course. By the way, yes? I believe I have a couple guards outside. Hacked. And some others in the doorway across the street. Formally. And two bowmen on the roof. A flicker of doubt passed across Zlorf's face like the last shaft of sunlight over a badly plowed field. The door flew open, badly damaging the assassin who was standing beside it. Stop doing that, shrieked Broadman from under the table. Zlorf and Moore stared up at the figure on the threshold. It was a short, fat, and richly dressed. Very richly dressed. There were a number of tall, big shapes looming behind it. Very big, threatening shapes. Who's that? Said Zlorf. I know him, said Moore. His name's Repperf. He runs the Groaning Plattern Tavern down at the Brass Bridge. Stren, remove him. Repperf held up a beringed hand. Stren Withel hesitated halfway to the door as several very large trolls ducked under the doorway and stood on either side of the fat man, blinking in the light. Muscles the size of melons bulging on the forearms like flour sacks. Each troll had a double-headed axe between thumb and forefinger. Broadman erupted from his cover, his face suffusing with rage. Out! He screamed. Get those trolls out of here! No one moved. The room was suddenly quiet. Broadman looked around quickly. It began to dawn on him just what he had said and to whom. A whimper escaped from his lips. Glad to be free. This is starting to get interesting. It's so tense. He reached the doorway to his cellars just as one of the trolls, with a lazy flick of one-armed, ham-sized hand, sent his axe rolling across the room. The slam of the door and its subsequent splitting as the axe hit merged it into one sound. Bloody hell! Exclaimed Zlorf Flannelfoot. What do you want? Said Moore. I'm here on behalf of the Guild of Merchants and Traders, said Repperf evenly, to protect our interests, you might say, meaning the little man. Moore wrinkled his brows. I'm sorry, he said. I thought I heard you say the Guild of Merchants and Traders, agreed Repperf. Behind him now, in addition to more trolls, were several humans that Moore vaguely recognized. He'd seen them, maybe behind counters and bars, shadowy figures usually easily ignored, easily forgotten. At the back of his mind, a bad feeling began to grow. He thought about how it might be to be, say, a fox confronted with an angry sheep. A sheep, moreover, that could afford to employ wolves. How long has this guild been in existence, may I ask, he said. Since this afternoon, said Repper. I'm Vice Guild Master in charge of tourism, you know. What is this tourism of which you speak? We're not quite sure, said Rep. An old bearded man poked his head over the guildmaster's shoulder and cackled. Speaking on behalf of the wine cellars of Moorpork, tourism means business, see? Well, said Moore coldly. Well, said Rep, we're protecting our interests, like I said. Thieves out, cackled the elderly companion. Several elders took up the chant. Zlorf grinned. And assassins, chanted the old man. Zlorf growled. Stands to reason, said Rurf. People robbing and murdering all over the place. What sort of impression are visitors going to take away? You come all the way to see our fine city with its many points of historical and civic interests, also many quaint customs, and you wake up dead in some back alley, or might be floating down the Ankh. How are you going to tell all your friends what a great time you're having? Let's face it, you gotta move with the times. Zlorf and Ymor met each other's gaze. We have we, said Moore. Then let's move to let us move, brother, agreed Zlorf in one movement. He brought his blowgun to his mouth and sent a dart hissing toward the nearest troll. It spun around, hurling its axe, which whirred over the assassin's head, and buried itself in a luckless thief behind him. Rep ducked, allowing a troll behind him to raise its huge iron crossbow and fire a spear-length quarrel into the nearest assassin. That was the start. It has been remarked before that those who are sensitive to radiations in the far octarine, the eighth color, the pigment of the imagination, can see things the others cannot. Thus, it was that Rincewind, hurrying through the crowded, flare-lit evening bazaars of Moorpork with the luggage trundling behind him, jostled a tall, dark figure, turned to deliver a few suitable curses, and beheld death. It had to be death. No one else went around with empty eye sockets, and of course, the scythe over one shoulder was another clue. As Rincewind stared in horror, a courting couple, laughing at some private joke, walked straight through the apparition without appearing to notice it. Death, insofar as it was possible in a face with no movable features, looked surprised. Rincewind, Death said, in tones as deep and heavy as slamming a leaden door as far underground. Said Rincewind, trying to back away from the eyeless stare. But why are you here? Boom, boom, went crypt lids in the worm-haunted fastness under old mountains. Why not, said Rincewind. Anyway, I'm sure you've got lots to do, so if you'll just... I was surprised that you jostled me, Rincewind, for I have an appointment with thee this very night. Oh, no, not... Of course! What's so bloody vexing about the whole business is that I was expecting to meet thee in Cephalopolys. But that's 500 miles away. You don't have to tell me, the whole system's got screwed up again. I can see that. Look, there's no chance of you. Rincewind backed away, hands spreading protectively in front of him. The dried fish salesman on a nearby stall watched this madman with interest. Not a chance. I could lend you a very fast horse. No, it won't hurt a bit. No, Rincewind turned and ran. Death watched him go and shrugged bitterly. Sod you then, Death said. He turned and noticed the fish salesman. With a snarl, Death reached out a bony finger and stopped the man's heart, but he didn't take much pride in it. What a dick, dude. Why is Death such a prick? Let me see. When's the end of the chapter? We're so close, dude. We're so close. Then Death remembered what was due to happen later that night. It would not be true to say that Death smiled, because in any case, his features were perforce frozen in a calcerous grin. But he hummed a little tune, cheery as a plague pit, and pausing only to extract the life from a passing mayfly, and 1/9 of the life from a cat cowering under the fish stall. All cats can see into the octarine, clearly. Death turned on his heel and set off towards the broken drum. Oh, dude, I'm sure Death has something to say about the night's affairs when the whole city burns down, bro. Oh, that was a little bit more of the first chapter of Terry Pratchett's The Color of Magic. The first chapter is very, very long, so Terry Pratchett sort of cuts it up between each sort of like, not paragraph, but each like idea. So it's pretty good for pacing, I think, even though it's not one complete chapter. But that's going to be it for me tonight. Hello, Gojo. Book, Spider, it's going to be The Color of Magic by Terry Pratchett. But I'm going to take off. I hope everybody had a good night. I hope everybody enjoyed Suzerain, our little jaunt into our sexist, socialist, theocratic run. Very painful. We'll see if the bloods get around through my chest. Hopefully I survive. And that was some Color of Magic. As always, Rincewind seems to be in quite the pickle this time. I'll see everybody tomorrow for a little bit of, I believe it is Team Fortress tomorrow. Yep, it's gonna be TF2 tomorrow, Friday. I hope everybody's excited for it. Not sure what we'll play, but I'm sure I'll think of something. I'll catch everybody tomorrow. Everybody have a good rest of your night. Bye bye, everybody. Johnny.